Chapter 973 Divine King's Astonishment. Chapter 973 Divine King's Astonishment. Yu Jianqiu. The Zhou and Yu two families have always been birds of a feather. Do you really want to ruin our two families' 10,000 years of relations? I plus P for an outsider? Zhou Jia said solemnly. It was true that the two families were birds of a feather, but they were also not in perfect harmony. The compact tie-in between two great family clans naturally could not be dispensed with. For 10,000 years, the two families coming to blows was also not rare. But Yu Jianqiu smiled coldly when he heard and said, Yi Yuan is not only my Yu family's son-in-law, he's even Lier's savior. Handing him over to you. Wouldn't this you be ridiculed by everyone in the world? Furthermore, you came to capture people in all seriousness. When did you attach importance to our two families' relations? I plus P? Yu Jianqiu, looks like you're really going to fall out with the Zhou family today? With that ATTI toot of yours, so what if we fall out? Could it be that my Yu family is scared of your Zhou family? Both parties were ready to jump at each other's throats. Over 10 divine king powerhouses stood in the air. It was seriously too shocking. Each and every one of the martial artists below did not even dare to breathe heavily. And, body would have thought that the Zhou and Yu two families would actually get into such a mess for a junior. This battle was bound to be the outcome of mutual devastation. Oh, pretty lively. My goodness gracious. So many divine king experts. This Yi has truly broadened his horizons. Right then, an extremely discordant voice sounded out. Yi Yuan actually tore through the air and came, arriving in the center of a bunch of divine king experts. Bright Moon City's martial artists all involuntarily opened their eyes wide. This Yi Yuan was also too reckless, right? Up in the sky were all divine king powerhouses. The Zhou family's people were currently glaring at him like ravening tigers. This guy actually ran in the middle like body's business to tease a group of divine kings. When Yi Yuan appeared, Yu Jianqiu's expression changed and he said with a cold snort, What did you come here for? Nothing to do with you here. Go back. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Aren't they looking for me? How can it be nothing to do with me? Lord Father-in-law's protectiveness. This son-in-law has understood. But the Zhou and Yu two families falling out because of this, Yi is not what I wish to see. Yu Jianqiu's heart could not help plummeting. Why did this brat's words have a hint of sacrificing oneself for justice? Stop messing around. It isn't your turn to meddle in the Zhou and Yu two families' affairs. Quickly go back for me. Yu Jianqiu said with a somber look. But Yi Yuan ignored Yu Jianqiu and said to Zhou Jia, Just spit out what you have to say. This young master's time is very valuable. Zhou Jia's face turned black, but he could not be bothered to argue with Yi Yuan. He asked in a solemn voice, The sun-moon heavenly pupil should be in your possession, right? Hand over the sun-moon heavenly pupil, and this seat will give you a way out. Sun-moon heavenly pupil? You're thinking too much. That thing has already not come into being for over 100,000 years. How could it be acquired by me? Yi Yuan said with an innocent look. If you didn't obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil, how did you, a measly little phaseless realm, dispel the illusionary magic? Zhou Jia said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan looked at Zhou Jia with a smile that was not a smile and opened his mouth to say, Can I understand it like this? This Yi saved a divine king expert and the next patriarch successor of your Zhou family. But you guys are forcefully imposing a groundless crime on my head now. Turns out that your Zhou family are all a bunch of shameless people who repay kindness with ingrat. One tood. The moment Yi Yuan said these words, the crowd burst into an uproar. Although the strong reigned supreme among martial artists, repaying kindness with animosity, this sort of thing was still beneath contempt. Yi Yuan's words forced the Zhou family into a corner all at once. Zhou Jia snorted coldly and said in a low voice, Yi Yuan, don't use fine rhetoric. Everyone knows that the sun, moon, heavenly pupil belongs to the vast sun and bright moon, two cities. What capabilities do you, an outsider, have to occupy it? Yi Yuan said coolly, outsider. Haha, with that ATTI toot of yours, even if I really have the sun, moon, heavenly pupil, why should I give you? My lord father-in-law is still here. You all, these shameless people, came to S-N-A-T-C-H things. Do you really think that you're impressive? You finally admitted it. Brat, the sun, moon, heavenly pupil is a misfortune and not a blessing to you. Better hand it over. As Zhou family's divine king elder said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance and said, Do you have a pig's brain? I'm really skeptical with your intellect. How did you cultivate to the divine king realm? That Zhou family's divine king was a hot-tempered one at a glance. Being triggered by Yi Yuan like this, he immediately became greatly enraged. Stinking brat, I'll tear that mouth of yours. That divine king actually directly grabbed towards Yi Yuan in front of Yu Jinqiu. What a fine Zhou Bolong, you really dare to make a move. Yu Lingyu directly matched up against Zhou Bolong without another word. At a word of disagreement, both parties actually really exchanged blows. The great battle of divine kings, the commotion was incomparably shocking. Even when separated by a faraway distance, the martial artists below were incredibly shocked too. Elder Bufeng, you're responsible for taking Yi Yuan down. The others attack. Zhou Jia made a prompt decision and immediately instructed. In terms of strength, the Zhou family was indeed that tiny bit stronger than the Yu family, because the Zhou family's divine king experts were more than the Yu family's. Today, Zhou Boping did not come. Presumably, it was because he did not have the face to meet Yi Yuan. But even so, the Zhou family still had one more divine king powerhouse compared to the Yu family. Yu Jianqiu's face turned cold and secretly cussed. Yi Yuan, this boy was really insensible. If he hid inside the city, the Zhou family would not be able to do anything to the Yu family at all. But now, Yi Yuan was mixed up together with them. He could not run even if he wanted to. Yu Jianqiu was just about to go and protect Yi Yuan when Zhou Jia already rushed over at full speed. Your opponent is me. Yi Yuan sighed. You don't need to worry about it. Zhou Jia said with a loud laugh. In his view, Yi Yuan was simply a fool to actually deliver himself to the doorstep. It saved him some trouble, though. The Zhou family and Yu family were both very familiar with each other and knew that the other party's trump card was far from this. Therefore, him suddenly sending out divine kings today was in order to catch Yu Jinqiu by surprise. He did not think that it really worked out. As long as they brought Yi Yuan back, he naturally had the means to investigate whether Yi Yuan obtained the sun, moon, heavenly pupil or not. If he really did not, at most send him back later, then apologize to the Yu family. This matter would also be considered settled. As for the two families' rift, compared to the sun, moon, heavenly pupil, it was seriously insignificant. Zhou Bufeng, being unoccupied at this time, was not long-winded either. He directly waved his hand and was just about to capture Yi Yuan. This move looked casual, but actually Zhou Bufeng did not hold back. A divine king expert's utilization of essence energy already reached a transcendent realm. This wave of a hand already used essence energy to lock down the S-P-A-C around Yi Yuan firmly. Even if he grew wings, he would not be able to escape too. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from sight and actually slipped away from his hands. Seeing this scene, Zhou Bufeng's expression changed drastically, and he said, merging with heaven and earth, heaven-man unity. The unexpected change that happened here landed in everyone's eyes. The divine king experts, who are currently fighting, actually all ceased. Even Yu Lingyu's pupils constricted too, looking at this scene in disbelief. She did not see how Yi Yuan killed Han Tong. This heaven-man unity, it was still Yi Yuan's first time displaying it in front of the public. S-P-A-C vibrated. Yi Yuan's figure already appeared 10,000 feet away. He looked at the group of divine kings and said with a faint smile, "All looking at me for what? Well, don't stop, carry on fighting." Chapter 974, Demon Race Messenger. Chapter 974, Demon Race Messenger, Heaven Man Unity. It's actually Heaven Man Unity. Those able to reach Heaven Man Unity in the heart realm in the divine realm can be counted on one hand. This boy actually comprehended Heaven Man Unity. Heaven Man Unity, resonating with the great Tao, one can merge with heaven and earth. Yi Yuan is merely 20 over years of age. How on earth did he cultivate? No wonder he can undo the sun, moon, heavenly pupils' illusionary art. Turns out that he actually comprehended Heaven Man Unity. The group of divine kings looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock, not daring to believe the scene that they saw earlier. Heaven Man Unity. How many years has it not appeared in the divine realm? Today, it actually appeared on an over 20-year-old young man's body. This was too inconceivable. Heart realm, this sort of thing, was even harder to train compared to concept. Although concepts were hard, as long as one was willing to spend time, they could more or less still comprehend a little. The majority of divine king experts had their own supreme, true intent. But the heart realm cultivation of divine kings, very few people were able to break through to heart like monolith, let alone talk about Heaven Man Unity. Heart realm, this sort of thing, was too fleeting and ephemeral, unable to grasp it all. The divine realm had a myriad of cultivation methods, and it was also unheard of that anyone had a method to cultivate the heart realm. Zhou Jiao, what do you have to say now? I wonder if Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm can break apart the illusionary realm? Yu Jianxiu said with a cold smile. Zhou Jia's expression was very ugly. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually able to comprehend Heaven Man Unity. This time, they really made a big fool of themselves. People knew that Heaven Man Unity was formidable, but just how incredible, extremely few people were aware. Even Zhou Jiao also did not know that Yi Yuan's Heaven Man Unity was completely unable to help others break free of the illusionary realm. But without a doubt, the higher the heart realm, the greater the immunity towards illusionary realms too. Heaven Man Unity, this sort of realm, barely anyone in the divine realm had attained it before. Therefore, the way people saw it, Heaven Man Unity should be extremely incredible. Helping others break free of the illusionary realm should not be an issue. Zhou Jia sucked in a deep breath and knew that today could not carry on anymore, and could not help saying in a low voice, "Fine then. This matter is my Zhou family's fault. Brother Yu, the Zhou family will definitely give some compensation later. Let's go." Done talking. Zhou Jiao brought along the group of divine kings and left like a gust of wind. Today, the Zhou family could be said to have had an utter loss of face at Bright Moon City. With this incident today, the Zhou and Yu two families' honeymoon period was likely over already. From here on, how these two mighty rank, one holy lands were going to get along was something worth pondering. Yu family, a group of divine kings, had their eyes glued on Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a monster, fusing supreme true intents, Heaven Man Unity. Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were simply too terrifying. "Oh, Yi Yuan, you comprehended Heaven Man Unity. Why did you say earlier?" Yu Jianxiu said with a wry smile. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You didn't ask me either. Speaking of which, weren't you guys all concerned about the sun, moon, heavenly pupil? Didn't you all get behind closed doors to discuss the moment I returned? Actually, inside the mystic realm, I fell for the illusionary art too. If not for comprehending Heaven Man Unity, I myself would also be doomed." Everyone could not help exchanging glances when they heard that. Looks like the Yu family's movements still could not hide from this shrewd brat. In that case, you really didn't obtain the sun, moon, heavenly pupil. Yu Jianxiu said. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Just what kind of form the sun, moon, heavenly pupil is, you yourselves don't even know, so how would I know? It's an existence that has once accompanied deity realm powerhouses before. Do you all really think that the sun-moon heavenly pupil is so easy to obtain? Just breaking free of that illusionary magic, I was already at death's door. How would I still have the strength to go and subdue the sun-moon heavenly pupil? Everyone exchanged glances once more. Thinking carefully, Yi Yuan's words were really reasonable. For 100,000 years, body had seen the sun-moon heavenly pupil before it all, let alone talk about subduing it. You, boy, when telling lies, your face doesn't change, and your heart doesn't beat faster, making it until even I myself almost believe it. But at least you have some knowledge, and know that this seat isn't to be trifled with. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the sun-moon heavenly pupil howled. Yi Yuan made the sun-moon heavenly pupil restrain itself, causing his eyes to look no different from ordinary people. Hence, for others to want to see through anything from his two eyes, that was impossible. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what even if you are not to be trifled with? Aren't you still suppressed by me obediently? Put away that pride of yours and best be well behaved for me. Otherwise, what the consequences will be, you are aware of it yourself too." But the sun-moon heavenly pupil said lazily, if you wanted to kill me, you'd have made a move long ago. Why is there a need to wait until now? You came from the ancient era, and most likely know quite a bit of secret. Killing you is a bit of a pity. However, this young master isn't as easygoing as you imagine. If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try. Yi Yuan still had an indifferent tone, but the killing intent exuding in those words made the sun-moon heavenly pupil spur without being cold. His pupils constricted, but he did not dare to make a sound anymore. These few days he had been observing Yi Yuan all along. Yi Yuan was definitely someone decisive in going for the kill. Those words earlier were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. If he really had any devious thoughts, Yi Yuan would cut him down without the slightest hesitation. Actually, I've already given you a chance. If you're still impervious to reason, then don't blame me for not being courteous. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was currently in a daze, but Yi Yuan's words made him shudder with fear. This boy is too astute, can't hide anything from him. The sun-moon heavenly pupil hated Yi Yuan in his heart. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, the sun-moon heavenly pupil knew what he was referring to. Actually, on that day, his reconstruction of Yi Yuan's eyes was not thorough at all and had a huge latent danger. If Yi Yuan kept using his ocular powers, as time passed said, it would cause a tremendous burden on the eyes. At that time, the sun-moon heavenly pupil's opportunity to get out would have arrived. He originally thought that this matter was done seamlessly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually aware of it already. How could he know that Yi Yuan was not only a martial path expert, but also his alchemy path strength was even more unfathomable? The matters of the eyes he could hide from other people, but could not hide from Yi Yuan. Looks like it was us who had the yardstick of a petty man. Yi Yuan, you just have to stay in the Yu family. With me, you Jianqiu around. The Zhou family won't dare to do anything to you. Yu Jianqiu said. Right at this time, someone suddenly came to report. Family head, there's a person outside who mentioned Yi Yuan by name and wants to meet him. He says that he's a member of the demon race. Demon race? Yu Jianqiu could not help being surprised. Yi Yuan actually had connections to the demon race too? But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard and hurriedly made people bring him in. But seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan was disappointed. Yi Yuan thought that it was White Light who came to find him. But this middle-aged man before his eyes, he did not recognize him. That middle-aged man was also sizing Yi Yuan up, his eyes likewise revealing a look of disappointment. Who is your esteemed self? What did you come looking for me for? Yi Yuan inquired. That burly fellow gave birth to disdain in his heart, and his atti, too, towards Yi Yuan also appeared slightly haughty as he said, coolly, this one is by Pa. It was young patriarch White Light who made me come and look for Mr. Yi. Chapter 975 White Light's Predicament. Chapter 975 White Light's Predicament. N. You're really sent by White Light? Yi Yuan said joyfully. Yi Yuan already did not have White Light's news for a very long time. If not for coming to save Yu Mingli, he would definitely have gone to find White Light straight away, now that Yu Mingli was already saved, and he even obtained the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil unexpectedly. Yi Yuan was just planning on heading to the demon region to find White Light. He did not expect that White Light actually beat him to it and sent someone to come and find him. By said, Young Patriarch made me tell young Master Yi, do you still remember that little white tiger in the endless forest back then? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said, It's really White Light. You called him Young Patriarch? How is White Light doing now? Back then, when White Light suddenly left, Yi Yuan was very unwilling to part two. The two of them started from the endless forest and had always depended on each other for survival and had never separated before. Who knew that White Light's departure would be several years? But no idea why, White Light seemed to have become the White Tiger clan's young patriarch. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Yi Yuan had some understanding of the White Tiger clan and knew that the White Tiger clan had many branches. But there were 3 clans that were the strongest branches: Crimson Flame White Tiger, Suppression Martial White Tiger, as well as the Flowing Light White Tiger. These 3 clans each had their forte. The Crimson Flame White Tiger was the most adept at controlling the power of flames. Suppression Martial White Tiger had Herculean strength, while the Flowing Light White Tiger had speed as their forte. If White Light became the Tiger clan's young patriarch, it was very likely the Flowing Light White Tiger's young patriarch. Of course, there was still another type of possibility. That was White Light became the White Tiger clan's collectively venerated young patriarch. But Yi Yuan felt that a few short years of time, White Light probably could not accomplish to this extent. Yi Yuan was currently rejoicing by himself when he suddenly discovered that Bai Po's expression was not quite right, and his heart involuntarily sunk. Did White Light encounter any trouble? Yi Yuan asked. Bai Po nodded his head and said, Actually, 2 months later, my White Tiger clan is going to choose its next young patriarch. Young Patriarch White Light is one of the candidates for young patriarch. My Flowing Light White Tiger has been declining for many years. Originally, there was no hope, but young Patriarch White Light's appearance let us see hope anew. But didn't expect that they all racked up his past and attacked him with White Light's bloodline being impure as the excuse, right? Yi Yuan followed up. Bai Po was stunned and could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. How did you know? The demon region was comparatively independent. Its news was also relatively out of touch to the divine realm. There was no reason for Yi Yuan to have heard of the White Tiger clan's matters. But this Yi Yuan actually blurted out the difficult circumstances that young Patriarch White Light encountered. Could it be that he was a seer? Yi Yuan did not answer, but asked instead, with White Light's cultivation realm, he probably already broke through to Tier 9, right? Bai Po nodded and said, Young Patriarch White Light is a rare cultivation talent. At half a year ago, he already broke through to Tier 9. Currently, his strength is already not the slightest bit inferior to the other 2 clans, young patriarchs. Mentioning White Light, Bai Po was very proud too. The Flowing Light White Tiger clan had been on a declining trend for many years. White Light's appearance brought them glory. Yi Yuan said, Then that's right. Do you know how many years White Light used to cultivate from Tier 9 to Tier 9? Bai Po shook his head blankly. White Light would never talk to them about past matters, so they also did not know what White Light experienced prior to returning to the White Tiger clan. If not for White Light making him come and find Yi Yuan this time, he would not even know that White Light actually still had a friend among the humans. 100 years? Bai Po said weakly. 100 years was not that Bai Pa felt that it was too long, but felt that it was too short. Although the White Tiger clan had divine beast bloodline, they also required several thousand years before they were able to cultivate to Tier 9. Even geniuses needed at least several hundred years of time too. The other two clans' young patriarchs cultivated for around 500 years and were already considered very impressive. Bao Pa discerned the meaning in Yi Yuan's words. White Light's cultivation speed should be very fast. Therefore, he boldly made a guess. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're looking down on White Light too much. The first time I met him, he was merely just Tier 1. That was merely something that happened more than a dozen years ago." The moment Bai Pa heard, his pupils involuntarily constricted. He knew that young patriarch White Light's talent was extremely strong, but he also did not think that he actually only used just over a dozen years to cultivate from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Such talent was truly too heaven-defying. Of course, if he knew that this freak in front of him also merely just used 10 years of time, and his strength was already comparable to Tao profound realm powerhouses, it was uncertain what he would feel. Furthermore, the reason why White Light cultivated so quickly was all thanks to Yi Yuan. If there wasn't Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, White Light would likely need at least 100 years of time to be able to cultivate to his present realm. Therefore, White Light's White Tiger bloodline will only be above the other two clans. This is probably also the reason why they joined hands to deal with White Light. And the only problem with White Light is that his bloodline is impure. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Pa's eyes became wide saucers, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He somewhat understood now the reason why young patriarch White Light wanted to find this young man. He only just spoke a few sentences from the start until now. But Yi Yuan already guessed the Tiger clan's inner struggle close to the mark by relying on these few sentences. Such thinking, just thinking about it, made people feel afraid. "You tell me about the White Tiger clan's present situation first," Yi Yuan said coolly. Currently, Bai Pa was already utterly convinced by Yi Yuan. Hearing Yi Yuan's instruction, he immediately did not hesitate either, hastily recounting the White Tiger clan's present circumstances. The White Tiger clan's current patriarch was from the Crimson Flame White Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan's elders A.S. association was also the Crimson Flame White Tiger clan, and the Suppression Marshal White Tiger clan being in the majority. Although the Flowing Light White Tiger was one of the 3 great branches in name, they had actually gradually declined already and showed trends of being replaced by other branches. The demon race valued bloodline the most, especially the White Tiger clan, this sort of clan with extremely high divine beast bloodline purity. They were even more particular about this area. Yi Yuan had long discovered that White Light was somewhat different from the ordinary White Tiger clan, but did not think that this aspect actually became the obstacle to White Light becoming young patriarch. Now, the elders A.S. association raised suspicions about White Light's ident. One tie. Although the Flowing Light White Tiger clan was extremely against this, nothing could be done, especially their power in the clan leaning to the weaker side. Right now, the pressure they experienced was tremendous too. If it carried on developing like this, forget about contending for the position of young patriarch. Likely whether or not he could stay in the White Tiger clan in the end was another matter altogether. Yi Yuan's expression was calm and did not express anything. He just said to Bai Pa, "You go back and rest first. Tomorrow morning, I'll follow you and head to the White Tiger clan." Bai Pa could not help being overjoyed the moment he heard that. Although Yi Yuan's strength was a little weak, this resourcefulness might really be able to turn back the raging tides. Sending away Bai Pa, Yi Yuan went to find Yu Mingli. Yu Mingli and White Light had lived together for a long time. Their feelings were not shallow either. Furthermore, White Light was Yi Yuan's brother. She naturally would not stop Yi Yuan on this matter. She did not have the slightest hesitation as well and wanted to leave together with Yi Yuan immediately. Chapter 976, Slapping. Chapter 976. Slapping the demon region was situated in the northeastern direction of the divine realm. The land it occupied was extremely vast. As one of the 4 great divine beasts races, the White Tiger clan had extremely formidable strength. The territory they occupied was as vast as over 10 major human regions. Half a month later, Yi Yuan, Bai Pa, and Yu Mingli, the 3 people finally arrived at the White Tiger clan's totem territory after passing through many areas. The totem territory was a sacred ground that the White Tiger clan collectively venerated. It was the entire White Tiger clan's land of inheritance. Its status was exceptionally special. The White Tiger clan, this sort of divine beast race, the branches were a lot. Normally, they were all scattered all over the land. Only when some major matters involving the White Tiger clan happened would they gather at the totem territory. At present, it was currently the crucial period of electing the young patriarch. Therefore, large groups of White Tiger clan branches gathered inside the totem territory. Halt! Miscellaneous people are not to enter the totem territory. Otherwise, kill without mercy. 2 brawny men with stocky and imposing builds blocked the 3 people's path with fierce looks. Bai Po's expression turned cold, and he said, "Rong Lin, Rong Sun, what gall you guys have? When did I, Bai Pa, become a miscellaneous person?" That Rong Sen's face revealed a look of contempt and said, "Lord Bai Pa, you're naturally not a miscellaneous person. But these 2, pardon me for not remembering if I've seen you before. If I didn't see wrongly, they should be humans, right?" Verbally calling Lord Bai Pa, but his words did not have the slightest hint of respect. Very clearly, the 2 of them did not attach importance to Bai Pa at all. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. These 2 burly men definitely originated from the Crimson Flame, White Tiger, or Suppression Martial, White Tiger lineage. This was intentionally making things difficult. Bai Po's face was very grim as he forcefully held back his fury and said, "These 2 are distinguished guests that young Patriarch White Light invited over. They are sworn friends for life and death with young Patriarch White Light. How did they become miscellaneous people?" But Rong Sen's attitude did not change in the least bit. Instead, he said with a jeer, "Young Patriarch White Light's friends? Ha ha! Young Patriarch White Light's friends are actually humans. Doesn't Lord Bai Pa not know that the humans have a saying that went, 'Those who are not of my race are surely not of one heart and mind'? Apologies, if Lord Bai Pa wants to enter, please go ahead. But these 2 people cannot enter." This Rong Sen's attitude was very haughty and did not show Bai Pa any respect at all. This actually carried the thick intent of shaming. "You guys!" Bai Pa was angered until he was livid with rage. Slap, slap. Rong Sun and Rong Ling were currently being pleased with themselves when all of a sudden they saw stars in front of their eyes. Each person's face actually had an added slap mark. Yi Yuan's slap used plenty of strength, flinging them until they spun around quite a few times on the spot before barely managing to stabilize firmly. This place is the White Tiger clan's totem territory. You actually dare to raise your hand and hit people. Rong Sun glared at Yi Yuan and said, Bai Pa was stunned too. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually so tyrannical, raising his hand to throw a slap at a word of disagreement. However, these 2 slaps indeed vented one's anger. The flowing light White Tiger clan was weak. Although Bai Pa's status in the clan was high, in this totem territory, he did not dare to be unbridled. Rong Sun and Rong Ling were merely initial stage Tier 9. Although they were not his match, he did not dare to make a move to strike them. It was fine if he struck out, but if it left a handle for gossip for the other 2 clans, there would be everything to lose, but nothing to gain for the clan. But Bai Pa was also very shocked. With his strength, he actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan threw the slaps just now. Yi Yuan's actions were too swift. Everyone did not react in time. When did phaseless realm martial artists have such terrifying movements? The flowing light White Tiger clan claimed to be unparalleled under the heavens. But Yi Yuan's movements just now, he actually did not see clearly. Two fools who defied your superior. Giving you guys 2 slaps is already considered light. You should rejoice that I'm not a member of the Tiger Clan. Otherwise, the 2 of you would already be dead men now. Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. Rong's son was still incredibly haughty just now, but currently, facing Yi Yuan, he actually had unspeakable fear. Yi Yuan's move just now was too fast. He did not see clearly at all. If Yi Yuan really wanted to kill them, they would indeed be dead men already. This level of movement technique that merged with heaven and earth was completely not what he could catch up to. One had to know that even a divine king like Zhou Bufeng had no way of catching Yi Yuan. I was just speaking truthfully. How is it defying my superiors? Rong's son defended himself with sophistry. Yi Yuan said coolly, according to what I know, the young patriarch's position in the Tiger Clan is on par with divine king realm elders. As a candidate to be the young patriarch, White Light's status is comparable to that of elders. The 2 of you made impertinent remarks about him. Killing you guys, what's wrong with that? Rong Sen's face became deathly pale the moment he heard. If one really took it seriously, this excuse of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to kill the 2 of them. The demon race's rankings were even more stringent than the human race. Defying one's superiors, this kind of accusation, was enough to die several times over. Also, you guys said that those who are not of my race are surely not of one heart and mind. According to what I know, your patriarch and elders, quite a few people have had dealings with human martial artists. There are even some people whose friendly relations aren't shallow. According to the meaning in your words, are each and every one of the Tiger Clan's elders all traitors? Yi Yuan took his time to say, but Rong's son and Rongling became drenched in cold sweat. Although the demon race was relatively independent, the demon race's upper echelons likewise had close dealings with the human race. In his past life, Ji Qingyan had very friendly relations with the dragon race's higher-up, who even invited him to the dragon clan to be a guest. This point, Rong's son and Rongling were naturally aware. If according to what Yi Yuan said, these 2 charges added up was enough for them to die a number of times over. Just as the 2 of them were at a loss on what to do, a young man slowly walked over. What a sharp tongue your esteemed self has. Looks like you're the reinforcement White Light went to invite. When Bai Pu saw the arrival, his expression involuntarily changed, and he went forward to salute. Young Patriarch Rong Xian! Hoo, you went through great trouble, Bai Pu. Looks like this brother arriving, younger brother White Light, has an additional huge arm. Rong Xian said with a faint smile. Hearing young patriarch these 2 words, how could Yi Yuan still not understand the ident? 1. Tie of this person in front of him. This person was definitely one of the candidates for young patriarch too. Those 2 people earlier were likely arranged by him in advance to deliberately take him down a notch. It was just that Rong Xian did not expect that a slap from him and a few sentences scared the 2 people until they wet their pants. He only showed himself to rescue the besieged against his will. Yi Yuan said coolly, whether it's an additional huge arm or not is hard to tell. But if someone wants to bully White Light, I'll break an arm of his. When Rong Xian heard that, a cold light flickered across his 2 eyes. But on the surface he said with a light smile, Brother is so arrogant. You got to know that this place is the White Tiger Clan's territory. You humans have to pay the price for coming here to be arrogant. Yi Yuan looked at Rong Xian and said with a smile, When I'm arrogant, the one who pays the price is generally someone else. Big brother. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded out. A white silhouette arrived with a howl. Who could it be if not White Light? White Light, parting for years. I didn't expect that you're already the flowing light, White Tiger Clan's young patriarch. Yi Yuan laughed loudly, and they hugged each other, leaving Rong Xian out in the cold at one side. Chapter 977. Get Lost? Chapter 977. Get lost after a round of small talk. White Light suddenly said to Rong Xan with a faint smile. Rong Xan, don't blame me for not warning you. The outcome of provoking my big brother will all be very tragic. Rong Xan's heart plunged. He discovered that after White Light saw Yi Yuan, his entire person's spirit, qi, and vitality became different. How to say it, these few days, although White Light appeared very calm, Rong Xan could detect that hint of restlessness beneath his calm. White Light had always maintained very restrained for the sake of the flowing light, White Tiger Clan. It was impossible for the White Light from before to say such words. But this sort of restlessness was actually swept away cleanly after he saw Yi Yuan just now. The current White Light, even when speaking, appeared fully confident. Rong Xan was perplexed. Just what kind of magic powers did this human race brat have to actually be able to make White Light undergo such a huge transformation? Although Yi Yuan's strength earlier gave him a fright, this kind of strength, when placed in the White Tiger Clan, was clearly inadequate to look at. The strength of the four great divine beasts race was not the slightest bit weaker compared to the human domain's super holy lands. What kind of wave could a phaseless realm brat stir up? Rong Xan smiled and said, Is that so? The day after tomorrow, the Elders' Council's decision will be coming out. When your candidate qualifications are revoked, I want to see what your big brother will use to make me very tragic. Ha ha ha. Rong Xan left with a burst of loud laughter, but White Light's expression became ugly. Bai Po's expression changed when he heard that and said, Young Patriarch, is what Rong Xan said true? What's going on here? White Light finally let out a long sigh and said, This isn't the right place to talk. Let's return to the clan first. White Light brought Yi Yuan and the others returned to the flowing light White Tiger Clan's encampment. Along the way, the initial most excitement from seeing Yi Yuan disappeared at this time. Yi Yuan did not speak. In his impression, White Light had always been a naive youth. He had never seen before White Light with such AC. Beard with a heavy load sighed. One could tell that White Light regarded this young patriarch's status very importantly. Yi Yuan took it into his eyes, but could not help being somewhat moved. That little white tiger in the old days grew up after all. Is that our Lord Young Patriarch? Oh no, wait, there's still 2 more days, and our flowing light White Tiger Clan is going to lose the qualifications to contend as the Young Patriarch. We really have to thank Young Patriarch White Light. Upon entering the clan, a voice dripping with sarcasm transmitted into everyone's ears. A young man dressed in white came out from a corner. His gaze, when looking at White Light, was filled with enmity. Bai Po's face fell, and he said, Bai Hui, can you don't be so sarcastic when you speak? What benefits can you get from Young Patriarch losing his qualification? Without Young Patriarch, with just the likes of you, the Crimson Flame and Suppression marshal 2 clans probably wouldn't even take one look. That Bai Hui's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, So what? At least, I wouldn't become a laughingstock of the entire White Tiger Clan. Even if I lose, I'll also lose openly and above board. Bai Pai could not help choking up. Even though Bai Hui was jealous of White Light, if White Light's qualifications were really revoked, he would really become a laughingstock of the entire White Tiger Clan. Yi Yuan looked on indifferently as a bystander, already clear in his heart. White Light's appearance, probably SNATC, had away his T of Young Patriarch. Therefore, when he saw White Light, he would naturally be sarcastic. Big brother, let's go. White Light's interest somewhat waned, unwilling to argue with Bai Hui. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Bai Hui, is it? You can even lose so righteously and confidently. Your esteemed self's thinking truly takes people's breath away. No wonder the White Tiger Clan declined until this point. Even the junior generation has gone downhill so how can it not decline? Yi Yuan's words made Bai Hui flush scarlet red with shame. Even Bai Po felt that he lost face too. Indeed, right now, the Flowing Light, White Tiger clan's members, quite a number of people had roughly the same thinking as Bai Hui, harboring the idea of muddling along. If not for White Light's appearance, they would also go and play a supporting role with no qualms of conscience, then be eliminated with their minds at ease and their conscience clear. You, a measly little human, what the H.E.L.I. do you know? The might of the Crimson Flame and Suppression Marshal is completely not what you can imagine. Bai Hui shouted at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan smiled again and said, Hence, you feel that being able to stand up there and contend with them for the position of young patriarch is already immense courage, right? I don't. Bai Hui wanted to deny it very much, but Yi Yuan's words made him have no way of denying at all. You don't what? I saw Rong Xian when I entered the territory. You're far too lacking when compared to him. Not talking about cultivation realm strength. Just your tolerance and breadth of mind is not on the same level as him. If you represent the Flowing Light White Tiger clan to go and contend for the position of young patriarch, it will only be more disgraceful. Yi Yuan threw Bai Hui's face onto the ground without the least bit of mercy, and conveniently stomped on it a few times. This period of time, White Light's days in the Flowing Light White Tiger clan, was probably very rough. He reckoned that this Bai Hui had no lack of embara. Sing White Light. Just based on this, Yi Yuan would not let him have an easy time too. You. Bai Hui was enraged until smoke billowed from all 7 orifices. Yet he just could not find words to refute. What about me? Stop making a fool of yourself here, all right? Let me tell you, White Light's qualifications won't be revoked. The position of young patriarch will also definitely be his. As for you, get lost. Let's go. Yi Yuan said coolly. There are still 2 days, and the Elders' Council's decision will be said down. I want to see if your boasting is going to reach the skies or not. Bai Hui's roar came from behind, but Yi Yuan did not even care. Arriving at the inner chamber, White Light showed an ugly smile and said, I've incurred your ridicule, big brother. Slap. Yi Yuan suddenly cuffed the back of White Light's head and scolded with a smile. Rascally brat, what nonsense are you saying? Are you really that little tiger who fears nothing and no one that I know? Bai Po was taken aback with fright by this scene, and immediately felt a blast of cold wind at the back of his head too. Although the time White Light returned to the White Tiger clan was not long, with the methods and aura he displayed, he already faintly had the imposing air of a sovereign. If not for dismissing his qualifications this matter, there was actually an body who dared to question him in the clan anymore. But Yi Yuan actually treated him like a little kid, directly smacking. Furthermore, young patriarch even did not dare to retaliate. This scene made his eyebrows drop to the ground. Whitey, with your and Big Brother Yuan's feelings. You still said this sort of words. Isn't it treating us as strangers too much? Don't you worry. With Big Brother Yuan around, this position of young patriarch is definitely yours. It can't run away. Yu Mingli did not talk all along, but was tickled by Yi Yuan at this time. White Light being smacked seemed to have come back to his senses too. He appeared slightly embarrassed, as he said with a laugh, Haha, yeah, when Big Brother isn't around, I feel uneasy all over. The pressure these few days, it was too intense. But elder sister Lear, you called Big Brother Yuan so intimately. Do I, this younger brother, have to change my term of address to sister-in-law? Being teased by White Light, Yu Mingli's face reddened. Chapter 978, White Tiger Dungeon. Chapter 978, White Tiger Dungeon. After a bout of teasing, White Light's emotions finally smoothed over. In front of Yi Yuan, he recovered to that cheerful and lively White Light again. Seeing the scene, the Bai Po by the side was endlessly shocked. White Light came to the Flowing Light clan for such a long time. He had yet to see such an innocent and pure side of him. In his impression, White Light had always been a youth who matured earlier, serious in speech and manner, and had well thought out plans. Oh, right. Why did the Elders' Council suddenly want to cancel your young patriarch candidate qualifications, even if they have doubts about your ident? 1. Tai, it's also not to the extent of being so extreme, right? After all, the divine beast bloodline in you, there's no way of faking it. Yi Yuan dragged the topic back to the subject. But White Light fell silent. A blush faintly appeared on his face, and he actually became somewhat shy. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being endlessly surprised. But Bai Pa heaved a long sigh and said, "Sigh, no man can resist the charms of a beautiful woman." I didn't expect that young patriarchs still fell into it. They were all people who had experienced it. When Yi Yuan and Bai Pa saw this scene, how could they still not understand what happened? Hoo-hoo! I didn't think that our family's White Light actually had his first awakening of love too. It's just, who's that lady? To actually implicate your White Tiger clan struggle for young patriarch? Yi Yuan said curiously. Being teased by Yi Yuan, White Light's face became even redder like an apple. But he still let out a sigh and said, "I also know that I shouldn't, but I couldn't control my feelings. That girl is from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan. Our White Tiger clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan are mortal enemies. This matter was found out by G. Oh, D knows who. It was disclosed to the Elders' Council, making the Elders come to a decision and want to revoke my candidate rights." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was unbelievably astonished. White Light actually fell in love with the enemy. No wonder the Elders' Council would be enraged and wanted to revoke his candidate rights. Adding in White Light's ident. 1. Tai, which left questions unanswered. It would be weird if the Elders' Council did not have any expression. Such an incident occurring, it was already a miracle that White Light could still have freedom. Bai Pa let out a sigh too and said, "These few years, young patriarch performed deeds of valor in many battles for the White Tiger clan. That's why an exception was made for him to become a candidate for young patriarch. If not for this, the Elders' Council likely would not stop at revoking his rights. So simple." Yi Yuan was not clear about the White Tiger clan's matters, but he knew that the White Tiger clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan were mortal foes. Both parties mutually went on punitive expeditions that had already lasted for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. White Light actually fell for a woman from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan. This sort of thing absolutely could not be forgiven. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just lightly drummed the table using his finger, emitting a rhythmic sound. When everyone saw the situation, they knew that Yi Yuan was thinking and could not help holding their breaths, not daring to disturb Yi Yuan. After some time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. "Where is that girl now?" White Light's expression dimmed, and he said, "I originally hid her in the territory of the Flowing Light clan, but this matter was found out by don't know who. Now, she's already imprisoned inside the totem territory. The clan has already issued the decree. The moment the Elders' Council's decision is out the day after tomorrow, they will be sentencing her to death." White Light clenched his fists tightly, kneading his own bones until it creaked. Yi Yuan knew that he was definitely struggling endlessly inside his heart. If according to White Light's temper in the past, he would definitely have not been able to hold back long ago and went into the dungeons to rescue her. But now, he was shouldering the duty of the Flowing Light clan on him. This was like a shackle, making White Light unable to keep his hands and feet unfettered. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This matter is somewhat fishy. Might have to find a breakthrough point from this girl. Looks like we have to make a trip into the dungeon." White Light said with difficulty, "But the dungeons are heavily guarded. The clan has already strictly ordered me to not enter the dungeon to visit, shower." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How can this small matter stump your big brother? You just have to tell me the location of the dungeon. I naturally have ways to go in." At midnight, inside the White Tiger clan's dungeons, there was suddenly a subtle ripple in SPAC. A figure directly walked out from within the void. This White Tiger clan's dungeons were indeed heavily guarded. Even underground also had array formations protecting, in order to prevent convicts from escaping. But this was nothing to the Yi Yuan who comprehended Heaven-Man unity. Heaven-Man unity realm already touched the source of great Tao. Mere array formations could not hinder Yi Yuan's footsteps at all. Yi Yuan's figure had just appeared and several terrifying auras locked onto him. Clearly, his appearance shattered the deathly stillness of the dungeons. Heaven-Man unity merging into heaven and earth. Fine lad, to actually have such heaven and earth cultivation at a young age. An icy cold voice transmitted over as if coming from underworld. Yi Yuan could feel that when this voice appeared, the other few auras withdrew like tidewater, as if they had never appeared before at all. I'm flattered. I'm here to look for someone. You guys carry on sleeping. Don't come and interrupt this young master, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ha ha ha, what an arrogant boy. However, you indeed have the capital to be arrogant. This old man has lived for several tens of thousands of years and was unable to reach Heaven-Man unity realm either. I really have no idea how you cultivate. Boy, let us make a deal. That icy cold voice suddenly changed his tone. Yi Yuan said coolly, not interested. Go to one side and play. Don't hinder this young master from handling matters. Yi Yuan knew that this person's cultivation was bound to be exceedingly high, but he also knew that inside this dungeon had terrifying restrictive powers. These guys looked scary, but it was all scaring people. Humph! Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Do you really think that this old man can do nothing to you? Suddenly, a terrifying aura transmitted out from the depths of the dungeon. A colossal soul force actually directly ignored the restrictions and unleashed an attack at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just chuckled coldly but did not even move a muscle. Using a divine soul attack to deal with him, this was purely seeking death himself. Arg! Indeed, a miserable cry transmitted over. That divine soul attack came quickly and left even quicker. Under this one attack, the other party already sustained considerable injuries. It was also fortunate that the restrictions could cut off most of the soul force. Otherwise, at this time, the other party would not be able to avoid the outcome of his soul dissipating. With this, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed that the atmosphere inside the dungeons became somewhat different. Originally, when the rest saw that Yi Yuan was so arrogant, they all gloated over his misfortune. But at this time, inside each and every cell, waves of uneasiness were transmitted out distinctly. Yi Yuan laughed and said, being well-behaved now? Who knows how many years you have been suppressed? You still want to come out and posture. Serves you right. Boy, who the hell are you? With your cultivation realm, how can you possibly block my divine soul attack? That icy cold voice sounded out again, but had clearly weakened a lot. Very clearly. That attack earlier made him feel very awful. Ao Qian, you punk really made progress. To actually muddle into the White Tiger Clan's dungeon. Right then, Long Tang's voice suddenly sounded out. Chapter 979. Bring you all out? Chapter 979. Bring you all out, you. Who are you? To actually know this seat's name. Ao Qian's shock was by no means insignificant. He had already been locked up in the White Tiger dungeon for no idea how many years. There was actually still someone who recognized him. Furthermore, most of the overtone in Long Tang's words was ridicule, with somewhat the hint of looking down from high above. This seat? Hoo-hoo, you punk, really showing no respect for your elders. In front of me, you actually dare to proclaim to be this seat too. Long Tang's voice sounded out nonchalantly but exuded limitless awe. Don't play tricks in front of me. Ao Qian, who the hell are you? Ao Qian was a peerless powerhouse of his generation too. How could he be intimidated by one sentence? You had no lack of suffering this seat's dragon-tempering whip back then. Why did you forget it all now? Long Tang said coolly, You You are... Ao Qian's expression could not be seen, but Yi Yuan knew that the expression on his face currently must be very fascinating. Yi Yuan also did not think that casually taking a trip into a dungeon, Long Tongue could even be UMP into an old acquaintance. However, a powerhouse able to be in the same generation as Long Tongue at least have to be several tens of thousands of years old too, right? Really have no idea how this Ao Qian survived. Actually, Yi Yuan also knew the divine realm had some old antiques who never left seclusion. But all of them had their own means to hang in there with just a single breath in order to persevere until divine Tao descended once more. Upon breaking through to deity realm, a martial artist's longevity would greatly increase. Living for 10,000 years was not a problem at all. As long as you know, don't need to say it out. Longting opened his mouth and interrupted Ao Qian's words. And my lord, Ao Qian did not think that you're actually still alive. Virtually in an instant, Ao Qian's pride disappeared completely without a trace. His words were BRIMMING with respect. You, a punk, didn't even die. How would this seat die? Whatever you have to say it later. Yi Yuan came in to find a heavenly fiend tiger clan girl. She was just imprisoned inside a few days ago. You should know where she's being locked up, right? Longting said, Yes, my lord. She's in jail cell D. 52, Ao Qian said. And now be quiet for the seat. Your matters, talk again later, Longting said. Yi Yuan found jail cell D. 52 very quickly. Indeed, he saw a girl with delicate features being locked up inside the cell. Yi Yuan's figure swayed and actually said right through the jail cell's restrictions and entered inside the jail cell. You're Feng Shao. Yi Yuan opened his mouth to ask. Feng Shao curled up in a corner of the cell. Hearing Yi Yuan's voice, she involuntarily raised her head to look at Yi Yuan. It was just that one could not see any hint of anger in her gaze. This Feng Shao indeed gave people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw her. That instant when Feng Zhao's gaze came into contact with Yi Yuan, her entire body suddenly trembled, her eyes gradually becoming absent-minded. Now, I'll do the asking, you'll answer. Yi Yuan said coolly. Feng Shao was just like a puppet at this time. She nodded her head and said yes. 15 minutes later, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Girl, have a good rest. Things will be over very soon. Feng Zhao's head slumped, and she actually already became fast asleep. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he already arrived outside of the jail cell. Senior, what to do about that Ao Qian? Yi Yuan asked Long Tongue. It sounded like Long Tang's and Ao Qian's relations. I plus P was not shallow. Since they met, Yi Yuan naturally had to ask about Long Tongue's attitude. And my lord, I beg you to take me away. Ao Qian's voice quivered as he said, The White Tiger Dungeons was constructed in the Divine Tao era. The restrictions inside are countless, and the power is incredibly strong. In my present state, I can't save you at all, Longting said. Does your excellency still remember the grudge back then? Ao Qian has always been your excellency's follower. Back then, when your excellency left, Ao Qian also got implicated before betraying them and escaped. Otherwise, why would I be imprisoned in this place that's completely dark without sun for as long as 20,000 years? Ao Qian thought that Long Tongue did not wish to bring him away and panicked all at once, saying what happened in the past. Long Tongue mused for a moment and said coolly, The matters back then are already clouds and mist that have come and gone. The White Tiger Dungeon is one of the most terrifying prisons in the divine realm. Even at my prime, I also dare not say to be able to rescue you away, let alone now. Ao Qian involuntarily choked up when he heard that, who knew that Long Tang's tone suddenly changed, and he said, However, I know someone who can save you. Ao Qian froze, even his breathing became ragged. Your Excellency is talking about this young man? How is that possible? Even if he comprehended heaven-man unity, it's also impossible to bring me out. The restrictions inside this dungeon were extremely a lot. Although Yi Yuan was able to not touch the restrictions, Ao Qian could not. Once they trigger the restrictions, what they would have to face would be the entire White Tiger clan's pursuit. Even if Yi Yuan was any stronger, it would also not be possible to escape. Hoo-hoo, whether you believe or not is up to you. But Long Ting showed neither approval nor disapproval. Ao Qian fell silent. He was already locked up inside this dungeon for 20,000 years. At this rate, it was death sooner or later. There should be no way that Long Ting, as a Dragon Race senior, would bluff him. It was just that he could not figure out, no matter what, how this young man could bring him out. Why, Your Excellency, I'm willing to pledge loyalty to Milord. Milord, please rescue me. Your Excellency, I'm willing too. Ao Qian was hesitating, but the rest already could not sit still anymore long ago. Each and every one of them was trapped here, lingering on with their last breath of life. In the end, they could only grow old and die inside the White Tiger dungeon. Now there was a chance. They would not bother about so much. Each and every one of these people begged Yi Yuan for help, making Yi Yuan fall silent, taking revenge on Ji Kanglin. This difficulty of this matter was indeed a little great, just by relying on him alone. If he had a large faction behind him, it seemed like a pretty good option too. Fine, I can bring you all away. However, as a condition, you must submit under my rule. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, with this, the entire dungeon seethed over. Humph! A bunch of fools. It's just a brat who's still wet behind his ears. On what basis to bring you all away? Entering this White Tiger dungeon, I've never seen people go out before. If the White Tiger clan's dungeon is so easy to get out, they would have long been exterminated already. Right then, a discordant voice sounded out. Yi Yuan knew that this was one of the few divine senses spying on him earlier. His strength was likewise unfathomable. A bunch of ignorant things. You guys also believe a snotty brat's words. Don't you forget, we're all the White Tiger clan's felons. Want to escape the dungeon? Don't think about it in this lifetime. Another voice sounded out. These two voices sounding out, those jubilant voices immediately died down. Very clearly, these two people's status in the dungeon was likely second only to Ao Qian. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, in this world, there are too many things that you guys can't imagine. Frogs at the bottom of a well, nothing more than so. I won't do any boasting either, but when I can bring you guys away, I hope that you can still maintain this composure. Done talking, a ripple appeared in S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan directly vanished from inside the dungeon. Chapter 980, Reversing Verdict. Chapter 980. Reversing verdict. On the third day, the White Tiger clan's elders' council held the meeting as scheduled. The White Tiger clan's powerhouses filled the hall. Those present were all the divine realm's apex figures. A candidate's right being revoked was a major matter that involved the direction of the White Tiger clan. The elders' council would naturally have to take the matter seriously. The various clans' patriarchs, elders' council's members, as well as the three candidates, all had to be present. Rong Xian had a smile on his face, looking like his mood was pretty good. The other candidate, Wu Mo, had a calm look, seeming like everything had nothing to do with him. As for White Light, there was no joy nor sorrow on his face. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. On the left-hand side sat three old men. Each and every one of them was incomparably somber. The objective of inviting everyone here, I believe everyone is aware. White Light secretly hid a heavenly fiend Tiger clan's girl at the Flowing Light clan, infringing upon the tlea of young patriarch candidate. Inviting everyone over today is to discuss the matter of revoking White Light's candidate rights, said the old man sitting on the left-hand side, whose hair and beard were all white. This person was the White Tiger clan's head elder, Rong Kuan. His cultivation was unfathomable. When Rong Kuin finished talking, the Crimson Flame clan's patriarch, Rongin, opened his mouth to say, "Head Elder, I feel that this matter doesn't need to be discussed anymore. White Light colluded with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan. The proof is conclusive. This young patriarch candidate, rights mustn't be given to him anymore. Furthermore, White Light's origins are unclear. Although he has White Tiger clan bloodline, D knows if he was groomed by the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan or not. In my view, throw White Light into the dungeons and interrogate carefully again. Rongin, your words are too much, right? Although the time White Light returned to the clan isn't long, he achieved brilliant accomplishments in war. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan had quite a few geniuses who died at White Light's hands. Could it be that because of this one incident, it will negate so much of his contributions? The Flowing Light clan's patriarch, Baiju, said solemnly. Each of the White Tiger clan's branch had their own patriarch. But upon entering the totem territory, they would become members of the Elders' Association and were not to favor any clan. The Elders' Council's members were not many, but they were people who enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect. Furthermore, their statuses were extremely venerated and were even above the various clans' patriarchs. Hence, those arguing now were all the various branches' patriarchs. Baiju, we all didn't deny White Light's meritorious services, but his ident. 1. Tai has always been suspicious, you know this. I know that your Flowing Light clan finally managed to find a junior with immense potential. That's why you would cherish like so. But if he's really sent by the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan, if he really becomes the young patriarch, or he becomes the White Tiger clan's patriarch in the future, this consequence, can you bear it? Wu Qian said. At this time, the Suppression Martial clan's patriarch, Wu Qian, also spoke up. Baiju's expression was very grim. Snorting coldly, he turned his head over and sulked. He also knew that the moment this elders' meeting started today, White Light would be fraught with grim possibilities. But White Light's actions truly made him rather mournful. These few days he put in words of praises in front of each elder until his mouth ran dry, but the results yielded were still very little. This crime of having secret communications with their mortal enemy, body dared to risk universal condemnation. This sort of thing gave people too big of an opening. It was just that Baiju could not quite understand. White Light was clearly an extremely smart lad. Why would he be so foolish on this sort of thing? There were still some Divine King realm branch patriarchs present. The opinions they expressed also mostly leaned towards White Light being guilty, even wanting to throw him into the dungeon. Baiju could only sigh unceasingly in his heart as well when he saw this. Looks like the various patriarchs all don't have any more objections regarding this matter of revoking White Light's candidate rights. Little Light, do you still have anything to say for yourself? Head Elder Rong Kuin said. White Light's face did not change as he said coolly, White Light has a clear conscience. Haha, what an excellent have a clear conscience. I wonder how many of our secrets the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan already knows. Towards the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan, you really have a clear conscience. Rong Xan said with a cold sneer. White Light looked steadily ahead and did not even pay attention to him. Rong Xan could not help feeling stifled, like his punch landed on cotton, feeling very awful. Rong Kuin stared at White Light and said with a sigh, these few days the few of us old fellows also gathered together to discuss many times. Honestly speaking, Little Light's talent indeed SES others. Furthermore, he achieved quite a number of great accomplishments to his name and is indeed a strong contender for the next patriarch. However, this matter concerns the White Tiger clan's rise and decline. We dare not be careless. Therefore, Little Light, your candidate writes, bang. Head Elder's words were said halfway when the great hall's gates were suddenly kicked open by someone. Yi Yuan slowly walked in with both hands behind his back. Big brother, The moment white light saw Yi Yuan, he immediately let out a sigh in relief. Ever since after Yi Yuan left the day before yesterday, he never came back. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not abandon him to the wolves, his current emotions were also quite fluid. Tiered. Since Yi Yuan appeared now, this matter definitely had a turn for the better. Where did this brat come from, to dare be insolent in my White Tiger clan? Rong Yin berated. This one is Yi Yuan, White Light's big brother. The matter is urgent. The action of forcing open the door truly could not be helped. I hope that elders can pardon my offense, Yi Yuan said coolly, neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Humph! To arbitrarily barge into the elders' meeting, even an extremely big matter, is also a capital crime. Furthermore, you're just a human, Rong Yin said with a cold snort. At this time, that old man with a benevolent countenance on the right of Rong Yin suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Junior, are you here for White Light's matters?" Yi Yuan said, "Precisely so." That old man slowly nodded and said, "Junior, arbitrarily barging into the elders' meeting indeed has the issue of scorning my White Tiger clan. If you're unable to give a reason that utterly convinces us, even I can't protect you either, understand?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "That's of course. Elders just need to give me an opportunity to speak up will do." That old man looked at Rong Kuin and said, "What's head elders' opinion?" Rong Kuin thought about it and asked Yi Yuan, "Could it be that this matter still has more than meets the eye?" Yi Yuan said, head elder, that Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's girl did not show up earlier nor too late. She actually showed up right when the compet tie-in for the position of young patriarch was the most heated. Don't you feel that it's too coincidental? If White Light is secretly colluding with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan, he also wouldn't be foolish enough to hide an enemy inside the clan at this time, right? Yi Yuan had a well-thought-out plan long ago. At this time, he spoke with confidence and composure, stating the suspicions in his heart. Rong Kuin and the rest could not help getting lost in thoughts when they heard Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan continued, "As a young patriarch candidate, it's impossible for White Light to not know what consequences hiding a Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's member in the clan at this time would be. Therefore, this matter, White Light definitely did it very covertly. Probably even the patriarch Bai Ju, who regarded him very highly, did not know. Then who exposed this matter, making the entire White Tiger clan all know?" Rong Yin's expression changed. He did not think that at this critical juncture, a brat like this would pop out to stir up trouble. His face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Even if you have a glib tongue, these are just your conjectures. But White Light secretly hiding the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Girl is concrete proof." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, "Want proof, is it? Shuangzhou, bring them in." Yuan Shuangzhou escorted 2 people into the Great Hall. When everyone saw these 2 people, their faces all changed drastically. Chapter 981. Communications Array Formation. Chapter 981. Communications Array Formation. Dad. Rong Xan quickly stood up, his gaze glued on the person Yuan Shuangzhou escorted in. One of them was none other than precisely Rong Xan's father, Rong Zhe. Rong Zhe was just an ordinary clan member of the Crimson Flame clan. His strength was Pa-S, sable, but did not excel in an aspect. But a father became an Obli due to his son. Rong Xan's rise made him become a figure with great power in the Crimson Flame clan. Everyone did not expect that Yi Yuan actually captured Rong Zhe over. With this, the matter became somewhat big. Rong Zhe was restrained by Rong Shuangzhou. He was just like a dead dog at this time, unable to reply Rong Xan at all. "You're courting death, Yi Yuan." Seeing that Yi Yuan actually dared to treat his father like so, Rong Xan was already burning with rage and could not care about the many elders present either. His entire person transformed into a streak of crimson-red color, charging over towards Yi Yuan. A streak of flowing light flashed across, white light already cut in front of Yi Yuan. Rumble. Under a blow, the two people each fell back several steps, evenly matched in strength. But Rong Xian did not have the intention of stopping. He was just about to attack, but Rong Yin held him back. Calm down, Rong Xian. If he can't give a reason why, there will naturally be the elders standing up for you. Although persuading Rong Xian, Rong Yin himself also looked incredibly grim. Rong Xian clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. Wisconsin H. Plussing he could kill Yi Yuan immediately. But Yi Yuan gave a look of indifference and said coolly, "Now can I speak?" Rong Yin said, "Go on. But you're also aware that Rong Zai is Rong Xian's father. You should know the consequences of this matter." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I was busy with this task for a day and night. It naturally wasn't to bring the person in to seek death. These two people are in cahoots together, colluding with the heavenly fiend tiger's elderling Nine Hills, making arrangements to put Feng Xiao by White Light's side, so as to make him lose all standing and reputation. This way, Rong Zai's son, Rong Xian, would be able to have one less formidable opponent and become young patriarch." Yi Yuan's simple few sentences shocked everyone to the core. Even more shocked was White Light. He did not think that Feng Xiao actually intentionally approached him. No idea why, his heart suddenly winced in pain, like it was hurt by something. Apart from Rong Zai, Yi Yuan still brought another person. And the other person was none other than precisely that Bai Hui's father. The moment Rong Xian heard, he said in a stern voice, "Yi Yuan, you're slandering venomously. Just based on a one-sided statement, you want to reverse the verdict on White Light's behalf? Rong Xian, hold your horses. This matter is of utmost importance. If in the end it's proven that Yi Yuan is spouting nonsense, this seat will naturally return you justice." Done talking, Rong Kuin turned to Yi Yuan again and asked, "Junior, you can't make unfounded charges here. Do you have proof?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Flicking his sleeves grandly, a miniature array formation appeared before everyone. Rong Kuin's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, "Moving in array formation? Junior, what formidable means?" Moving in array formation was a very profound method in the formation's path. One could set up a set of array formation beforehand, then store it inside a spatial magic artifact. When one required it, they could directly summon it from inside the spatial magic artifact, instantly forming an array. Although this miniature array formation before them was small, it was a Tier 9 array formation. Want to move it over, one must have the strength of a formation's emperor. Yi Yuan was merely phaseless realm boundary, and he was actually able to transport a Tier 9 array formation. It was also no wonder that Rong Kuin was shocked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Head elder is too kind. Just an insignificant skill. This array formation was discovered beneath the earth of Rong Zai's house. I found it and conveniently transported him over." Rong Xian said with a cold smile, "Just a communications array formation, what can it ill? You, S-trait? You casually set up an array formation yourself, then transport it over, who would know?" This miniature array formation was a communications array formation. It was specifically used for transmitting messages, which was very convenient. If Rong Zai really secretly colluded with the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan, using this set of array formation to transmit messages was not an impossibility. It was just that even if this sort of thing was transported over, it did not have much persuasiveness either. After all, Yi Yuan could set up an array formation himself, then transport it over. Yi Yuan, you aren't thinking of making the elders convict Rong Zai's crime by relying on a communications array formation that was transported over, right? Rong Yin also said somberly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The array formation can be faked, but the messages inside the array formation can't be faked. Isn't that so, you guys?" Rong Yin's expression changed when he heard that and said, You're able to recover the contents of the communications array formation? This This is impossible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I think I should be able to do it. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, by Ju they all roused their spirits up. While Rong Yin, they all were taken aback with shock. If he really could recover the communication contents, then the problem would be blown up. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, both hands reaching out like phantoms, and started to handle the communications array formation. Everyone all held their breaths, staring fixedly at the communications array formation. Some people looked forward to some contents appearing on the communications array formation, while others did not hope for those contents to appear. But there was one thing, everyone's hearts were all pounding away. Roughly 15 minutes later, the communications array formation suddenly lit up, and a row of words actually appeared. The fish has already swallowed the bait. Thanks again in the future. Say, this should be the last transmitted message. Rong Xian's heart suddenly jolted, his entire person seemingly being drained. His 2 eyes were vacant and at a loss, plopping his bottom back onto the chair. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the great hall seemed exceedingly stifling. However, Yi Yuan's actions had not ended yet. Very soon, a second message appeared on the array formation. Eliminating in the name of collusion, Daughter Feng Shao is already on the way. 9 Hills. This was clearly the message sent back by that elderling 9 Hills. Following that, messages after messages appeared on the array formation. The further back it went, the uglier the expressions on everyone's faces, especially Rong Kuin and the others sitting on the left-hand side. Their faces were grim until it could almost drip water. Toward the back, the messages displayed on the communications array formation was already not related to white light. Among them, apart from some normal communications, there were even quite a number of the White Tiger clan secrets. Seeing these messages, how these elders felt could also be imagined. Bang! A table in front of head elder virtually turned to dust instantaneously. Enough! Rong Kuin said fiercely. Yi Yuan knew that the fire was about ready. Hence, he stopped casting his spell. The light on the communications array formation abruptly dissipated. Impossible! Impossible! This is impossible! Rong Xian repeated over and over again, batted out of his wits. He did not think that his factor actually went to collude with the heavenly fiend Tiger clan for him. Yi Yuan, it must be a trick you played. These messages were definitely all fabricated by you. Right, this was cooked up by you. Rong Xian suddenly jumped up, as if he had discovered a new continent. This matter, Rong Xian himself was also kept in the dark. Right now, he was completely unable to accept such a fact. Therefore, what he could think of was that Yi Yuan was cheating. Enough! Rong Xian, do you feel that we, these old fellows, are all blind? Rong Kuin's icy cold tone made Rong Xian feel as if he fell into an ice cellar. Chapter 982. Displaying Strength. Chapter 982. Displaying strength, these divine king experts of the Elders' Council were not ordinary powerhouses. Their strength was unfathomable. Moreover, they lived to a ripe old age, and their experiences were out of the ordinary. Unless Yi Yuan's formations Tao level reached deity realm, otherwise it was absolutely impossible to cheat under their noses. Rong Xian already lost his composure at this time and actually slandered Yi Yuan for cheating. Didn't it imply the group of elders to be fools? Head elder, this. Rong Yin was also dumbfounded by this scene. He never would have thought that such a drama-like change would occur to the matter in the end, and actually did not know what to say for a moment. Rong Kuin was worthy of being the head elder. He already calmed down at this time. Slightly heaving a sigh, he said to Rong Yin, "You bring Rong Xian back and watch over closely. As for Rong Zhe and Bai Su, throw the 2 of them into the dungeons first and guard closely. The disciplinary hall will be in charge of this matter. This matter will have to trouble you. You must interrogate and get to the bottom of it." The Wu Xian on the left-hand side of Rong Kun nodded and said, "Rest assured, Head Elder." Only after Rong Zhe and Bai Su were brought away, and Rong Yin left dejectedly too, did the group of patriarchs abruptly startled awake. The events that occurred today were simply too dramatic. They were clearly going to revoke White Light's candidate rights. But why did it become the Crimson Flame clan having secret communications with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan all of a sudden? These branch patriarchs all looked at Yi Yuan with looks of astonishment written all over their faces. This young man actually overturned the raging tides at the last moment. All disperse. Head Elder's dignified voice sounded out. Everyone also did not dare to remain here, taking their leave one after another and leaving. While at this time, White Light did not have the slightest joy of post-victory. Instead, his entire person was in low spirits. Clearly, the blow of Fang Zhao's matter to him was very great. In the end, White Light was merely still a youth. He was different from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was someone who had experienced a lifetime before. His mentality was much more mature compared to White Light. "Let's go. Maybe this matter isn't as terrible as you imagine." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and consoled. White Light smiled bitterly and said, "Don't need to console me anymore, big brother." Yi Yuan smiled but did not say anything. At this time, the more one said, the more it would make people feel hurt. The two people were just about to leave, but Head Elder spoke up. "Yi Yuan, please wait." Yi Yuan stopped his footsteps and said with a smile, "Head Elder stopping me, it isn't to punish me for the crime of treating the White Tiger clan with contempt, right?" Yi Yuan checkmated first. Head Elder could only chuckle and said, "Things happen for a reason. This seat naturally isn't that sort of narrow-minded person. This seat represents the White Tiger clan to thank you instead. Count it as this seat owing you a favor. 2 malignant tumors inside the clan. Something major would happen sooner or later." Yi Yuan snickered in his heart. This old man was actually playing word games with him. Him owing a favor and the White Tiger clan owing a favor. These two were completely different. However, even a favor of Rongkuin's was still a priceless treasure. Such a powerhouse was naturally not as powerful as the 10 great divine kings. But his strength was also exceedingly terrifying. But Yi Yuan randomly stumbled upon and dug out the White Tiger clan's malignant tumors in order to save White Light this time. It was also considered an unexpected harvest. This one day's time tired Yi Yuan out badly. Consecutively utilizing Heaven-Man unity and the power of the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil virtually squeezed him dry. One had to know that even though Rongzhe and Bai Su were not Divine King experts, they were late-stage Dao profound realm powerhouses too. If it was made public, it would be impossible for him to want to bring the people away, let alone talk about catching any proof. Yi Yuan could only bring the 2 of them away silently to not cause a disturbance. In between this naturally borrowed Wan, Shuangzhou's power. But the exhaustion of the terrifying illusionary realm which he forcibly activated the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil to lay down was also tremendous. Deploying the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil with Yi Yuan's present strength, the burden on the body was immense. Especially dealing with Rongzhe and Bai Su, this kind of powerhouses, it virtually depleted his soul force and essence energy. That was also just Yi Yuan. If it were others, even if they obtained the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil, they would also be squeezed dry instantly. This was also why the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil would choose Yi Yuan to be the host. Haha, a favor from Head Elder can't be exchanged for 1,000 pieces of gold. Then this you won't be courteous. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a laugh. Head Elder waved his hand, but his expression darkened as he said, "Your move earlier, probably only a peak formation emperor would have such strength. Furthermore, you were able to capture Rongzhe and Bai Su here without making a scene. This isn't what the average person can do. Also, that Divine King should be your servant, right? Your level of strength, this seat feels rather concerned." Rong Kuin was shrewd with age. Other people were all astonished by Yi Yuan's methods, but he saw Yi Yuan's extraordinary aspects. Other people would underestimate Yi Yuan because of his cultivation realm, thinking that he was harmless to man and beast. But Head Elder knew that Yi Yuan was absolutely not as simple as he displayed just by looking at the things he saw before his eyes. Leaving such a human in the White Tiger clan, he had no choice but to guard against. These words he kept Yi Yuan behind to say was actually warning Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan rein it in a little. Yi Yuan was perfectly clear. Probably after this, he would be in for the White Tiger clan's surveillance. But so what? Someone able to keep watch on him had not been born yet. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Head Elder is worrying too much." White Light and I accompanied each other along the way. One can say that he was raised by me. His clansmen are my Yi Yuan's clansmen. As long as White Light is still in the White Tiger clan, I, Yi Yuan, will forever be the White Tiger clan's friend. Rong Kuin could not help choking up when he heard that. This punk actually turned around to threaten him. Yi Yuan's words had a hidden meaning. He, Yi Yuan, would not do things detrimental to the White Tiger clan. Of course, the prerequisite was that the White Tiger clan was good to White Light. If someone was detrimental toward White Light, Yi Yuan would eliminate the other party without the slightest hesitation to. If it were other people, they would only just brush it over with a laugh towards a threat like this. But after Rong Kuin witnessed Yi Yuan's means, although he did not think that he posed any threat to the White Tiger clan, this kind of opponent would absolutely give people a painful headache. Hoo-hoo! Then this seat hopes that we can keep on being friends. Rong Kuin suddenly chuckled and said, "Haha, of course, of course." Yi Yuan took his leave with a loud laugh, bringing White Light together and leaving. After Yi Yuan left, Wu Exan came beside Rong Kuin and said solemnly, "This child is presumptuous." This Wu Exan seemed to be a man of few words, but these 4 words already expressed his displeasure towards Yi Yuan. Head Elder chuckled, but asked the other one, "What do you think, Bai Yi?" Bai Yi stroked his beard and laughed as he said, "Immeasurable." Rong Kuin nodded his head and said, "This boy is indeed presumptuous. However, he truly has the capital to be arrogant. What he did today, even you and I are also unable to do it to such a flawless degree. I think he might be deliberately displaying his strength to us, so as to make us attach importance to Little Light. If there's a possibility, best to not become enemies with this child as far as possible." Chapter 983. Infiltrating. Chapter 983. Infiltrating inside the White Tiger dungeon, White Light looked at that delicate and sweet image, his heart in immense pain. "Big Brother Light, do it." Fang Xiao closed her eyes painfully, 2 rows of clear tears falling down from the corners of her eyes. Fang Xiao, accepting it, so readily caught White Light somewhat by surprise. Looking at her appearance, it seemed like she already had a realization long ago. White Light's heart jolted fiercely, and he said in a trembling voice, "Don't you plan on explaining a little?" Fang Xiao shook her head lightly and did not speak. White Light's face turned grim, and he said coldly, "Fine. Since that's the case, I'll send you off personally." White Light hardened his heart and suddenly reached out, grabbing towards Fang Xiao's throat. All of a sudden, the S.P.A.C. rippled. A figure appeared out of thin air, intercepting this grab of White Light. "Big Brother, what are you doing?" White Light said in confusion. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I already said maybe the matter isn't as terrible as you imagine. Isn't that so, Miss Fang Xiao?" Fang Xiao slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was filled with fear. 2 days ago, it was precisely this man who suddenly appeared inside the dungeons. Then, she disclosed everything that she knew in its entirety and did not have the slightest strength left over to resist. Seeing Yi Yuan question, Fang Xiao turned her head over and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Yi Yuan patted White Light's shoulder and said with a smile, Still remember what head elder said. He owes me a favor. White light froze, but Yi Yuan said with a smile, I already talked with head elder. This favor, I'll use it to exchange for Feng Shao. The moment these words were said, White Light's and Feng Zhao's entire bodies trembled. A favor from head elder. It was actually used to exchange for an enemy who schemed incessantly to frame White Light. White Light had been in the clan for a long time and was all too clear about how terrifying head elder's strength was. A favor of his was truly hard to obtain with 1,000 pieces of gold. But Yi Yuan actually used it so easily. Big brother this. Head elder's favor was too precious. Why, be big brother? Feng Shao only wishes for death. Feng Shao hesitated for a bit, but still followed White Light to call Yi Yuan big brother. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Just a favor. If it's used up, then it's used up. As long as I'm willing, I can make the White Tiger clan owes me a lot of favors. White Light, you should know my temperament. Being together with Yi Yuan for many years, White Light was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's personality. As long as Yi Yuan treated the other party as a close kin, even if it was climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of flames, he would not bat an eyelid either, let alone talk about a measly little favor. But big brother, White Light's gaze turned towards Feng Shao, love and hatred intertwined in his eyes. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, Miss Feng Shao isn't as wicked as you imagine. She was also compelled against her will. This matter is hard to say finish in a sentence. We'd better talk again on the road. Watching Yi Yuan, Feng Shao, and White Light, as their figures disappeared inside the transmission array, Bai Yi said to Rong Kuin, head elder, letting them go like this, Aren't you afraid of them running? Rong Kuin said with a smile, Yi Yuan does things flawlessly. He brought Feng Shao away, but left behind that girl he came together with. Although he did not say it explicitly, it's actually the intention of leaving her to be a hostage. Ling Nine Hills is a divine king powerhouse. He's not what the likes of Rong Zhe's strength can compare to. Could it be that head elder is so confident that he can bring Ling Nine Hills back? Although he was very optimistic about Yi Yuan too. Bringing Ling Nine Hills back, this sort of mission, it was still way too fantastical. Rong Kuin shook his head and said, Honestly speaking, I don't have the least bit of confidence either. I don't know where this boy's confidence comes from, to dare accept such a mission. But I think that even if he's able to complete the mission, the price paid likely wouldn't be small either, right? For the sake of Little Light, he's indeed plussing somewhat too hard. Bai Yu sighed emotionally and said, For Little Light to be able to encounter such a big brother, it's truly good fortune of 3 lifetimes. Outside the heavenly fiend tiger territory, Feng Shao appeared rather nervous and timid. Although she was a heavenly fiend tiger clan's member, her memories here were not pleasant. The heavenly fiend tiger clan was totally different from the white tiger clan. This place was completely a place where the strong feasts and the weak were prey. The laws of survival were no different from primitive beasts. Feng Zhao's bloodline power was very strong, but because she was born in a slave family, she was practically reared in a pen from young. Ling Nine Hills planted very powerful restrictions on her and could control her life and death. Furthermore, Feng Zhao's parents had always been treated as hostages and were imprisoned, to use to threaten Feng Shao to do things for him. Receiving Ling Nine Hills' orders this time, she originally wanted to exploit White Light's sympathy and make White Light save her. Then, let Bai Su expose this matter. But even Feng Shao herself also did not expect that she actually fell hopelessly in love with White Light just like this. And White Light similarly fell for Feng Shao. But this kind of love that had no outcome made Feng Shao feel as if a blade was being twisted in her heart. Choosing between her parents and White Light virtually tore her into two. Despair was the greatest sorrow. When she was locked up inside the White Tiger dungeon, she already had the will to die. But she never would have thought that Yi Yuan's sudden appearance actually made the entire matter take a turn for the better. Be big brother Yi, Feng Shao said timidly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, just call me big brother the same as White Light. Now, tell me Ling Nine Hills' habits and customs no matter how important or trivial. Don't omit even a SCR-AP. We only have one chance. Once we startle the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses, it will be very hard for us to escape. Yi Yuan's merger into heaven and earth was indeed very powerful, but it was not matchless either. Once he fell into a tight encirclement of divine king experts. Even if Yi Yuan displayed merging into heaven and earth, he could not escape either. This move's advantage lied in taking by surprise. Once the other party was prepared, it would not be fun anymore. Although Yi Yuan said it with a smile, these words made Feng Shao alarmed inwardly. Right away, she did not dare to hesitate either, saying out all of Ling Nine Hills' habits and customs that she knew. And following Feng Zhao's description, a map of the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan also finished constructing in his mind. All preparations in place, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, but White Light held on to him and said with a conflicted look, Big brother, why not forget about it? I know that you're doing it for my good, but the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's strength isn't much weaker compared to the White Tiger Clan. It's too dangerous. White Light was not that ignorant person long ago anymore. How powerful a divine king expert was, he was very clear. Although Yi Yuan's means were extremely a lot once he entered the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's territory, it was an exceedingly dangerous thing too, let alone that he even wanted to capture Ling Nine Hills, this divine king powerhouse, alive. This was simply an impossible to complete mission. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile. I say, you punk, when did you become so fussy and long-winded? Could it be that you can bear to watch Feng Zhao's parents die just like this? White Light could not help becoming hesitant. All right, you guys enter the vast heaven pag. Oda first. Leave the rest to me. Yi Yuan said with a relaxed look. Chapter 984. Dancing on the Edge of a Blade. Chapter 984. Dancing on the edge of a blade inside an inner chamber in the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan. The lamplight was dim. Ling Nine Hills stood with his hands by the side, appearing very respectful. Nine Hills, your performance this time is very good. That flowing light clan brat is indeed somewhat unusual. If we let him become the young patriarch, our heavenly fiend Tiger Clan will likely be beyond hope in the future. Under the dim lantern light, a powerhouse whose face could not be seen clearly. White Light's sudden emergence gave the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan a massive headache toe. These few years, the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan had quite a number of exceptionally talented geniuses all fall at White Light's hands. This made their young generation's strength suffer heavy losses. Ling Nine Hills was overjoyed inwardly the moment he heard, and hurriedly said, Head Elder is too kind. Serving the clan is originally what people of our group should do. Head Elder nodded and said, Don't worry, this seat won't treat you shabbily. If you can use a ruse to bait and kill that White Light, the clan will award you a profound heaven-entering void pill. Ling Nine Hills could not help freezing when he heard, and was wildly elated in his heart. Reaching the divine king realm, ordinary medicinal pills could not enter their arcane sights at all. Only high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills could make them so visibly moved. However, each high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill was incomparably precious. Even a large clan like the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan would not anyhow take it out either. Rest assured, Head Elder. With those two fools around, White Light will die eventually. Even if White Light can't become young patriarch, he's still an immense threat to Rong Xan. There's no way Rong Zhe, that old fellow, would sit idly by and watch indifferently. Ling Nine Hills forcefully held back his agitation and said. Head Elder nodded his head and felt that Ling Nine Hills' lysis was very reasonable too. This matter will be said to you. If you need any help from the clan, feel free to ask me. Ling Nine Hills bowed his body and said yes. Leaving the head elder's secret chambers, Ling Nine Hills' mood was excellent. He wanted to return to his residence as soon as possible and contact Rong Zhe, that old punk. He wanted to ask about the situation over there. Ha ha, I believe there's already a conclusion over there. Placing that lass by my side and fostering her, I didn't expect that it actually exchanged for a profound heaven-entering void pill. Truly an unexpected harvest. With it, making my way into the Elder's Council isn't an impossibility either. Ling Nine Hills was in high and vigorous spirits at this time, seemingly already seeing himself in control of the clan's authority. However, as he walked, Ling Nine Hills suddenly discovered that something was amiss. And didn't I walk by this path just now? Calculating based on the time, I should have reached long ago. Impossible. Could it be that I fell for an illusionary magic? But who has this ability to be able to cast an illusionary art on me in the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's territory? Ling Nine Hills said with a frown. Thinking about it, Ling Nine Hills still felt that it was not possible. Even with head elder strength, it was also impossible to make him suck. MB to illusionary magic in the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan noiselessly. Hence, he carried on walking forward. Ling Nine Hills walked, and he arrived at a concealed dungeon. He slowly opened the dungeon gates and walked inside. 2 prisoners appeared in his sight. The moment those 2 people saw Ling Nine Hills, they hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, "Lord Nine Hills, we beg you to let our shower go. She's still just a child." However, Ling Nine Hills did not reply. Suddenly, a figure appeared with a flash. Who could it be if not Feng Xiao? Father, mother, you're both all right. That's really great. Feng Xiao cried with joy, hugging the 2 people all at once. When Feng Xiao's father and mother saw their daughter, they both had shock written all over their faces. S.P.A. C rippled, and another 3 figures appeared. Shuangzhou, quick! Restrain Ling Nine Hills. I already can't hold on any more. We only have 10 breaths of time and must leave the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan at once. Leave at your greatest speed and strive for time for me to recover. Yi Yuan spoke just like continuously firing a machine gun. Time was very pressing. Wan Shangzu suddenly made a move and thoroughly sealed Ling Nine Hills' dantian. With Yi Yuan's present strength, merging with heaven and earth could at most last for 100 breaths of time. During this time, Yi Yuan even had to utilize the sun-moon heavenly pupil and unleash the secret illusion heavenly realm. This was a tremendous challenge to him. Even with Yi Yuan's incredible nerves, he could only persist for several dozen breaths of time at most as well. Fortunately, in this several dozen breaths of time, Yi Yuan found Feng Xiao's parents through Ling Nine Hills. Now that it had already succeeded, there was only waiting to retreat. But in reality, the truly dangerous moment only really arrived now. Currently, he already showed himself. There was at most still 10 breaths of time, and he would be discovered by the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses. If he did not escape as soon as possible, they probably would not be able to escape anymore. Wan Shuangzhou grabbed Ling Nine Hills in his hands like dragging a dead dog. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he directly put everyone away into the vast heaven peg. Then used his final trace of essence energy and merged into heaven and earth. Except merging into heaven and earth this time, Yi Yuan could not persist a long time at all. At this time, Yi Yuan already could not bother with arousing the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's attention. Merging into heaven and earth one time, Yi Yuan slowly arrived outside the totem territory, then was no longer able to move. But Yi Yuan already informed Wan Shuangzhou before. After merging with heaven and earth, it would be up to him to bring everybody to escape. With Wan Shangzu's feat strength, it still needed a certain amount of time for the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's people to want to catch up. Yi Yuan directly entered inside the vast heaven pag. Oda with a flash. Big brother, are you all right? Currently, Yi Yuan was spasming all over, cold sweat pouring profusely. His condition was very alarming. A medicinal pill. Yi Yuan used the last of his strength to say. White light only abruptly came to a realization at this time. Yi Yuan already gave him the medicinal pills to restore essence energy and soul force beforehand. Right away, he no longer hesitated and hurriedly let Yi Yuan consume them. This time, Yi Yuan really reached the point where he could do no more. Not even a final trace of essence energy remained either. Merging with heaven and earth was indeed formidable, but it overly consumed essence energy. Adding and dealing with Ling Nine Hills, this divine king powerhouse, Yi Yuan virtually depleted his soul force and essence energy dry at the same time. This sort of feeling was simply even more awful than dying. Following the medicinal pills entering his abdomen, traces of essence energy and soul force flowed into his body. Yi Yuan gradually stopped spasming. His ashen complexion finally recovered a trace of vitality. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly felt quite a number of auras, powerful until it made people asphyxiated, locking onto them from far away. One of the auras among them was far too powerful. Unless it was the 10 great divine kings who made a move, otherwise an body could have a frontal class. Plus Yi Yuan was deeply aware of these divine kings' might. The operation, this time, truly could be said to be dancing on the edge of a blade. But the matter progressing until now was still considered smooth sailing. It basically acted out according to the script he directed prior to this. Now they only had to escape to the White Tiger clan's territory and would have no worries about the rear anymore. He already came to an agreement with Rome Kuin, making him receive them at the borders. Even if the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's elders were any more powerful, it was also not possible to pursue into the White Tiger clan's territory. Young Master, the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan has an expert whose speed is extremely fast. With my feet strength, I probably can't persevere to the White Tiger clan's borders and will be caught up by the other party. Wan Shuangzhou's voice suddenly transmitted into the vast heaven pag. Oh, they're giving everyone a shock. Chapter 985, No Way Out. Chapter 985, No Way Out. Head Elder, who on earth was it? To actually be able to avoid our clan protecting grand array and restrictions, and to kidnap Ling Nine Hills away? A Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's elder asked Head Elder Pan Yin. Pan Yin sped like the wind while saying with a frown, No idea. When he just left the totem territory, there wasn't any aura ahead. Presumably, he has an extremely powerful spatial holy artifact. But looking from the aura, the other party is just an ordinary divine king and doesn't seem to be very remarkable. Inform Ling Lixiao. Let him intercept ahead. Make sure not to let that person escape into the White Tiger clan's territory. Yes. What that elder asked earlier was precisely what he was perplexed by too. Ever since discovering that someone intruded into the totem territory, he discovered 2 auras from start to end. These 2 auras were both not very strong. That one ahead was just an ordinary divine king, while the aura previously was even only at the phaseless realm. He even wondered if he had a false impression. It was absolutely impossible for 2 people like this to hide from the clan protecting grand array and restrictions, and intrude into the totem territory and not be discovered by him. Yet this matter happened just like this. Not only did it happen, he even let the other party abduct Ling 9 Hills away from right under his nose. This sort of thing, he racked his head and could not figure it out either. Therefore, he still decided to catch up to the other party and capture, and get to the bottom of it. Pan Yin was courageous, stemming from his superb skills, and was naturally not afraid of Yi Yuan playing tricks. In the entire divine realm, a person who was able to make the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's head elder afraid had not been born yet. Even if the 10 great divine kings came, he had the confidence to make a full retreat as well. Pan Yin displayed a secret art, and his speed suddenly exploded, turning into a stream of flowing light, speeding over in Yuan Shuangzhou's direction. Although they were inside the vast heaven peg, the White Light and Feng Xiao both sensed Head Elder's horrifying pressure. White Light's face was intensely grim, and Feng Xiao's complexion was deathly pale. Feng Xiao gripped White Light's sleeves tightly, clearly nervous to the extreme. Big Brother Light, this person who chased after is definitely Head Elder, apart from the Patriarch. Only he has such a terrifying strength. Feng Xiao said tremblingly. White Light said in a solemn voice, "Don't worry. With Big Brother around, it will be fine. Let's be quieter. Don't disturb Big Brother's recovery of strength." Feng Xiao nodded her head obediently, not daring to make any more sound. The current Yi Yuan had long entered Heaven Man Unity realm already. He revolved the spirit bristle nine yang divine art to the limits, frenziedly recovering essence energy. The more it was like this, the calmer and more terrifying Yi Yuan was. He was seizing every minute and second, making the best use of all of his time to recover strength. Even if Head Elder pressed on any harder, he was not swayed in the slightest either. Rumble. Right at this time, an intense undulation actually occurred outside. Yuan Shuangzhou actually already engaged in battle with someone. Not good. Outside of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's borders, there is actually still a divine king powerhouse hiding himself. White Light's expression changed drastically as he said. It was as if Yi Yuan did not sense the outside world's happenings at all. He still recovered strength like body's business. Heart like monolith. One could not be swayed by external things. Now that Yi Yuan already reached Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm, all of the outside world's turmoil, he could utterly sever them. Outside world, Ling Lixiao got the news sent from the clan and immediately hurried back. But he just happened to block Yuan Shuangzhou right here. Ling Lixiao was just an ordinary divine king. His strength was not much different from Yuan Shuangzhou's. Wanting to kill or capture the other party, that was something virtually impossible. However, his goal was to pin down Yuan Shuangzhou. When Head Elder rushed over, wouldn't this person still allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? But Yuan Shuangzhou had no desire to continue fighting and was anxious to get away. But with a divine king delaying at his side, his speed could not increase no matter what. With this, Head Elder's horrifying pressure approached closer and closer. Yuan Shuangzhou was also panicking with anxiety. Inside the vast heaven peg, Yi Yuan did not stir in the slightest. The more anxious he got, the slower Yuan Shuangzhou's speed became. He even nearly got hit by Ling Lixiao's moves a number of times. Yi Yuan, we probably can escape already. What should we do now? Yuan Shuangzhou could not resist asking the Yi Yuan inside the vast heaven peg. Oda. What replied him was silence. Rumble. A horrifying aura suddenly descended. An aged figure stood in the air, thoroughly sealing off Yuan Shuangzhou's exit. Who are you, to actually dare provoke my Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan? Pan Yin's cold voice came over. Ling Lixiao also ceased his movements and stopped beside Pan Yin. The current Yuan Shuangzhou was already a turtle in a jar. With Pan Yin around, he could not escape even if he had wings. The gears in Yuan Shuangzhou's head spun, and he gave a bow towards Pan Yin and said, Junior unintentionally transgressed and only accidentally ventured into your esteemed land. Junior will leave right away. I hope that Senior can give a way out. Is it all right? Yuan Shuangzhou was also a quick-witted person. He obviously knew that Pan Yin would not let him leave. Even abducted their divine king. Still saying accidental intrusion? But at this point right now, Yuan Shuangzhou already had no other choice. Every little bit he could delay counted. If it were several months ago, Yuan Shuangzhou never would have thought that he would actually place his hopes on a phaseless realm, even if he was beaten to death. But now, Yuan Xuanzhou knew that his only chance of survival rested on Yi Yuan. His relations, Hi plus P with Yi Yuan, was about the same as Yuan phase back then. He had his individual thoughts, but had no choice. He had to submit under Yi Yuan's command, but only ever since after he submitted under Yi Yuan's command did he know how terrifying the means Yi Yuan possessed. Indeed, Pan Yin laughed coldly when he heard that and said, "Is your esteemed self taking this old man to be a fool? Kidnapping Ling Ninehills, you're probably sent over by Ronkuin, that old dog, right? Looks like the matters over there was exposed and fell through. It's just, I'm very curious. How in the world did you sneak into the totem territory? Of course, you can also not tell, but this old man will have ways to make you say it out." Yuan Xuanzhou had a helpless look as he said, "Junior really don't know what you're talking about. This one is just a run-of-the-mill human martial artist. Why would I be sent here by the White Tiger clan? You all lost your men. You can't very well randomly find a person to shoulder it, right? This is also too unreasonable." Pan Yin's eyes narrowed, and he said with a faint smile, "Looks like you're dragging the time, but I'm very curious. Could it be that you still have other means to escape this old man's palms? Or perhaps it's that phaseless realm junior you came together with? Honestly speaking, this old man is really quite curious about you guys." Pan Yin was shrewd with old age. How could he not perceive Yuan Xuanzhou's little thoughts? But he was not worried either. He very much wanted to take a look at what means the other party had. To be able to sneak into the totem territory so imperceptibly, one either had a heaven-defying treasure or had a heaven-defying skill. Regardless which was it, it could become the ace in the hole to bring down the White Tiger clan. How could he not be moved? "Xuanzhou, you did very well. Leave the rest to me." Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. When Yuan Xuanzhou saw Yi Yuan, he was firstly overjoyed. Following that, he was alarmed inwardly and said, "Young master actually broke through!" Chapter 986, Land of Ancestral Spirits. Chapter 986, Land of Ancestral Spirits. Prior to this, Yi Yuan was still first-level phaseless, entering the vast heaven pag. And circling one round, he became first-level phaseless. Although breaking through a minor cultivation realm did not make much of a difference to the present situation, it still gave Yuan Xuanzhou a shock. And I didn't think that after being squeezed dry, I actually took advantage of the opportunity and broke through. Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said nonchalantly. But opposite of them, when Pan Yin saw this scene, he was unbelievably shocked. He could tell that Yuan Xuanzhou and Yi Yuan entered a soul contract. A divine king realm powerhouse was actually serving a phaseless realm person as his master? With such extravagance, he at least came from a super holy land. In an instant, Pan Yin connected to many things in his mind. If the White Tiger clan and a human super holy land were in collusion, then the heavenly fiend Tiger clan would be in danger. Looks like he must make this young man stay. Yi Yuan did not think that the scene earlier actually strengthened Pan Yin's resolve to make him stay. "Junior, are you surrendering without putting up resistance? Or are you going to make this old man take action?" Pan Yin said coolly. Since he caught up, it was absolutely impossible to let Yi Yuan escape, even if Yi Yuan's measures were immensely formidable. This was the confidence belonging to a peak divine king. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and said, "If you have the capabilities, feel free to chase after and give it a shot." Pan Yin had yet to react in time when Yuan Xuanzhou vanished with a whoosh. Yi Yuan's figure was also like a moon's reflection in the water. Gradually vanish. Plussing before Pan Yin. Seeing the scene, Pan Yin's and Ling Lixiao's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Heaven-man unity. How is this possible? Ling Lixiao cried out in shock. Head Elder's face fell, and he said, "Chase after!" Yi Yuan did not escape in the direction of the White Tiger clan. He could sense that Pan Yin already locked down all of the surrounding SPEC. Even if he merged with heaven and earth, Pan Yin was able to force him out too. A peak divine king's understanding of heavenly Tao was extremely deep and far from what ordinary divine kings could compare to. Merging with heaven and earth in front of ordinary divine kings, one could escape brazenly without fear of anything. But facing a peak divine king, one could not. Yi Yuan naturally would not run in the direction of the heavenly fiend tiger clan either. That was walking right into a trap. Hence, he chose to flee in the direction of the two people. Head Elder never dreamed that Yi Yuan's trump card was actually merging with heaven and earth. With this moment of hesitation, Yi Yuan already scurried out several tens of thousands of miles away. But Head Elder already used divine sense to lock onto Yi Yuan long ago. Although he was a step late, he followed closely behind and would not fall behind too much either. As for Ling Lixiao, he could only eat the dust behind. Although Head Elder could not merge with heaven and earth, his speed was not the least bit slower compared to Yi Yuan. The two people, one chased, one ran. In an instant, they were a million miles away. While chasing, Head Elder was still endlessly shocked in his heart at the same time. Heaven-man unity, this sort of heart realm, had already not appeared in the divine realm for G. D knows how many years. Even with his vast experience, he also did not imagine that this heart realm actually appeared on a 20-over-years-old young man. What in the world is this boy's background? Luckily, I chased after him. Otherwise, who can make this boy stay? No wonder it was only that divine king escaping earlier. Looks like this brat depleted his essence energy in order to sneak into the totem territory previously. As Pan Yin's imagination ran wild, the two people already ran D knows how far out. Head Elder's strength was immense in the end. His speed was actually still that tiny bit faster than the Yi Yuan who merged into heaven and earth. The distance between the two people was gradually shrinking. Boy, even if you comprehended heaven-man unity, you absolutely can't escape either. Pan Yin urged his voice with essence energy, transmitting directly into Yi Yuan's ears. Old man, if you have the capabilities, chase after and see. Not the slightest hint of panic could be heard from Yi Yuan's voice. It even had hints of ridicule. When Pan Yin heard Yi Yuan's voice, he suddenly had a foreboding premonition. All of a sudden, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically and he said, "Not good. This direction. Is it possible that he wants to enter the land of ancestral spirits? And it must be Feng Shao, that little S who gave him the idea. No, can do. I have to think of a way of stopping him from entering." Pan Yin's guess was correct. Yi Yuan's destination was precisely the land of ancestral spirits. Before Yi Yuan came out, he asked Feng Shao what places within this heavenly fiend tiger clan's boundary that even divine king powerhouses did not dare to go. And the answer Yi Yuan got was the land of ancestral spirits. The land of ancestral spirits was the place where the heavenly fiend tiger clan housed the memorial tablets of ancestors. Inside had an incomparably powerful tomb guardian. Under the circuit, stances where no permission was allowed, even if the heavenly fiend tiger clan's patriarch entered inside, he would be blotted out too. It was not that the tomb guardian already reached deity realm, but the tomb guardian could borrow the strength of the ancestors' spirits in the land of ancestral spirits. This sort of power was very strange. All in all, even the patriarch would be fraught with grim possibilities when entering inside too. When Yi Yuan heard of the land of ancestral spirits, he decided to go in without another word. At this point, wanting to return to the White Tiger clan according to the original route was already something impossible. Therefore, Yi Yuan decided on the spot and directly merged with heaven and earth and attempted to enter the land of ancestral spirits. A powerhouse like Pan Yin was still not what the current Yi Yuan could contend with. Although entering the land of ancestral spirits was dangerous, there was still a ray of hope. But if he landed in Pan Yin's hands, that was certain death without the possibility of survival. The land of ancestral spirits was not too far away from the totem territory. Yi Yuan deliberately took a big detour before aiming for this place. So right at the beginning, Pan Yin did not realize it as well. S-P-A-C rippled, and Yi Yuan's figure emerged with a flash. Ahead were two enormous, pitch-black statues of ferocious tigers. A terrifying aura faintly exuded from within. Behind the statues was a massive mausoleum. This was the land of ancestral spirits. Who is it to dare have the audacity to arbitrarily barge into the land of ancestral spirits? Why haven't you obediently allowed yourself to be captured without putting up a fight? A large group of martial artists suddenly came out. Yi Yuan swept a glance over. They were actually all Dao Profound Realm martial artists. Those powerful ones were even late-stage Dao Profound Realm. But these Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan members were nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Shuangzhou, go and take care of them. Let's enter the land of ancestral spirits. Yes, young master. Yi Yuan let Wan Shuangzhou out. When they saw a divine king powerhouse suddenly show up opposite, it was as if each and every one of them were facing a formidable enemy. Wan Shuangzhou did not hesitate either, and immediately started sacring without restraint akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The reason why divine kings were divine kings was that their disparity with ordinary Dao Profound Realm was too great. Even an 8th level Dao Profound powerhouse was too weak to stand up to compet. 1. Tying in front of a divine king too very soon, Wan Shuangzhou slaughtered out Abiel Ody path. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either. Following Wan Shuangzhou, he was about to enter the mausoleum. But right at this time, a terrifying aura came over from an extremely faraway place. Heavenly Fiend secret art. Tiger roar shaking the firmament. Roar! Pan Yin gave a long howl. An incomparably powerful sound wave directly pierced through the void and sailed over towards Yi Yuan accurately. Arg! Those Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan members were not dead yet. However, areas where this sound wave said by each and every one of them bled from all orifices and were actually forcefully shocked to death. Yi Yuan's countenance changed, and he took out the Heavenly King Bell without any hesitation. Right hand, the Sacred Dragon token, was already in his hand, directly SMAs. Plussing down onto the Heavenly King Bell. Chapter 987. The Mystery of White Light's Ancestry. Chapter 987. The Mystery of White Light's Ancestry Gong. The Heavenly King Bell being smashed by the Sacred Dragon token. A terrifying undulation immediately spread out. 2 sound waves instantly intertwined together. Rumble. Places where the sound waves intersected sieve rocks were crushed into fragments. Trees were also pulverized into dust. In the air, the smell of dust filled the air everywhere. Pan Yin was still far away, but his expression became fearful. Yi Yuan's sound wave attack was actually able to stand up to him as equals. Furthermore, just now, he distinctly sensed a trace of an extraordinary undulation. Go! Yi Yuan forcefully endured his internal injuries and entered the land of ancestral spirits together with Wan Shuangzhou. That attack earlier, Yi Yuan used a trace of divine essence. Otherwise, there was no way to contend with Pan Yin's sound wave attack at all. Pan Yin's senses were extremely acute, and he still discovered a hint of inkling. This boy is truly too strange, Pan Yin said with a somber look. Right then, several streaks of flowing light streaked across the horizon. Quite a number of divine kings only rushed over now. Seeing head elder's overcast look, the group of divine kings did not dare to speak out of turn. Very clearly, even when head elder made a move, he did not manage to hold this young man back too. Each and every one of them exchanged glances. All saw the look of shock in the other party's eyes. Head Elder's strength was unfathomable. Dealing with a phaseless realm brat, he actually did not succeed. This child definitely has a ma's of secret on him. We must capture him alive. Return to the clan and invite array masters over. Make them seal off the SPAC in this vicinity. Additionally, 5 people stay behind and guard the mausoleum's entrance. Must not let him escape. You all must not lower your guard. This child comprehended the realm of heaven-man unity and is able to merge with heaven and earth. Even a divine king powerhouse might not be able to make him stay either. I'll go back and discuss with the patriarch and consider sending people into the land of ancestral spirits. Head Elder instructed. These few divine kings were eating dust behind the entire time and completely did not know what happened earlier. Hearing Head Elder say it at this time, everyone was endlessly shocked in their hearts. No wonder even Head Elder suffered a setback too. This boy actually comprehended heaven-man unity. Pan-Een still had something that he did not tell. Otherwise, they would be even more shocked. Actually, Pan-Een suspected that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in possession, to be able to contend with his tiger roar shaking the firmament. Furthermore, that trace of bizarre undulation, it aroused Pan-Yin's suspicions. Therefore, Pan-Een would not let Yi Yuan leave no matter what. Entering the land of ancestral spirits, Yi Yuan finally could not hold it back, spewing out a mouthful of blood. His strength was too weak after all. Head Elder's sound wave attack was sufficient to exterminate ordinary divine kings too. But Yi Yuan relied on the might of a divine artifact and forcefully resisted an attack from him. Of course, he was still considerably wounded with this. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's fleshy body was extremely powerful. This bit of injury did not pose much of a threat to him. Yi Yuan let Wan Shuangzhou guard him. After recuperating for a while, he was already no longer in danger. Yi Yuan's tyrant dragon regeneration art was already cultivated to an extremely high level. This bit of injury was naturally a cinch. Speaking of which, it was strange too. Yi Yuan seemed to accomplish it with extremely high proficiency when he cultivated the dragon race's cultivation methods. The dragon wave was like so, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was like that, the tyrant dragon regeneration art was similarly like this. Done with these, Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pag. Oda, Feng Xiao brought her parents and prostrated on the ground. Big brother Yi, Xiao Er's family's life was saved by you. Xiao Er is endlessly grateful. But in order to save my parents, I've made Big brother Yi fall into a dangerous situation. Xiao Er is seized with fear and worry. If there are areas where you need Xiao Er, please feel free to instruct. Feng Xiao said agitatedly. Feng Xiao's parents clearly knew about the sequence of events already as well, and were similarly endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. White Light did not say anything, but his feelings of 2 were not any lesser than Feng Xiao's. It was just that the feelings between him and Yi Yuan were too deep. There was no need to say these courteous words. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Miss Xiao Er, don't need to be like this. White Lights and my feelings, I believe you've seen it too. Since you guys have mutual affection, then your matters are my matters. If it were White Light, he would similarly be like this too. If you really feel anything, then just be together with White Light well, and it will also be considered repayment to me. The moment these words came out, Xiao and White Light's faces both turned red. But Feng Xiao still nodded firmly and said, Xiao will. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, no need to speak any more about this matter. Want to really thank me. Got to get out of the sticky situation before talking to. We've already entered the land of ancestral spirit. The dangers here are not any bit lesser compared to outside. We'd better quickly think of ways to get out. I'm also not very at ease about Lear there. Although Yi Yuan felt that Rong Kuan there should not do anything to Lear. The more people, the more diverse the voices. If he returned late, it was hard to avoid that something unforeseen would happen. When White Light heard that, he could not resist saying, "Big brother, sorry." Yi Yuan scolded with a smile. "You punk at it again, aren't you? This place is the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits. White Light, you go out together with me. Perhaps there will be another fortuitous encounter." White Light nodded his head and went out of the vast heaven peg. Together with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and White Light. The two people walked towards the depths of the land of ancestral spirits. Along the way, they did not run into much danger. On the left and right side of the tomb, there were a number of rock caverns. Tablets were placed one after another before the rock caverns. On them wrote the names of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clans, powerhouses through the ages. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clans No, 768th Generation Patriarch. Ling Outyen's Memorial Tablet. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clans No, 768th Generation Head Elder. Pan Yu's Memorial Tablet. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clans No, 767th Generation. On the memorial tablets, it should be recorded down in sequence. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was that each and every one of those rock caves actually gave him a very dangerous feeling. Looks like those able to be buried in the land of ancestral spirits are at least peak Divine King level 2. The rest probably only can paw S away in meditation outside. Yi Yuan sighed with vicissitudes of emotion. White Light did not speak the entire time. Suddenly he opened his mouth and said, "Big brother, don't know why. This place gives me a very familiar sensation. I feel like I seem to have returned to a mother's embrace." White Light's words made Yi Yuan very surprised. Those in the divine realm all knew that the White Tiger Clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan were mortal enemies. Generations of mutual killing already sowed an indelible enmity. But why would White Light have this sort of strange feeling when he came to the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirit? Yi Yuan did not doubt White Light's feeling. His ancestry was very odd. Furthermore, his divine beast bloodline was extremely strong. Since he had this sort of feeling, that meant that White Light and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan might really have significant ties. Could it be that White Light's predecessor actually originated from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan? But why would White Light have the White Tiger Clan's bloodline in him too? White Light, this little white tiger, was similarly an enigmatic existence. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something. Looking at White Light, he said, "White Light, you wouldn't possess the White Tiger Clan and Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's bloodline at the same time, right?" White Light had a confused look when he heard. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't know either, but I've fought a number of times with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan too, and didn't feel that I have any similarity with them." Chapter 988. Perfect White Tiger Physique? Chapter 988. Perfect White Tiger Physique. Hearing White Light said this, Yi Yuan had a confused look again. White Light was really a strange species. His bloodline was clearly ridiculous powerful, but one just could not exactly identify his lineage. Of course, want to say what it was most alike to, it was still the flowing light White Tiger Clan. Big brother, you look between this number 764 and number 766. It's actually missing a memorial tablet. Could it be that this generation's Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's patriarch unexpectedly lost his life? White Light said curiously. Yi Yuan took a look. It was indeed like so. Logically speaking, a powerhouse at the level of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's patriarch, unless a major unforeseen event happened in the clan. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for a situation where he perished unexpectedly to occur. That generation's patriarch didn't perish by accident, but left the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and never returned. The voice that came suddenly made Yi Yuan and White Light jump in fright. "Who is it?" Yi Yuan said with a solemn face. With his strength, he actually did not even realize that somebody approached. How could this not shock him? A middle-aged man dressed in white robes slowly walked out from the depths of the mausoleum and arrived in front of Yi Yuan and White Light. "You're the tomb guardian?" Yi Yuan asked. He heard Feng Shao say before that inside this land of ancestral spirits had a tomb guardian with extremely powerful strength. Looking at it now, it was this middle-aged man in front of them. As for this middle-aged man's depths, Yi Yuan actually could not fathom it. But the white-robed middle-aged man did not answer Yi Yuan's words. He said with a tranquil look, "Dragon race, royal bloodline, heaven-man unity realm. A pity that your cultivation realm is a little low. However, the sacred dragon token has already disappeared for over 100,000 years. I didn't expect that it actually landed in your hands. Looks like you, this young man, might have shouldered the mandate of heaven." Each word that the white-robed, middle-aged man spoke, Yi Yuan would be a degree more shocked in his heart. It seemed like in front of this white-robed, middle-aged man, he was actually like a transparent person, but fortunately, the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl, this middle-aged man did not see through. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would really be stark naked in front of him. Humph! Pretending to be mysterious. "Who the hell are you?" White Light said with a cold snort. He was incredibly astounded in his heart, too. The secrets on Big Brother was actually seen through by this person with one glance. But the white-robed, middle-aged man did not reply. He turned his head toward White Light again and sized him up carefully. It was as if he was admiring a work of art. Even with White Light's nerves, he also broke out in Guseb. "You, MPS, all over being looked at by him. Not bad. Really not bad. Even in the Divine Tao era, a perfect white tiger physique has never appeared before either. I didn't expect that in the current age of declining laws, it would actually still give birth to a perfect white tiger physique." The white-robed, middle-aged man praised with admiration. White Light listened until he was all confused, but he also discerned that he seemed to be of a very remarkable white tiger physique. But the Yi Yuan by the side trembled from head to toe. He opened his eyes wide and looked at White Light in disbelief. Perfect white tiger physique. It's actually a perfect white tiger physique. I'm really stupid to the extreme. I should have thought of it long ago. Yi Yuan raised his head and stomped his feet as he said. White Light was even more bewildered as he said, "Big Brother, what on earth are you guys talking about? What in the world is a perfect white tiger physique?" The white-robed middle-aged man looked at Yi Yuan profoundly, clearly rather surprised as he said, "You actually know about the perfect white tiger physique. I even thought that only we, the lineage of the 4 great divine beasts tomb guardians, would know this sort of divine realm secret." The perfect white tiger physique. Yi Yuan saw it in an ancient record as well. It was just that the description regarding the perfect white tiger physique on it was hesitant and vague as well. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not think of it at all. In reality, Yi Yuan also did not dare to imagine that White Light was actually of the legendary perfect white tiger physique. Although the 4 great divine beast branches are numerous now, countless tens of thousands of years ago, they had common ancestors: the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. In the beginning, the 4 great divine beasts did not refer to a race, but referred to these 4 terrifying deity realm powerhouses in particular. The 4 of them, who are also the present 4 great divine beasts clan's first ancestors, were also genuine pure-blooded for divine beasts bloodline. The 4 great divine beasts after them, although they were also called the 4 great divine beasts, in terms of bloodline purity, they were far from comparable to their earliest ancestor. And among them, there's a type of physique that is the closest to a purebred for divine beast bloodline. They are called the perfect 4 symbols divine beast physiques. Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, White Light jumped in fright too. Big brother, you're saying that? I'm of the perfect white tiger physique among these perfect four symbols divine beast physiques? White Light said in amazement. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, I only saw these few words on an ancient record too. As for whether you are or not, I don't dare to confirm as well. But hearing the meaning in his words, you should be it. The white-robed middle-aged man said with a faint smile, If he isn't of the perfect white tiger physique, do you think that you guys can still stand here and talk properly? Yi Yuan could not help feeling stifled when he heard that. The might of this white-robed, middle-aged man's strength was indeed what he rarely saw in all his life. Yi Yuan did not dare to guarantee that even a 10-great, divine, King CLA's powerhouse could definitely win him either. Perhaps inside this land of ancestral spirits, this person was even stronger than the 10 great, divine kings. With Yi Yuan's experiences, he was also unaware that within the divine realm actually still had such a powerful existence. However, isn't this the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits? What's with him having the perfect white tiger physique got to do with you? Yi Yuan said huffily. The Tomb Guardian said with a cold snort, This place isn't the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits, but the White Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan is merely a branch of the White Tiger Clan. At present, it's an age of declining laws. Us Tomb Guardians can't be bothered with these things either. Therefore, we begrudgingly allowed the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses to enter the land of ancestral spirits to pass us away in meditation before death. What? The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan is a branch of the White Tiger Clan? How is that possible? White Light nearly jumped up when he heard such a secret. One had to know that the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan had been mortal enemies starting from the Divine Dao era. The two great tiger clans had already slaughtered each other for who knows how many years. But now the Tomb Guardian said that the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan was a branch of the White Tiger Clan. How could this not shock him? The Tomb Guardian said disdainfully, What's impossible about it? The dragon race has a saying called, The dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each with a different name. Actually, how isn't the White Tiger Clan just like that? If the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan isn't a branch of the White Tiger Clan, what right do they have to stand up to the current White Tiger Clan as equals for so many years? Your branch cracked themselves up to be orthodox. Actually, they are also merely just a branch lineage of the first ancestor. I won't talk about you, but the other clan members, their bloodlines are just incomplete. White Light sucked in a cold breath. The things he heard today subverted his understanding all along. Actually, it was not just him. Even Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked too. Yi Yuan could absolutely be counted as well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge, but had never heard before as well that the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan were actually of the same source. Chapter 989, Divine King Domain. Chapter 989, Divine King Domain. Forget about Yi Yuan, an outsider. Even the White Tiger Clan's own people probably never thought of this possibility either. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan had never considered themselves to be of the White Tiger Clan. Furthermore, the two sides' legacies were also vastly different. And, Body could have thought that these two clans were actually one family countless years ago. Boy, you come with me, the Tomb Guardian suddenly said to the White Light still in the midst of shock. White Light became absent-minded and said to Yi Yuan, Big brother, let's go. The two people were just about to move when the Tomb Guardian suddenly turned his head around and said, You come, he stays. How can the White Tiger Clan's matters be known by an outsider? White Light's face fell, and he said unhappily, There have never been any secrets between Big Brother and me. If Big Brother is not going, I'm not going anymore either. With the relations HI plus P between White Light and Yi Yuan, the Tomb Guardian actually made Yi Yuan wait outside. He naturally had 100 objections. The Tomb Guardian's face fell, and he said, "Although you're of the perfect white tiger physique, you have yet to reach 1/10,000th regarding the development of the white tiger physique. Do you know what kind of good fortune I'm giving you by bringing you inside?" White Light said coolly, "Big Brother and me advance and retreat in unison. If Big Brother isn't going, even if you're letting me advance to Deity Realm, I don't give AD, AMN either." Yi Yuan did not make a sound by the side. He naturally hoped for White Light to become stronger, but he was even more aware that persuading White Light at this time had no use at all. If it were him, he would do so as well. Unbelievably foolish. Plus, the Tomb Guardian was badly angered by White Light's stubbornness and said with a cold snort, "If I forcefully bring you inside." But White Light did not have the slightest bit of fear and said with a snicker, "Then maybe you and I will have to have a battle." The Tomb Guardian laughed from extreme fury and said, "Ha! What high-sounding sentiments! This brat indeed has quite a number of trump cards, but using to deal with me, it's far from enough." His words were naturally said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's so-called trump cards he had seen through with a glance. These things were very terrifying to the outside world, but to him, there was nothing to be scared of at all. Of course, it was still due to Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being too low. If Yi Yuan was Divine King realm, even if he was any more arrogant, he would not dare to utter such words either. Hoo-hoo, I'm also very curious just what kind of strength a Tomb Guardian has. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Looks like the two of you both think highly of yourselves, not making you guys suffer hards. HI plus P, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The Tomb Guardian's face turned cold. A faint aura instantly spread out. This aura was completely different from Head Elder's shocking momentum. It had a kind of noiseless and quiet feel, but it was precisely because so that it seemed even more terrifying. All of a sudden, the two people's surroundings became pitch black, unable to see one's fingers when extending one's hands. Yi Yuan's expression changed as he said, "Divine King Domain." The Tomb Guardian said with a laugh, "You, boy, are really quite knowledgeable. At present, in the Divine Realm, the people able to display a Divine Realm domain can be counted on one's fingers. I didn't expect that, at your young age, you actually even know this. This is the Darkness domain. It can engulf everything, including essence energy and soul force. White Light boy, as long as you cultivate with me, this will be effortless to you." At this point, the Tomb Guardian still did not forget to use the Darkness domain to tempt White Light. But White Light was not the least bit moved. He said with a cold smile, "Just a Darkness domain. I don't believe that without you, this young master can't learn it." Yi Yuan also said with a faint smile, "Just a Darkness domain. You're also looking down on us brothers too much." The Tomb Guardian could not help feeling stifled. He was actually being belittled by two juniors. "Then let you guys experience what's called domain power." The Tomb Guardian's face turned cold, directly merging into the darkness. The so-called domain power was actually after comprehending concepts to a certain boundary, grasping the power of laws within a certain radius, and forming a small-scale domain. Inside this domain, the martial artists themselves were the absolute sovereign. The current Yi Yuan and White Light were turtles in a jar in the Tomb Guardian's eyes. But before he took any action, his figure was suddenly forced out of the darkness, and the Darkness domain also instantly burst open. Sun, Moon, Heavenly Pupil. You actually even have the Sun, Moon, Heavenly Pupil on you. For the first time, the Tomb Guardian was surprised when facing Yi Yuan. The Tomb Guardian did not plan on doing anything to Yi Yuan, but making the two of them suffer a bit of hards. HI plus P was very necessary. But when he was just about to take action just now, he suddenly entered a trance. With his strength, wanting to make him fall into an illusionary realm was naturally not that easy of a thing. But with this, The darkness domain collapsed on its own without being attacked too. Once the sun-moon heavenly pupil was unleashed with full power, even if the tomb guardian's strength was exceedingly formidable, he would not dare to easily oppose either. Of course, that way, Yi Yuan would become a dead dog again. Yi Yuan only displayed his strength for a bit just now, scaring the other party into retreating, and did not truly unleash the sun-moon heavenly pupil's power. The tomb guardian looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a look of terror. He thought that he already saw through Yi Yuan and even saw through the divine artifact. What kind of trump card could Yi Yuan still have? But Yi Yuan actually really still had a trump card. In the divine Tao era, the sun-moon heavenly pupil was a widely known existence too. How could the tomb guardian not know its prowess? Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak. However, the tomb guardian let out a sigh and said, "Forget it! You, boy, your good luck is seriously too shocking, since White Light Boy insists you come in together then." Finally, the tomb guardian still relented. The moment White Light heard, he exchanged a glance with Yi Yuan and could not help showing a knowing smile. The two people gradually walked over towards the depths with the tomb guardian, but the undulations flowing out from within the memorial tablets became stronger and stronger. All of a sudden, the two people instantly felt the pressure on them soar and could not help being alarmed inwardly. This foot striding over, it was as if they entered another world. Starting from here, it's the rear hall of the land of ancestral spirits. The memorial tablets, housed here, are all deity realm powerhouses. Even the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's patriarchs are absolutely not permitted to take a single step in here too. Otherwise, kill without mercy, said the tomb guardian nonchalantly as if talking about a trivial and ordinary matter. But White Light curled his mouth and said, "In my view, your strength is also merely on par with the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's patriarchs, right? Based on what to kill him." Based on what? Based on this. A sword suddenly appeared in the tomb guardian's hand. The moment this sword lit up, beams of light actually appeared on these memorial tablets and closed in on the sword body. White Light and Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, staring at the sword in the tomb guardian's hand in disbelief. The undulations coming off of the sword body absolutely Serpa. "S," said Divine King Realm. This sword SLA's. I, plussing out was absolutely able to annihilate any Divine King Realm expert. The tomb guardian's hand that was holding the sword shook, and those White Light actually returned into the memorial tablets once more, making the two people click their tongues in wonder. The two people followed the tomb guardian and came to ASPA Sias Hall. "And the two of you wait here. I'll go and take care of some business. Make sure not to simply run around, or else bear the consequences yourself." As he said these words, the tomb guardian turned into a side hall and disappeared. Chapter 990. Tomb Guardian Lineage. Chapter 990. Tomb Guardian Lineage, the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's ancestral temple's sacrificial altar, was specifically used to offer sacrifices to the ancestors. Of course, there was still another function here. It was used to communicate with the tomb guardians of the land of ancestral spirits. Currently, Head Elder already took a bath and put in clean clothes and arranged an incense, burner table, and sacrificial items for use nicely. Several Divine King powerhouses all stood respectfully by the side, with a look of solemnness and respect. Done with the preparation works, Head Elder Pan Een respectfully took out 3 sticks of incense, lit them seriously in earnest, and after 3 bows, inserted them into the incense burner table. There were 2 outsiders who intruded into the land of ancestral spirits today and interrupted the ancestral spirits' peaceful rest. Unfilial child Pan Een is gripped with fear and requests the spirits of the ancestors to make an exception and let this one enter the land of ancestral spirits to capture the outsiders. Head Elder enunciated each word, saying it extremely devotedly. After his voice faded, The array formation on the sacrificial altar suddenly lit up brightly. Coils of incense, smoke above the incense burner, were seemingly devoured by something. Vanis. H.I. plussing from sight. Panion's face revealed a look of antic. 1. P-ation. This sort of thing. Presumably the tomb guardian should not disagree, right? After 15 minutes, above the sacrificial altar finally had a reaction. Head elder had a look of antic. 1. P-ation, staring fixedly at the incense ashes burned out by the 3 joss sticks. Incense ash drifted, gradually condensing to form a word shape. All of the divine kings stared at that place without blinking. But very soon, the expressions on their faces became very ugly, while head elder's expression was even grim until it was almost dripping water. It was clearly not head elder's first time communicating with the tomb guardian already, but the words that appeared this time made him perplexed and also aggrieved. The incense ashes condensed to form a large word, scram. Why is it like this? In the past, when communicating with the tomb guardian, it's either allow or not allowed. This scram word, what does it mean? A divine king said in puzzlement. Is there still a need to say? Of course, it's not allow. But the problem is, why would the tomb guardian want to use this word? Another divine king said, this word was seriously too impolite. Most likely, the tomb guardian is truly enraged. Otherwise, he wouldn't use this word to reply. Could it be us not guarding the land of ancestral spirits, made them infuriated? Head elder's expression was incomparably ugly. He lived to a ripe old age and had yet to encounter this sort of situation before. Remove the incense burner table then. Looks like we can only lie in wait. There's a possibility that the tomb guardian has already personally taken action. Head elder finally still let out a long sigh and said, his strength was extremely formidable, but facing the tomb guardian's wrath, he still harbored fear. Inside the land of ancestral spirits, the tomb guardian was the most powerful existence. Even if he was a first-rate divine king, he could not go against the other party's wishes too. At the same time, inside the White Tiger territory, Roan Kuin also received the news that was sent over here. What did you say? They entered the heavenly fiend tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits? That place is highly dangerous. Hearing this news, Roan Kuin turned pale with fright too. Yes, head elder. From the news that was sent over, Ling Nine Hills was indeed captured by Yi Yuan already. But in the end, it still startled the heavenly fiend tiger clan's head elder, Pan Yin. Finally, Yi Yuan was still intercepted. But in the end, Yi Yuan still escaped into the land of ancestral spirits. A divine king powerhouse said. Roan Kuin finally still let out a sigh and said, to be able to escape from Pan Yin's hands is already a miracle. The land of ancestral spirits was indeed their only way out. But their chances of survival aren't high. Probably at this moment, Pan Yin has already thoroughly sealed off the land of ancestral spirits. Even if they can come out from within the land of ancestral spirits, they would be hard-pressed to escape even if they grew wings too. The divine king below was also very alarmed. When he heard this news, he was stunned for a long time as well. Forget about Yi Yuan, it was impossible for him to escape from Pan Yin's hands too. But Yi Yuan did it. He escaped from under Pan Yin's nose and barged into the land of ancestral spirits. One had to admit that this could be rated as a miracle already. Head elder, what should we do now? That divine king powerhouse asked. Roan Kuin mused for a moment and instructed him, gather the clan's powerhouses and hasten to the borders. Apply pressure on the heavenly fiend tiger clan. At this time, what we can do is also just this. Hope that white light is blessed and has a tenacious life and is able to come out from inside the heavenly fiend tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits. That divine king's expression became austere as he responded, yes. Yu Mingli had just come out from close seclusion when Bai Pa came knocking. Seeing Bai Po's expression, Yu Mingli knew that Yi Yuan there probably encountered some accident. Elder Bai, how is Big Brother Yuan? Yu Mingli opened her mouth to ask first. Bai Pa hesitated for a moment, but still recounted the information he got from head elder there. Just earlier, head elder Rong Kuan specially summoned him over, making him come over to tell Yu Mingli this news. It was also considered taking the matter seriously, but Yu Mingli smiled after hearing it and said, I see. Since Elder Bai came, why not come in and drink a cup of tea? Bai Po was stupefied by Yu Mingli's ATTI, tooed and could not help saying in surprise, Isn't Miss Yu worried about young Master Yi at all? Yu Mingli said with a faint smile, Of course I'm a little worried. However, Big Brother Yuan will definitely return safely. Bai Pa could not help being stunned when he heard. He had mentioned the dangers of the land of ancestral spirits earlier, but Yu Mingli was still so confident. Where in the world did her confidence stem from? Before long, the tomb guardian appeared in front of Yi Yuan and White Light once again. I'll come on out. The tomb guardian's nonchalant voice reverberated inside the great hall. Very soon, one silhouette after another flickered. Several dozen people actually appeared in the great hall all of a sudden. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan and White Light were both very puzzled. Who are they? White Light asked curiously. The tomb guardian said with a smile, They are tomb guardians too. So many tomb guardians? White Light could not help being dazed when he heard that. When have I said that the tomb guardian was just me alone? The tomb guardian said mockingly, White Light, I'm called Fan Lin, the leader of the White Tiger Clan's tomb guardians. Our tomb guardian lineage is handed from generation to generation, but our mission will never change. That is to guard the ancestral spirits and defend the White Tiger Clan. If the White Tiger Clan is in danger of clan extermination, we're also the last barrier. Fan Lin said. White Light was alarmed inwardly as he listened. His face turned solemn, and he said to Fan Lin, Guarding the White Tiger Clan, Lord Fan Lin and everyone have toiled and performed unparalleled merits. Please accept a bow from White Light. Fan Lin nodded slightly and said, Our tomb guardian lineage can receive this bow of yours. Perhaps in the future, our White Tiger Clan will have to serve you as our master. This bow today, I'll accept it on behalf of the ancestors first. All right, into formation. Under Fan Lin's order, each and every one of those tomb guardians swiftly moved positions. Their movements were extremely nimble. Clearly they had already ed this set of array formation to the limits. Yi Yuan watched by the side and was also endlessly shocked inwardly. These tomb guardians, each and every one of them had unfathomable strength. He seriously did not expect that the White Tiger Clan actually still had such a terrifying force. All of a sudden, the array formation formed. The originally dim great hall suddenly radiated with a brilliant splendor. Roar! A pressure that was sufficient to decimate the heavens and destroy the earth spread out inside the great hall. Chapter 991. Atavism Dragon Soul. Chapter 991. Atavism Dragon Soul. An illusionary white tiger formed in the sky above everyone just like this. Welcome, the sacred ancestor, for descending. Fan Lin brought the tomb guardian lineage and directly prostrated down towards this illusionary white tiger, appearing especially respectful. Although this white tiger was an illusionary body, the aura it exuded virtually made Yi Yuan and White Light asphyxiated. The two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the shocked expression in the other party's eyes. The spirit of the white tiger had just appeared and was clearly not quite adapted yet. His gaze appeared slightly sluggish, but very soon he accustomed to it, and his gaze actually locked onto White Light. And it's already been over 100,000 years since the last summoning, right? Summoning this sacred ancestor this time is for this young man? The white tiger said slowly, being stared at like this by the spirit of the white tiger. White Light felt like his soul was about to leave his body. Fan Lin said respectfully, "Yes, sacred ancestor. In over 100,000 years, he's the first perfect white tiger physique that we've encountered." The white tiger's gaze landed on White Light once more as he slowly opened his mouth to say, "Not bad. It's indeed the perfect white tiger physique. It's a pity that the degree of development is too low." Being stared at by the white tiger like this, White Light's breathing became ragged. This spirit of the white tiger was too terrifying. Every movement naturally carried terrifying law undulations. The Toon Guardian's aura was already terrifying enough. But compared to this white tiger, it was simply one in the sky, one on earth. Are you a deity realm powerhouse?" White Light asked, somewhat lacking in self-confidence. "Ha, ha, ha!" Hearing White Light's words, the white tiger suddenly burst into laughter. Fan Lin's expression changed, and he hurriedly said to White Light, "White Light, don't be rude. Lord Sacred Ancestor is the first ancestor's grandson. Deity realm powerhouses have to lower their heads in submission in front of him too." Hearing Fan Lin's words, Yi Yuan and White Light trembled all over. Deity realm powerhouses had to bow their heads in submission too. How horrifying a strength did this require? This kind of boundary they were unable to imagine at all. 100,000 years already. What was after deity realm was already erased in history's long river. But without a doubt, between deity realm powerhouses had differences of superior and inferior too. And this white tiger sacred ancestor was clearly an extremely powerful existence among deity realm powerhouses. The spirit of the white tiger slowly said, "This world is already missing a portion of the laws. Wanting to break through to deity realm is as hard as ascending to the heavens. It's a shame for your perfect white tiger physique. All right, this sacred ancestor's time isn't much. Young man, how much you can advance will depend on your good fortune." The spirit of the white tiger extended a tiger claw and lightly tapped between White Light's eyebrows. White Light's entire body shuddered, a pained expression appearing on his face, his entire person suspending in midair. The spirit of the white tiger opened his enormous maws. A massive ball of light spat out of his mouth and enveloped White Light inside. The current White Light seemingly returned to fetal breathing, his whole body giving off waves of light halo. Done with all these, that white tiger's spirit's gaze landed on Yi Yuan. That murky gaze made Yi Yuan's whole body feel uneasy, and actually made him have an impulse to escape. Regardless whether it was the previous life or this life, Yi Yuan had never had this sort of feeling before. But this sacred ancestor spirit was seriously too powerful. Yi Yuan quietly entered Heaven-Man Unity realm before forcefully pressing down this sort of thoughts. Why would you all let a dragon race's brat enter the land of ancestral spirits? The white tiger spirit looked at Yi Yuan, but the words he said made Fan Lin break into a cold sweat. "Sacred ancestor, calm your anger." Fan Lin's words were only said halfway when Yi Yuan interjected, "Don't blame Senior Fan Lin for this matter. It was me who forced him." The white tiger's spirit smiled coldly and said, "You, boy, are quite loyal. It's just that in the same era, my white tiger clan produced a perfect white tiger physique, but the dragon race produced an atavism dragon soul. Sup 1/sup. This makes this sacred ancestor very displeased." Yi Yuan froze and could not help being baffled. Atavism dragon soul, what was that? Even with Yi Yuan's vast knowledge and experiences, he did not have the slightest inkling regarding this too. Perfect white tiger physique he still saw before in an ancient record, but atavism dragon soul he had not even heard before. Yi Yuan had yet to figure out the situation. But over there, Fan Lin's entire body shuddered. looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Lord, sacred ancestor, why you're saying? Yi Yuan, he's actually of the legendary atavism dragon soul? Fan Lin turned pale with fright and said, how can this sacred ancestor's arcane eyes see wrongly? The spirit of the white tiger said coolly, but how is this possible? Yi Yuan, he is clearly a human. Furthermore, atavism dragon soul, it's hard to produce even one in 1,000,000 years. Even if it was personally confirmed by sacred ancestor, Fan Lin still felt that it was inconceivable. 1,000,000 years, even to deity realm powerhouses, it was an extremely long period too. A physique that could only appear every 1,000,000 years. It could be imagined how terrifying it was. White Light's perfect white tiger physique should be said to be a physique hard to come across in 100,000 years. But this atavism dragon soul was actually even rarer than the perfect white tiger physique. Haha, with your cultivation realm, you naturally can't tell. This boy seized possession and revived. It's just that he should be of the human race in his previous life too. This sacred ancestor is also curious that the atavism dragon soul would actually appear in a human. The white tiger spirit's words made Yi Yuan's entire body tremble. This was still the first time that someone could see through that he seized possession and revived with one glance. This white tiger spirit's strength was truly too terrifying. Fan Lin was even more incredibly shocked at this time. He could not quite dare to believe that with his strength, he was actually unable to see through that Yi Yuan seized possession to revive. The shock Yi Yuan gave him today was 100 times more intense than even White Light. This perfect white tiger physique. This, Fan Lin stammered and actually could not even form a proper sentence. Yi Yuan forcefully reined in the shock in his heart and asked carefully, Senior Sacred Ancestor, this atavism dragon soul, what in the world is it? It was also no wonder that Yi Yuan did not know of the atavism dragon soul. This physique that was hard to occur once every 1,000,000 years. Probably only the white tiger spirit, this level of existence, could perceive it. But the white tiger spirit did not answer Yi Yuan, but scoffed, possessing an atavism dragon soul, and could actually be forced by someone to seize possession to revive. What a huge joke this is. If the dragon race's first ancestor is alive, he'll definitely be infuriated by you to death. Yi Yuan could not help choking up when he heard that. How would he know that he was some atavism dragon soul? It sounded very impressive, but it did not seem to be of any use. Hold on. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled, when he cultivated Dragon Wave, it seemed to be especially fast. Long tongue. This level of genius spent over 100 years to cultivate to Heaven Rank 2. But he only spent a short while's time and already infinitely approached Heaven Rank, including the coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan learned it very fast too. In the past, Yi Yuan did not feel anything, but hearing the white tiger spirit say so, Yi Yuan discovered that it really seemed to be somewhat different. Seems like he was especially suited to cultivate the dragon race's martial techniques. Could it be that it was because of this atavism dragon soul? Chapter 992, Sacred Rank Bloodline. Chapter 992, Sacred Rank Bloodline. Haha, looks like you finally detected something. The atavism dragon soul actually appeared in a human. What tremendous irony! If I didn't guess wrongly, you definitely wasted several 100 years of time in your past life. All the way until this life, did you come across another lucky chance and cultivated the dragon race's cultivation method, right? The white tiger spirit actually started gloating over someone else's misfortune. One could tell that this white tiger spirit was actually somewhat jealous. Without a doubt, atavism dragon soul and perfect white tiger physique were both extremely rare among the 4 great divine beasts population, and the atavism dragon soul's degree of rarity was even higher compared to the perfect white tiger physique. Originally, confirming White Light's perfect white tiger physique, Yi Yuan was also very happy for him. But he did not expect that he actually became some atavism dragon soul. Senior sacred ancestor, what in the world is the atavism dragon soul? Yi Yuan could not resist asking a second time. Humph, do you think I'll tell you? Wanna know? Go to the dragon clan and ask. The white tiger spirit said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan could not help choking up when he heard that. This white tiger spirit was actually throwing a tantrum. Was this guy in front of him really the White Tiger Clan's Lord Sacred Ancestor? But at this time, the White Tiger Spirit's figure suddenly gradually became faint. Time is up. You all protect this boy well. Make sure not to have the limelight Serpa. Said by the dragon race. This sacred ancestor is going. Done talking, the light on the White Tiger Spirit gradually became dim, and finally turned into nothing. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was speechless for a long time. Did not think that entering this land of ancestral spirits, he actually encountered this sort of thing. He thought about it, clasped his hands, and asked Fan Lin, Senior Fan Lin. He did not even finish asking yet when Fan Lin stopped Yi Yuan from continuing to speak with a hand gesture and said meaningfully, even Lord Sacred Ancestor wasn't willing to say, "You brat, don't make things difficult for me. This matter, don't bring it up again." Yi Yuan was at a loss for words and could only give up. But right at this moment, White Light suddenly let out a groan. A terrifying white tiger pressure instantly exploded, filling the entire great hall. White Light slowly opened his eyes. Standing in the air, he seemed like a high and lofty king, showing disdain for all life. Fan Lin's expression changed, and he immediately revealed a look of wild elation. He bowed deeply towards White Light. The other Tomb Guardians also revealed looks of admiration on their faces too. They bowed down together with Fan Lin. Congratulations to young patriarch for passing the sacred ancestors test, breaking through to sacred rank bloodline. The group of Tomb Guardians said in unison. White Light slowly nodded his head and said, Fan Lin, this time, I really have to thank you. Currently, Fan Lin's ATTI towards White Light was like two different people compared to before. He said respectfully, this is where our Tomb Guardian lineage's duties lie. Young patriarch doesn't need to be overly courteous. White Light nodded his head but did not say any more. He floated down and stopped beside Yi Yuan. Big brother, I didn't expect that under our random stumbling, I actually obtained a ma. Civ lucky chance in the land of ancestral spirits. White Light said to Yi Yuan smilingly. Towards White Light's present situation, Yi Yuan was very surprised too. White Light's strength increase was not high, but the White Tiger bloodline pressure released just now was clearly more than a level stronger than King rank bloodline. Yi Yuan knew that sacred rank bloodline was extremely hard to attain among the current demon races. In an era, there might not be one person who was able to reach it. But after White Light accepted the White Tiger Spirit's baptism, he actually directly broke through to sacred rank bloodline. This was a very terrifying improvement, because one more step after sacred rank bloodline was divine rank bloodline. He reached divine rank bloodline. White Light would be able to break through to deity realm and became a true divine beast. This lucky chance could not be said to not be high to White Light. Yi Yuan could refine pills to let White Light have breakthroughs in cultivation realm, but the bloodline of the demon race, he was powerless to do anything. This was an intrinsic factor. No medicinal pills could help. White Light's bloodline had reached king rank long ago, but there was still a tremendous distance from sacred rank. One had to know that even the White Tiger clan's patriarch might not be able to attain sacred rank bloodline too. But after the White Tiger Spirit's test, White Light actually directly advanced to sacred rank bloodline. If not for so, it was also impossible for Fan Lin's ATTI towards him to have such a huge transformation. Haha, you brat, are truly the White Tiger clan's young patriarch now. Sacred rank bloodline. Once this news is made public, the demon region will definitely be deeply shocked. White light breaking through. Yi Yuan was naturally happy for him too. But White Light said with a smile, White Light being able to have today, isn't it still all thanks to Big Brother? If without Big Brother, I'd probably have had my young patriarch candidate rights stripped away long ago at this time. White Light's heart was like a clear mirror and knew that all this was given to him by Yi Yuan. Disregarding past matters, this time, Yi Yuan helped him to clear his name first, then helped him to redeem his love, and also entered deep into the heavenly fiend tiger clan to rescue Feng Zhao's parents. Everything and everything he bore in mind. Although Yi Yuan did not say, White Light understood in his heart that Big Brother was surely shouldering a tremendous grudge. One day in the future, he would definitely have to offer a portion of strength. However, don't Big Brother want to know just what kind of existence the atavism dragon soul is? White Light looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile. The moment Fan Lin heard, he could not help turning pale with fright as he hurriedly tried to stop it. Young Patriarch, Lord Sacred Ancestor, White Light rolled his eyes at him crossly and said coolly, Is he close with me? Or is my big brother close to me? Furthermore, Lord Sacred Ancestor is already not around. Even if I tell Big Brother, he won't know either, don't worry. Fan Lin could not help choking up when he heard this, so he retreated to the side Imbara. S. Sedley, the White Tiger clan's young patriarch, was actually close to an outsider to this sort of extent. What could he still say? These two people's feelings were excellent until it was simply like they were going to wear the same pair of pants. If the White Tiger's sacred ancestor was aware of White Light's actions, he would probably be enraged until he stomped his feet, right? But Yi Yuan was pleasantly surprised when he heard and said, En? You actually know. Quickly tell. That White Tiger's sacred ancestor stifled me badly. White Light said with a smile, I broke through to sacred rank bloodline and awakened a lot of inheritance memories, and among them just happened to have the atavism dragon soul's information. Yi Yuan chortled with laughter and said, That White Tiger's sacred ancestor deliberately wedded my appet. 1. But probably never expected that him helping you awaken your bloodline just nice answer my doubts, right? This result was simply getting enmeshed in a web of one's own spinning. However, White Light reigned in his expression and drew a deep breath as he said, I really didn't think that Big Brother actually has such heaven-defying talent. If not for Lord Sacred Ancestor seeing through with one glance, Big Brother's talent might really be buried. Even if it's me, I completely can't detect the atavism dragon soul too. Yi Yuan said uncertainly, This atavism dragon soul is really so impressive. More than just impressive, it's simply incredible to a heaven-defying degree. Dragon race powerhouses who possess an atavism dragon soul, as long as they don't perish, they can keep on cultivating to the founding ancestor's boundary. Lord Sacred Ancestor's strength. Big Brother saw it already. Then how terrifying the dragon race's founding ancestor's strength is. Don't need me to say any more, right? White Light himself also felt inconceivable saying it out. Chapter 993. Exiting Mausoleum. Chapter 993. Exiting Mausoleum, Dragon Race's founding ancestor, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. The White Tiger's sacred ancestor's strength was definitely powerful to the extent that it made people unable to imagine. Then the Dragon Race's founding ancestor's strength could simply be described using connecting to the heavens and penetrating the earth. Cultivating to this sort of boundary was simply something inconceivable. Members of the dragon clan who possess an atavism dragon soul, regardless of what kind of dragon race cultivation method they cultivate, they will all understand with a snap. Furthermore, the cultivation speed is also unimaginable fast. It's just a pity that White Light swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Yi Yuan scolding with a smile. You punk, even keeping me in suspense. White Light smiled and said, "Big brother, actually we're both about the same. Actually, the truly powerful innate secret arts can only be displayed after deity realm, especially your atavism dragon soul. To truly awaken, it requires waiting until post-deity realm. But under this stretch of heaven, we're simply unable to step into deity realm." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled bitterly to no end as well. How many outstanding talents did this world's great Tao throttle? Finally, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "The white tiger's sacred ancestor said that this world lost a portion of its laws. Hence, we're unable to step into the deity realm. It looks like wanting to attain the deity realm. One must find back this portion of laws. In order to untie the bell, the one who tied it must undo it. Want to step into deity realm, we probably still need to find the mystery of divine Tao disappearing 100,000 years ago first." Finding back laws sounded easy, but doing it was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Forget about divine king powerhouses, even for deity realm powerhouses. How could getting back the laws of heaven and earth be that easy? White Light nodded his head, feeling that way deeply too. One could imagine it. Divine Tao disappearing and the laws of the world going missing. There was bound to be a huge connection. What in the world happened back then? This was the greatest unresolved case in these 100,000 years. Countless powerhouses wanted to seek out this secret, but failed to achieve it for all their lives. It's just that I don't understand. I'm clearly a human. Why would I possess an atavism dragon soul? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. This question clearly stumped White Light too. In his inheritance memories, there was only the atavism, dragon soul's information. But Yi Yuan's situation, there was clearly no precedent. Fan Lin listened by the side and could not help being speechless. These two brothers were truly enigmatic existences. He saw that it was almost time and went up to the two people and said, "Young Patriarch, I'll send you out of the land of ancestral spirits right now. The White Tiger Young Patriarch coming into being, it's also time for the entire White Tiger clan. I'll go and inform the White Tiger clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan right now, and let them serve Young Patriarch as their lord." White Light's perfect white tiger physique appeared once every 100,000 years. Furthermore, through the spirit of the sacred ancestor, he broke through to sacred rank bloodline. Then he was the White Tiger clan's jointly venerated young patriarch. The White Tiger clan had already been a pile of loose sand for many years. Along with White Light coming into being, it was also time for all of this to end. The responsibilities of the Tomb Guardians lied here too. Therefore, at the moment, Fan Lin could also scarcely wait and wanted to push White Light out. But White Light said no need for that. You just send me and Big Brother, the two of us, back to the White Tiger clan will do. The entire White Tiger clan, this matter, isn't something that can be accomplished at one stroke. With my present strength, I'm totally unable to make the two clans acknowledge allegiance. Plus, plussing me to the front of the stage right now has nothing to gain and everything to lose to both the White Tiger clan and me. This matter, just take it as an ordeal for me. Hearing White Light's words, Yi Yuan secretly approved by the side. White Light also matured now and did not lose his way because he obtained a Ma's of lucky chance. Before truly maturing, being low profile was the best option. When he had the strength to truly call on the two clans one day, adding in Fan Lin's help, consolidating it would happen without extra effort. Although Fan Lin's strength was extremely formidable, he guarded inside the mausoleum all year round. Apart from cultivation, it was still cultivation. Regarding this sort of scheming against each other struggle, he somewhat lacked in understanding. In his view, the White Tiger's common lord coming into being, the members of the two clans should comply with orders and not dare to oppose. But in reality, how could it be that easy? But Yi Yuan's words, Fan Lin did not defy them. He nodded and said, "Yes, I respectfully abide by Young Patriarch's Dermic decree. If Young Patriarch requires Fan Lin, Feel free to give instructions will do. Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the land of ancestral spirits and immediately drew the attention of the heavenly fiend tiger clan's powerhouses. Whoosh! In a blink, 3 heavenly fiend tiger clan divine king powerhouses each stood in position, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. At the same time, a signal shot up into the air. These 3 people were clearly notifying the powerhouses in the clan to come over. Head Elder's guess was indeed not wrong. Even the land of ancestral spirits didn't trap you guys to death. Brat, surrender without putting up resistance. You wouldn't think that by hiding for a couple of days, it can make us let you go, right? Oh, right, forgot to tell you, this region of SPAC is already thoroughly sealed off. Even if you comprehended heaven-man unity, it's also impossible to merge into heaven and earth. The 3 great divine kings chimed in one after another, warning Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's senses were very acute and knew that what the other party said was not false. This region of SPAC in the vicinity was already thoroughly sealed off by the heavenly fiend tiger clan's powerhouses. There was no way of merging into heaven and earth at all. Except Yi Yuan and White Light did not have the intention of fleeing. Yi Yuan said to the 3 people coolly, "Where's Panin? Make him come out." Insolence. To actually dare be disrespectful towards Head Elder. Wait till I take you down first. Then let Head Elder meet out the sentence. A divine king said with a cold snort. While talking, that divine king was going to take action to capture Yi Yuan duo. But right at this time, the 2 white tiger statues at the entrance of the land of ancestral spirits suddenly emitted a terrifying energy. Rumble. That divine king was directly sent flying, while the grand array painstakingly laid down by the heavenly fiend tiger clan's powerhouses was also immediately blasted apart. Instantly, Yi Yuan felt the shackles on him lighten, and he could not help letting out a light chuckle. He clasped his hands towards the mausoleum and said, "Senior Fan Lin, thank you very much." Done talking, Yi Yuan's body gradually became illusionary, directly merging into heaven and earth. With a sway, it was 1,000,000 miles away. But right at this time, a terrifying aura surged over from far away and actually locked onto Yi Yuan from far away. Humph, really lingering on relentlessly. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and merged into heaven and earth once more. However, Pan Yin did not go and chase Yi Yuan, but thoroughly sealed off his route. No matter how fast Yi Yuan's speed was, he still had to return to the White Tiger clan's territory in the end. Head Elder seemed to have expected it long ago, so he did not have the intention of going to chase at all. However, Yi Yuan did not dance in circles with Pan Yin, but directly met him head-on. When Yi Yuan approached Pan Yin, he immediately revealed his figure. Pan Yin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "What? Know that there's no way out," and came out to surrender without putting up a resistance. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Old man Pan Yin, somebody wants to have a word with you. It won't be too late to come and be overbearing with me after hearing his words." Pan Yin snorted coldly and said, "Even if you bring out the Jade Emperor, you have to stay behind for me today too." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders. Flicking his sleeves grandly, an archaic aura that had experienced that many vicissitudes of life emerged. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan, obey the order. Immediately let Yi Yuan go. You're not to disobey. An awe-inspiring voice sounded out. Pan Yin's expression could not help changing greatly when he heard it. Chapter 994, Racking Up the Past. Chapter 994, Racking Up the Past. It was no wonder that Pan Yin's expression changed drastically. This archaic aura that had experienced that many vicissitudes of life were identical to the Tomb Guardian's aura, which was also to say that letting Yi Yuan go was the Tomb Guardian's Wisconsin H. Plus, but how was this possible? The Tomb Guardian was the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's Tomb Guardian. There was no reason to do it to this extent for a human boy, right? Recalling when he burned incense and prayed to enter the land of ancestral spirits, The message sent back from over there. Pan Yin was certain that the Tomb Guardian indeed wanted to protect Yi Yuan. However, this was something that made no sense. Pan Yin was very depressed right now, very depressed. Expended such a huge effort, in the end, it was actually this sort of result. This made Pan Yin somewhat unable to accept it. But the Tomb Guardian lineage had an extremely special place in the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan. Even the Patriarch did not dare to defy the Tomb Guardian's wishes either, let alone him, this head elder. Seeing the look of hesitation on Pan Yin's face, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Why, does head elder want to disobey the Tomb Guardian's order? With head elder's seniority, you should be able to enter the land of ancestral spirits. But if you oppose the Tomb Guardians, forget about you. Probably the people in this generation will all be unable to enter the land of ancestral spirits anymore." Pan Yin's expression changed when he heard that. Yi Yuan's words indeed jabbed his sore spot. Entering the land of ancestral spirits after death was an utmost honor to the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan. This was a kind of belief that came from the depths of the soul. Pan Yin was not able to stand aloof to, not being able to enter the land of ancestral spirits. This was what Pan Yin could not accept. What happened to you guys in the land of ancestral spirits? Why would the Tomb Guardian specifically do this sort of thing for you guys? Pan Yin said solemnly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you want to know, just enter yourself and ask the Tomb Guardian. If you can't enter now, wait until when you're almost dying, then going in to ask is also the same." You. Pan Yin could not help being exasperated. What? Head elder really don't wish to enter the land of ancestral spirits anymore? Pan Yin's expression flickered erratically. After a struggle, he finally still moved aside. "Yi Yuan Pa S," said by Pan Yin calmly. Suddenly he turned around and said to him with a smile, "Oh, right, head elder, your heavenly fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan are both Tiger Clans at any rate. How pointless is it to kill here and kill there for generations like this? If you guys unite, it would probably be sufficient to contend with the Dragon Clan already." Although the White Tiger Clan was powerful, their strength clearly diminished greatly after splitting. Among the 4 great divine beast bloodlines, it was the White Tiger Clan who were the weakest instead. It was also unknown what in the world happened between the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan back then, to actually make the 2 great clans' slaughter last for so many years. Humph! It isn't your an outsider's turn to meddle in the matters between our 2 clans. Pan Yin said with an angry snort. Yi Yuan spread his hands out helplessly and directly merged into heaven and earth and left. Several figures flew in. A few divine kings just happened to saw this scene and could not help being very surprised. "Head elder, why did that boy leave?" A divine king said in bewilderment. Head elder's face fell as he said, "No idea why the Tomb Guardian is actually protecting this boy from another clan. There must be something fishy about this. Let them all pull back. This matter still needs to be discussed at length." Pan Yin's words made all the divine king's expressions change drastically. Yi Yuan broke into the land of the ancestral spirits. Not only did the Tomb Guardian not kill them, he even protected them to leave the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan. This was simply too fantastical. Splaz. H. Plus white light kicked over with a foot, directly kicking Ling Nine Hills until he knelt on the ground. After coming out from the land of ancestral spirits, White Light's perspective towards the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan and White Tiger Clan had a massive change, but towards this Ling Nine Hills, he had not the slightest hint of a good impression. Head elder, this Yi was fortunate to not have failed the mission and brought Ling Nine Hills back. Hope that head elder will keep your promise. White Light and Showers matters. The White Tiger Clan should be able to acknowledge it, right? This was the agreement between Yi Yuan and Rong Kun. If Yi Yuan brought Ling Nine Hills back, The White Tiger clan would not interfere with white light and Shower's matters anymore. Additionally, Yi Yuan even rescued Shower's parents on this trip, letting her have no more worries back at home. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. Of course, the part of this trip where they truly benefited from was still inside the land of ancestral spirits. In there, white light completed a qualitative transformation, while Yi Yuan became aware of the secret of his atavism, dragon soul. Inside the Great Hall, all of the patriarchs and elders, association's elders, all looked at Yi Yuan like they had seen a ghost. They were seriously unable to imagine how Yi Yuan completed this impossible-to-complete mission. Head Elder waved his hand and made people bring Ling 9 Hills away. Compared to Ling 9 Hills, what Rong Kuin was more interested in right now was still how Yi Yuan came out from inside the land of ancestral spirits, and how he escaped the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's layers of encirclement and returned to the White Tiger Clan. Yi Yuan, we heard that you entered the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits. I wonder how you guys escaped? Rong Kuin said with a heated gaze. Escaped? Why is there a need to use escape this word? We walked out openly and above board, just like that. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Humph. Revealed your true colors, right? If you and White Light are not the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan spies, on what basis would they let you guys leave? Rong Een gave a cold snort and signaled to several patriarchs with his eyes. Several patriarchs understood and immediately started loss. I, plussing out at Yi Yuan. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan is heavily guarded. Even if you comprehended Heaven-Man unity, it's also not possible to capture Ling 9 Hills and bring him back, unless they deliberately let you capture. Losing a Line 9 Hills and planting a spy who's the young patriarch. This transaction is seriously too worthwhile. That Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's head elder's strength is extremely formidable. With your strength being trapped in the land of ancestral spirits, is there still a possibility of escaping alive? The matters previously, White Light did not get stripped of his qualifications. Rather, Rong Xan was stripped of his candidate rights. His father betrayed the White Tiger Clan, who still dared to believe that his son was innocent. Yi Yuan returning safe and sound this time. Rong Een had long prepared statements for raking up the past, waiting for him here. Furthermore, regardless of which aspect, Yi Yuan being able to return safe and sound was something unthinkable. This excuse, it was not up to Head Elder to decide to not believe. Indeed, Rong Kuin revealed a pondering look. The other elders and patriarchs also nodded their heads continuously. It was true that Yi Yuan was very strange, and also true that he had a lot of tricks. But being trapped in the land of ancestral spirits under the circumstances where the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan was prepared, on what basis was Yi Yuan able to return safe and sound? Ha! Being attacked by so many patriarchs, Yi Yuan suddenly guffawed with laughter. Rong Yin's expression turned cold, and he said solemnly, "What are you laughing at? Could it be that what we said was wrong? If you have proof, prove it for us to see." Yi Yuan looked at Rong Yin and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I'm laughing that you guys are all morons. It's fine if you're dumb. Do you think that the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's head elder, Panin, are as dumb as you two?" Rong Yin quickly stood up as he said with a livid expression, "Oh, then I'm all ears as to how we're dumb." Chapter 995, White Light's Counterattack. Chapter 995, White Light's Counterattack. If you are Panin, would you force a spy into the land of ancestral spirits with great fanfare, then plant the spy in the White Tiger Clan? Isn't this blatantly telling you all that I'm a spy? Yi Yuan's words involuntarily made those patriarchs who called him into question choke. Yeah, between the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan, apart from the patriarchs planning out strategies in the headquarters, the ones who directly crossed swords were Pan Yin and Rong Kuin. These few years, Pan Yin's methods were plain for everybody to see. This sort of low-level mistakes, it was absolutely impossible for Pan Een to make them. Even if it was putting up an act, this sort of play was also a bit too low-level and completely not like Pan Yin's style. Then tell me about it, why Pan Een would let you go. A patriarch said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said with a smile, very simple, because he's afraid of the land of ancestral spirits, Tomb Guardian, while me and White Light are on very friendly terms with the Tomb Guardian. The moment these words came out, everyone turned pale from shock. Yi Yuan and White Light were actually on close terms with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's Tomb Guardian. This sounded unnatural, no matter how one listened. Humph. Still say that you guys aren't spies. I want to know why White Light, as a member of the White Tiger Clan, would mix together with the Tomb Guardian? Rong Een said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said with a laugh, not just that. White Light obtained a ma. Civ lucky chance inside the land of ancestral spirits. White Light, display your bloodline a little. Let the elders take a look at whether you have the qualifications to be the White Tiger Clan's young patriarch or not. Yes, big brother. White Light voiced his assent and displayed his bloodline pressure without reservation. Right at that moment, he fully released his bloodline pressure. All of the elders, including head elder Rong Kuin, all turned pale with fright. Sacred rank bloodline. It's actually sacred rank bloodline. My God, how is this possible? Extremely pure, white tiger bloodline. I actually have an impulse to prostrate in wars. HI+P. My eyesight is failing, right? White Light is just initial stage tier 9, and he actually broke through to sacred rank bloodline already. Truly, heaven is protecting my White Tiger Clan. The elders' cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Even Rong Een had a dumbfounded look too. Such terrifying bloodline power they had never experienced before from head elder too. As for the patriarch, he was in a closed seclusion state throughout the year. It was also unknown whether he broke through to sacred rank bloodline or not. But the problem was the patriarch was already advanced in years, while White Light's age did not even count as an adolescent in the White Tiger Clan. When his strength reached the Divine King realm, who else in the demon region could be his opponent? Such a person not becoming the young patriarch. Who else was suitable to be the young patriarch? Only after being shocked for a long time did Rong Kuin spat out a long breath of turbid air. His gaze, when looking at White Light, became different. Little Light, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you obtain in the land of ancestral spirits to actually break through to sacred rank bloodline? How is the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits able to let you glean considerable gains? Rong Kuin calmed his emotions down and asked. White Light said, I don't know about this either. I'm also very curious myself. But I saw the memorial tablet of a White Tiger Clan's ancestor inside the land of ancestral spirits. Presumably, our White Tiger Clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan actually have some relations. HI+P, right? The two clans' secret, White Light did not plan on revealing right now, but divulging a bit of rumor, let everyone have a score in their hearts too. White Light's words stirred up titanic waves in the White Tiger Clan. What? The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits actually has the memorial tablet of a White Tiger Clan's ancestor? How is this possible? The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's natural disposition is cruel and savage, completely out of tune with the White Tiger Clan. How is it possible to have any relation with us? The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan are mortal enemies. It's absolutely impossible for the two families to have any relations at all. The various elders exploded and scoffed in contempt towards White Light's way of saying things. This idea that was handed down from generation to generation suddenly met with a turnabout. This made them instinctively reject it. White Light saw everyone's behavior and could not help exchanging a glance with Yi Yuan, rather helpless. Indeed, integrating the two clans was not that easy of a matter. All right, talk about this matter afterward. Sacred rank bloodline has an extraordinary significance to my White Tiger clan. I believe that everyone will also not have any more doubts regarding White Light's candidate ident. One tie. As for Yi Yuan, this seat knows that he has the ability to bring Ling Nine Hills back from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent him over. Now that he did it, this seat will naturally keep my word. That Feng Xiao and her parents will stay in the clan, but their movements will receive strict surveillance. White Light, you should be able to understand, right? Rong Kuin finally stopped everyone's discussing voices and set the views about this matter. White Light clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks to Head Elder for stretching the rules. White Light already said before when I returned to the Flowing Light clan, I received the summonings of my inheritance memories. That's why I came back to the clan. Therefore, I'm absolutely loyal to the White Tiger clan. My sincerity, the sky and the sun can bear witness." Rong Kuin nodded his head and said with a smile, "You are all tired. Go back and rest first. 10 days later will be the date of the young patriarch trial. At that time, the other 3 families of the 4 Symbols family clans will all send people over to observe the ceremony. The 3 of you mustn't lose face in front of outsiders." After Rong Xian had his qualifications revoked, the Crimson Flame clan naturally had to select another person to replace Rong Xian. Therefore, the ones taking part in the young patriarch trial was still 3 people. It was just that after today, the other 2 people would probably have to become White Light's foil. White Light breaking through to sacred rank bloodline. This position of young patriarch, only he could fill the post. But Yi Yuan also knew that Rong Yin probably would not let it go like this, and might fabricate something out of thin air. After everyone left, there was only Rong Kuin and Bai Yi left in the Great Hall. "Head Elder, do you really believe what they said?" Bai Yi opened his mouth and asked. Rong Kuin shot him a glance and said coolly, "Why wouldn't I believe? This seat won't be mistaken. Little Light, this child, usually look reserved. Actually, his disposition is very pure and isn't suited to be a spy at all. Compared to Little Light, what this seat takes more notice of is actually still that boy called Yi Yuan." Bai Yi said with some surprise, "Oh, how so?" Little Light breaking through to sacred rank bloodline. Presently, in terms of potential, it should be much greater than Yi Yuan, right? Rong Kuin shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Oh, Bai Yi, you made an error in judgment here. Yi Yuan, this boy, is absolutely a person with a great destiny. People who follow by his side will more or less be tainted with his destiny. You think about it, because White Light followed him. That's why he could obtain such a heaven-defying lucky chance. It was also because he followed him that he could become an Emperor Realm powerhouse at a young age. Therefore, this trip, if Pan Yin really killed Yi Yuan, it would be strange instead." Bai Yi's pupils involuntarily constricted when he heard Rong Kuin's ana lysis. He knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but had never considered the problem from this sort of angle before. Thinking this way, it was really like so. Head Elder's meaning is, our White Tiger clan have to be on friendly terms with Yi Yuan. Bai Yi drew a deep breath and said, "At the very least, mustn't be enemies with him." Rong Kuin said, Chapter 996, Courting Death Irrespective of the Occasion. Chapter 996, Courting Death Irrespective of the Occasion. 10 days later, the White Tiger clan's young patriarch trial's grand ceremony started on schedule. This matter was a major event that had a lasting influence on the White Tiger clan. It might even affect the rise and decline for 10,000 years in the days to come. Therefore, regardless which of the 4 Symbols family clans hosted this ceremony, they would generally invite the other few families to observe the ceremony together. On the one hand, it was to bear witness. On the other hand, it was to demonstrate the strength of the juniors in front of the other families. The demon region's strength, on the whole, could not compare to the human race. Therefore, on matters related to humanity, the four symbols family clans were united against outsiders. But a compet 1. Tie relation similarly existed in the interior of the demon region. Hence, when the white tiger's sacred ancestor saw Yi Yuan's atavism dragon soul, he seemed especially annoyed. One silhouette after another was currently rapidly approaching the white tiger clan from the horizon. Several women with extremely beautiful appearances leisurely descended, immortal chi fluttering, giving people a feeling of pleasing both the eyes and the heart. Hoo-hoo! Many years of not seeing, Fairy Luo is still strikingly beautiful. Rong Kuin went forward to greet, with a laugh. This party was the Vermilion Bird Clan. The Fairy Luo out of Rong Kuin's mouth was the Vermilion Bird Clan's elder, Luo Qingping. Behind her, tagged along two extremely beautiful-looking women. One was fiery like a phoenix, while the other ice-cold like a sculpture. Luo Qingping enjoyed it very much, but said with a faint smile, already getting on in years, "What's strikingly beautiful still? At present, it's all the young people's world." Rong Kuin smiled as he engaged in some small talk and ordered people to lead Luo Qingping and the others into the banquet. Right on the heels of the Vermilion Bird Clan, the Black Tortoise Clan also reached the White Tiger Clan. Of course, apart from these four symbols family clans, there were still some other clans who were on friendly terms with the White Tiger Clan. They also received invitations to come over and watch the ceremony. The last one who took a long time to arrive was naturally the Azure Dragon Clan that was the strongest. Haha! Didn't think that the Dragon Clan actually sent Brother Jianba over this time. It makes this Rong greatly surprised. Parting for years, Brother Jianba's strength seems to have progressed again. Rong Kuin went forward to welcome with a hearty laugh, clearly very familiar with the Dragon Clan's arrival. The elder which the Dragon Clan sent over this time was called Ao Jianba. His strength did not lose to head Elder Rong Kuin and was unfathomable. The Dragon Clan sending him over was also considered to have given immense face to the White Tiger Clan's grand ceremony. Rong Kuin, you old punk, you only know how to poke fun at this Ao. Us old fellows are halfway into the earth already. It's already pretty good for our strength to not decline. Where is there any progress? Ao Jianba scolded laughingly. Ha! You old man, still so modest. In the entire divine realm, who doesn't know that you, Ao Jianba, cultivated dragon wave to peak middle stage spirit rank, with your strength long already connecting to the heavens and penetrating the earth? Rong Kuin flattered with a laugh as he led the way. Actually, it was not considered flattery either. This Ao Jianba's strength was indeed terrifying. His dragon wave was long cultivated to middle stage spirit rank already. Coupled with the powerful dragon race martial techniques, few were his match in the demon region. Among the Dragon Clan's elders, this Ao Jianba was also one of the most troublesome ones to tangle with. Ao Jianba said with a laugh, "All right, you old punk, stop flattering me. Come, Jinhao Hanwei, why haven't you paid respects to head Elder Rong Kuin?" Behind Ao Jianba, a man and a woman, two youngsters, came forward to pay respects. Long Jinhao Long Hanwei pays respect to head Elder Rong Kuin. Rong Kuin had long noticed these two youngsters. Presumably, they were the Dragon Clan's current generation's outstanding talents. Especially Long Jinhao, this boy. He was profound and restrained, giving people a feeling of boundlessness, and was not to be underestimated. Seeing Rong Kuin's expression, Ao Jianba laughed in his heart too. This sort of occasion was originally the time where each clan demonstrated their strength. Ao Jianba brought along two Dragon Clans' young, outstanding talents in order to let the various clans know their prowess. His Azure Dragon Clan was forever the demon region's big brother. Get up. Not bad, not bad. Your Azure Dragon Clan is always BRIMMING with talents, truly making us green with envy. Presumably, The Dragon Clan's young patriarch is going to be born among these two, right? Rong Kuin said with a smile. Long Jinhao clasped his hands and said modestly, replying head elder, the position of young patriarch. Jinhao dare not think about it. But hearing these words, Rong Kuin's expression changed. Although they did not exchange blows, Rong Kuin speculated that this Long Jinhao's strength was likely not the least bit inferior to White Light's. This kind of strength, and he actually did not even dare to think about the position of young patriarch. Could it be that the Dragon Clan's young generation still had an even stronger existence? Ao Janba watched his expression and examined his words, and was very satisfied with Rong Kuin's expression. He said with a smile, Jinhao isn't being modest. His strength is indeed not ordinary. But who asked Ao Yang, that boy, to be overly monstrous, already cultivating Dragon Wave to initial stage spirit rank at a young age? This position of young patriarch, Jinhao probably can't compete with him. Rong Kuin's expression involuntarily changed when he heard. Among the junior generation, there was actually someone who cultivated Dragon Wave to initial stage spirit rank. This was also a bit too monstrous. And, head elder, why is there a human race youngster in the seats of the Flowing Light clan? Seems like this young man is actually even bearing dragon race bloodline. Long Hanwei suddenly said. With her saying so, Ao Janba and Long Jinhao's gaze both turned towards Yuan. Especially Long Jinhao, his expression turned dark. Humph, not seems like this punk is clearly bearing dragon race bloodline. Long Jinhao said coldly. The moment Rong Kuin saw that it was like that, he secret cursed inwardly. He forgot about this. The Dragon Clan's greatest taboo was human martial artists stealing the dragon race's blood essence and becoming bloodline martial artists. Yi Yuan's existence landing in Ao Janba's eyes here. This matter would likely be unable to be settled already. Indeed, Long Jinhao's figure moved and already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently chatting with Bai Po when a bout of cold-killing intent suddenly locked onto him. Sensing the dragon pressure emitting off of this young man in front of him, Yi Yuan figured out what happened very quickly. However, he did not care at all. He just said coolly, looking for me for something? Long Jinhao was infuriated by Yi Yuan's ATTI. Toot all at once. Stole the dragon race's blood essence, and actually still dared to be so wildly arrogant. Truly deserved death. Boy, where was your dragon blood stolen from? Do you know that stealing the dragon race's blood essence and becoming a bloodline martial artist is a capital crime in front of the dragon race? Long Jinhao said solemnly, others not being courteous to him. Yi Yuan naturally would not be polite to others as well. He just said nonchalantly at once, capital crime? Who the H-E-L are you to also dare sentence people to death? Humph. Strength isn't strong, yet the tone isn't small. Today, looking on account of the White Tiger Clan's grand event, I'll spare your life. Condense and refine out your dragon blood, and return it to the Dragon Clan. This matter will be dropped at that. Long Jinhao was used to being overbearing and did not give Yi Yuan any chance to explain either, directly wanting Yi Yuan to condense and refine the dragon blood. After bloodline martial artists refined dragon blood, their body's blood already fused into one with the dragon blood. Upon stripping away, their strength would be greatly diminished if it was minor, while their foundation would be utterly ruined if it was severe, their entire cultivation being lost. White Light saw this scene too, and could not help smacking his head as he said helplessly, "This guy, he really is courting death irrespective of the occasion. I hope the big brother is a little gentle when taking action. Otherwise, my White Tiger Clan will be put on the spot." Chapter 997. Heaven Rank Dragon Wave is too weak. Chapter 997. Heaven Rank Dragon Wave is too weak. Brother Janba, I think it's better to call honorable nephew back. Once they start fighting, it will hurt the harmonious relations. Rong Kuin swayed earnestly. But Ao Janba said coolly, Brother Kuin, our dragon clan's rules, you're aware too. Human martial artists are more and more unbridled now, to actually dare swagger right under our noses, truly bullying people too far. Today, I'll give you face, and only extract his dragon blood will do. This person is merely body. The White Tiger Clan wouldn't H-I plus ELD a brat like this, right? A.O. Janba, flying off the handle, depended on the person too. Yi Yuan was merely a phaseless realm, low-level martial artist, and completely did not enter the White Tiger Clan's arcane sites. Even if he really extracted Yi Yuan's dragon blood, the White Tiger Clan would not go to war either. If Yi Yuan was a middle or late-stage Dao profound realm powerhouse, Ao Janba would definitely have to wait over. After all, this was the White Tiger Clan's territory. For Yi Yuan to be able to appear here, he definitely had some connections with the Tiger Clan. If really offended to the core, it would not be good. Ao Janba could not be blamed for becoming enraged either. The demon race bloodline which human martial artists loved the most was dragon race bloodline. Therefore, the Dragon Clan had a deep-seated hatred towards this. It was fine if Yi Yuan was a bloodline martial artist, but he even ran into the demon region's territory carelessly. This was clearly having no respect for the Dragon Clan. In the view of Ao Janba and company, Yi Yuan was taunting the Dragon Clan's dignity here. Rome Kuin secretly took delight in it, but his face had a bitter smile as he said, Brother Janba, it's not to the extent of SHI plus elding. It's just that he's also my White Tiger Clan's guest at any rate. You guys being like this puts me on a spot. Better let Honorable Nephew come back. Otherwise, if Honorable Nephew is hurt, it wouldn't be very good. Ao Janba froze. He did not react at first, then immediately could not help laughing as he said, Hurt Jinhao? Brother Kuin, are you jesting? If a first-level phaseless brat is able to hurt Jinhao, then Jinhao would have also wasted these few years. Rome Kuin heaved and sighed and said, Brother Janba, I've already warned you. If you suffer a loss, you mustn't blame me. But I'll get the unpleasantness out of the way first. If Jinhao messes up, you mustn't bully the weak. If you make a move, I can't look on with folded arms. But Ao Janba said indifferently, Good that there's your word. Letting this old man go and deal with a fifth-level phaseless. I, Ao Janba, can't afford to lose this face yet. Rome Kuin secretly laughed his head off in his heart. This old punk was still swaggering about in front of him just now, borrowing Yi Yuan's hand and dousing his power and prestige. He was happy to see it happen. After all, this was in the White Tiger Clan's territory. Although the Dragon Clan had an adequate reason, it was also making light of the White Tiger Clan too much. Over here, Yi Yuan was also genuinely enraged. The other party wanted to come and draw out his dragon blood without a word. This sort of thing, anyone's mood would also not be good. I'm standing right here. If you have the ability to draw my blood away, there's no reason why not as well. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed as he said coolly. Long Jinhao gave a cold snort and said, Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Since you're willing to have a taste of having your dragon blood being forcefully extracted, then I'll fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, in front of so many people, Long Jinhao had the intention of showing off a little as well, and let everyone take a look at the Dragon Clan's young generation strength. Rumble. Long Jinhao's dragon race pressure was released fully. It was a Stonies. H.I. plus Ingli King rank bloodline. Fool. Under my king rank bloodline pressure, your inferior dragon blood can't unleash power at all. How are you going to fight with me? Long Jinhao said with a disdainful face. Over on the Vermilion Bird Clan's side, a bubbly girl said with a giggle, This human martial artist is rather brave too. Seeing Long Jinhao, he actually even dared to make a move. King rank bloodline has an absolute suppression effect against ordinary bloodline warriors. Just a fifth-level phaseless. It's simply impossible to be Long Jinhao's match. But the other woman with a frosty look said, "What bravery! It's simply idiocy!" Clearly aware that it's impossible to succeed, but does it anyway. What's the difference from a moth flying into the fire? This two girls, one warm and one cold, were the outstanding talents of the Vermilion Bird clan. The cold one was called Luo Wanrong, and the warm one was called Luo Jingtong. When they saw Yi Yuan's actions that bit off more than he could chew, they were both somewhat disapproving. "Uft!" Senior apprentice sister Wanrong said it vividly. "This boy is muddle-headed, looks rather cute instead." Luo Jingtong said with a giggle, "Humph! What's cute about him? Human martial artists are the most abominable. To actually refine our demon race's bloodlines to increase their strength truly deserve death." This action of Long Jinhao's is also considered a great satisfaction. Actually, not just on the Vermilion Bird clan side. The Black Tortoise clan side similarly felt that Yi Yuan was a mantis trying to stop the chariot. Or perhaps Yi Yuan appearing here was a mistake by itself. Furthermore, they had no favorable impression towards a bloodline martial artist like Yi Yuan. After all, they were all demons. Other people refining their race's bloodline to increase their strength. They were obviously unhappy. Being strongly suppressed by Long Jinhao's king rank bloodline, Yi Yuan felt not have the slightest feeling of discomfort. He just smiled lightly and said, "If you were sacred rank bloodline, I'd rather have to dread a little. A measly king rank bloodline is merely SO." Long Jinhao was just about to rebut Yi Yuan when all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. Not just Long Jinhao, the expressions of everyone present all changed drastically, including head Elder Rong Kuan, although they were able to discern that Yi Yuan was bearing dragon race bloodline. When Yi Yuan did not exhibit his bloodline pressure, they could not perceive the depths of Yi Yuan's bloodline. Rong Kuan was aware that Yi Yuan knew how to merge into heaven and earth. Therefore, there was no way Long Jinhao could hurt Yi Yuan. But he never thought that Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was actually so strong. King rank bloodline. It's actually king rank bloodline. How is this possible? How can a king rank bloodline possibly appeared on a human martial artist? His bloodline power is actually not the least bit inferior compared to Long Jinhao. This is also too exaggerated, right? This time, the Dragon Clan really got their faces slapped. King rank bloodline actually appeared on a human martial artist. This matter likely won't be taken lying down. These demon clans all burst into an uproar all at once, being startled by Yi Yuan's bloodline power. A very large number of them only just had ordinary bloodline. But in this human martial artist's body, he was actually bearing king rank bloodline. Long Jinhao's expression was incomparably ugly. He was still saying that Yi Yuan was of inferior dragon blood earlier, but he got his face slapped immediately. How could this not infuriate him? King rank bloodline. Good, truly excellent. Looks like it's not just extracting your dragon blood today. If you don't confess the process of how you stole the dragon blood, it wouldn't be easy even if you wished to die. Long Jinhao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "King rank bloodline appearing on a human. This was simply the Dragon Clan's crowning humiliation. Xuanri Heavenly Dragon Claw." Long Jinhao no longer hesitated, directly sticking a claw out. A dragon claw condensed and formed out of thin air, wrapped in a terrifying power, and charged over towards Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he had a look of contempt and said coolly, "Heaven rank dragon wave is too weak. Spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm." Yi Yuan smacked a palm out leisurely and unhurriedly. An azure dragon soared high into the air and directly smashed Long Jinhao's Xuanri Heavenly Dragon Claw into smithereens. Rumble. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's remnant force did not reduce. Long Jinhao's body was smashed flying out like a cannonball. Chapter 998 came out just like that. Chapter 998 came out just like that. A very barbaric palm. not giving Long Jinhao the least bit of opportunity at all. Yi Yuan's current strength was still not a match for middle stage Tier 9, but dealing with initial stage Tier 9, it was nothing difficult. Furthermore, competing in dragon race martial techniques, this Long Jinhao was far too lacking. Ao Jianba's pupils constricted, his eyes glued onto Yi Yuan, filled with disbelief. Spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. How is this possible? Not only did a human martial artist learn the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, he even cultivated dragon wave to spirit rank. Long Hanwei was shocked until she could not close her mouth. What in the world is going on here? King rank bloodline, spirit rank dragon race, divine rank martial technique. Isn't he a human bloodline martial artist? How can he possibly accomplish to such an extent? Luo Jingtong was similarly incomparably shocked. The Four Symbols family clan were all aware that the foundation of the dragon race's martial techniques lied on this dragon wave. To be able to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank at this age was already extremely talented. Cultivating to spirit rank, the next young patriarch was basically guaranteed to be him. Now, a human race's youngster actually cultivated dragon wave to spirit rank. This was simply too ironic. Right when everyone was still in the midst of shock, Yi Yuan's figure moved and stomped on Long Jinhao's chest with one foot as he said with a faint smile, "Your esteemed self is so overbearing, wanting to extract this Ye's dragon blood the moment you come up. I wonder what kind of feeling it will be when this Yi draws your dragon blood out." Yi Yuan said it very light-heartedly, but the surrounding people all could not help feeling a chill when they heard it. Saying he wanted to extract Long Jinhao's dragon blood in front of Ao Jianba. How fearless did one have to be? Indeed, when Ao Jianba saw Yi Yuan's actions, the expression on his face instantly changed from astoundment to shocked fury. A terrifying aura locked onto Yi Yuan from far away. If Yi Yuan really dared to make a move, he would strike Yi Yuan down without the slightest hesitation. "Boy, if you dare to draw Jinhao's dragon blood, I'll definitely flay your skin and pull out your tendons today," Ao Jianba said coldly. Swords were already drawn at this time. Head Elder Rong Kuan knew that he could not watch the show anymore. At this rate, there would be no way of resolving things today. Ao Jianba was not to be trifled with, but Yi Yuan was also not some easygoing person. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was even White Light's life and death big brother. If he really offended him badly, he might stir up some trouble. Misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Yi Yuan, honorable nephew Jinhao, is a little young and aggressive. But the Dragon Clan is indeed a little overly sensitive towards bloodline martial artists. Give this old man face, all right? Rong Kuin said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. Yi Yuan lifted his head and gave Rong Kuin a very meaningful glance, hitting him with pangs of guilt. This boy is too sharp. My thoughts have probably been long seen through by him. Rong Kuin thought to himself secretly. He wished to borrow Yi Yuan's hands to diminish the Dragon Clan's edge. How could Yi Yuan not perceive this point? His strength. Rong Kuin more or less still had some score. If he wished to stop it, he should have come forward long ago. Why was there a need to wait until now? Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Head Elder, White Light is my closest brother. Forget about it this time. But I, Yi Yuan, am not a minor character than anybody can need. Hope that Head Elder acts with due care and respect." Rong Kuin had an said look, but Yi Yuan already let go of his foot and returned to his seat. Long Jinhao struggled to his feet. Looking at Yi Yuan, he had an expression of indignant resentment as he said coldly, "Punk, you're bearing king, rank, bloodline. My Dragon Clan absolutely won't take things lying down." Yi Yuan shot Long Jinhao a glance and said with a faint smile, "Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky." If not looking on account of White Light's face, he would definitely extract Ling Jinhao's blood essence dry today. The other party exposed his killing intent. Yi Yuan was not that easygoing of a person either. Long Jinhao did not feel that he got lucky. In his view, Yi Yuan was afraid of the Dragon Clan's power. That was why he would climb down the ladder. Sup/Sup, Yi Yuan was also just saying it. Could it be that he really dared to extract his dragon blood? But when he arrived before Ao Jianbo, he had an ashamed look as he said, "Elder, Jinhao is useless and lost face for the Dragon Clan." But Ao Jianbo said with a calm expression, "Losing to Spirit rank Dragon Wave isn't considered a disgrace. It's just that a human martial artist is actually bearing king rank bloodline. This matter definitely cannot be dropped. After the White Tiger Clan's business is settled, this old man will naturally go find him to inquire clearly." Ao Jianbo's gaze stared at Yi Yuan with ill intent, but it was like Yi Yuan did not feel anything. He still chatted in a jovial manner. The guests and host getting seated. The trial of the young patriarch was also officially starting. This trial was divided into a total of 3 rounds. What it tested was respectively character, bloodline, as well as true strength. The first round, the test of character. Rongning, Wu Mo, White Light. The 3 of you will enter the heart-examining forest. The first to come out will win. An elder said in a clear voice. Rongning was the Crimson Flame Clan's candidate who replaced Rong Xan. Compared to Rong Xan, his strength was naturally a notch weaker. But the Crimson Flame Clan's strength itself was already very strong. Rongning's strength still could not be underestimated. This heart-examining forest was specially set up by the White Tiger Clan to test the young patriarch. Inside the forest had a powerful illusionary formation. After White Light Trio received the orders, they immediately entered inside the heart-examining forest. Head Elder, I wonder who you're most optimistic about among these 3 people. After the 3 people entered, Bite opened his mouth and asked Rong Kun. The moment these words were asked, quite a few people also revealed interested looks. Even the other 3 clans' powerhouses also perked their ears up. Rong Kun smiled and said, "Just talking about this heart-examining forest round, this old man is actually most optimistic about Wu Mo. This boy's character is level-headed, not arrogant nor rash. Talking in terms of temperament, he's actually the most suited for the position of young patriarch." Even with White Light's sudden emergence, he did not display the slightest look of alarm either. Hearing these words, quite a few elders and patriarchs all secretly nodded their heads. The Suppression Martial Clan's Wu Mo had always been very low profile, but Body dared to overlook his strength either. If White Light did not show up, Rong Xian's greatest compet, Tor would be Wu Mo. Even Rong Xan himself also did not dare say that he could definitely win Wu Mo. It could be seen from this how formidable Wu Mo's strength was. Furthermore, Wu Mo's character was level-headed and rarely contended for anything as well. He just quietly cultivated by himself. His performance, Rong Kun naturally took it into his sights too. If not for White Light breaking through to sacred rank bloodline, Rong Kun actually still fancied Wu Mo more. Among the 3 people, Rong Xian exposed his edge a little too much. White Light emerged all of a sudden, while Wu Mo was deep like an abyss. In comparison, it was indeed Wu Mo who was a little more suited for the position of young patriarch. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, the elder below suddenly called out in a clear voice, "White Light is the first to walk out of the heart-examining forest. The first round, White Light wins." Rong Kun could not help turning stiff when he heard that. Just how long had it been, and White Light already walked out of the heart-examining forest? They only said a couple of words from start to end. Adding it up, it was also merely several dozen breaths of time. Came out just like that. The heart-examining forest was not large. Calculating it, it was also the time to walk from end to end. Could it be that White Light did not delay at all inside? Chapter 999. Heart of a Pure Child. Chapter 999. Heart of a Pure Child. What kind of joke is this? This heart-examining forest. Even if the elders go in, it's also not possible to come out so quickly. White Light actually walked out immediately. Could it be that some problem occurred with the array formation? The heart-examining forest is a high-grade, Tier 9 array formation. If the young generation enters, the fastest takes half a day's time before they can come out as well. No way. If something happened to the array formation, then why didn't Rongning and Wu Mo, the two of them, come out yet? That brat called Yi Yuan is very bizarre. Why did White Light also become so bizarre now? White Light directly walking out of the heart-examining forest made all of the White Tiger Clan's members burst into an uproar. This sort of incident of directly sing through the heart-examining forest had never happened before from ancient times to the present, unless it was a terrifying existence like Yi Yuan whose heart realm reached Heaven-Man Unity Realm. Otherwise, even Divine King Realm elders would also be trapped for that little while. As for the junior generation, that went even more without saying. Head Elder, this matter is definitely fishy. White Light, he must have cheated. Otherwise, how is it possible to pass right through the heart-examining forest? Rong-Yin said solemnly. While at this time the Suppression Martial Clan's patriarch, Wu Qian, also could not sit still anymore as well. He likewise cupped his fists and said, Head Elder, this matter is too strange. We must get to the bottom of it. These two clans already came forward, but Ju naturally could not sit Sively and resign himself to death either. He hurriedly said, In the past there doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. White Light strength can't be judged with common sense to begin with. If you can't bear a loss, then withdraw out of the struggle to become the young patriarch. Why is there a need to insult people with words? Truthfully speaking, Baiju was also incomparably shocked. But White Light was the Flowing Light clan's young patriarch. He naturally could not be afraid at this time, immediately throwing back the insinuations. Rong Kuin was just about to open his mouth when White Light cupped his fists and said, Head Elder, before the trial, White Light already handed over all of my storage rings. It's impossible to bring any treasures with me. If Head Elder is still not at ease, White Light is willing to accept an inspection. It's just, if White Light didn't cheat, what then? White Light was steady as a rock, looking at Rongyin without showing the least bit of weakness. He was a lofty White Tiger Clan's young patriarch candidate. Being maligned for no reason like this, he obviously had to win back some ground. Being squeezed by White Light like this, Rong-Yin could not help finding it somewhat hard to get off the tiger's back. It was just that he would not believe that White Light could pass through the heart-examining forest within such a short time, even if he was beaten to death. Humph! If we find out that you didn't cheat, this old man will just resign from being patriarch. Rong-Yin said with a cold snort. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. This joke went a little overboard. Rong-Yin actually used the position of patriarch to wager a bet. It was acting too much on impulse. Except Rong-Yin was indeed stifled in the chest, making him bet his own position of patriarch. Originally, the Crimson Flame clan situation was excellent. Rong-Yin was naturally in high spirits too. But ever since Yi Yuan entered the White Tiger clan, the Crimson Flame clan became plagued with problems for all matters. Putting aside the incident of a traitor emerging, it even lost Rong Xian's young patriarch candidate rights. Right now, the Crimson Flame clan became the entire White Tiger clan's laughingstock. White Light cheating so obviously if he could not even drag him down the horse, this patriarch did not have much point as well anymore. Rong Kuin's face fell, and he said, Messing around! How can the position of patriarch be used out of spite? White Light, not that this seat doesn't believe you. It's just that your matter is indeed too queer. You're also aware, ever since the heart-examining forest was established, and, oh, body could pass through so quickly before. Even divine king elders cannot as well. Can you tell this seat just what is going on here? White Light bowed and said, This, White Light don't know. Either way, after I entered the heart-examining forest, I didn't see anything and just directly walked out like that. If head elder really wants me to say, I really can't give an explanation. Therefore, if head elder feels uneasy, better do a check. White Light said it very innocently, but he did not lie. The heart-examining forest's illusionary realm did not have any effect on him at all. Hearing White Light's words, Rong Kuin could not help being powerless and could only say, Since that's the case, best do an inspection then. Otherwise, it's hard to convince them all. Yes. White Light, are you willing? White Light naturally did not have any unwillingness, because no matter what method they used, it was also impossible to investigate how he cheated. Just as the White Tiger clan was bustling about to examine White Light, inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the sun-moon heavenly pupil grumbled with a smug look. Ha! These bunch of fools! Even if they take out a divine artifact, it's impossible to detect this great one's existence too. But you, boy, are really insidious to actually come up with this sort of way to cheat. Too despicable, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, looking at your appearance. Aren't you quite enjoying it? Making you help previously, you even had 100 objections. Speaking of this, the smugness on the sun-moon heavenly pupil's face instantly vanished without a trace. He gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, You, boy, still have the face to say it. You're simply a malefic star. Do you know that dividing divine sense out might let this great one's primordial spirit collapse? Yi Yuan said with an indifferent look, Aren't you fine? Furthermore, as an exchange, I already imparted you the ink flow spirit dividing art. That's a divine Tao mystic art. The sun-moon heavenly pupil gave a cold snort, but said no more. Originally, in order to help White Light pass through the heart-examining forest, Yi Yuan resorted to coercion and bribery to make the sun-moon heavenly pupil cultivate the ink flow spirit dividing art, then divide out a trace of divine sense into White Light's eyes. The sun-moon heavenly pupil's terror did not just lie on its illusionary magic accomplishments. He could even see through all of truth and falsehood. The heart-examining forest, this level of illusionary realm, was simply child's play to him. It could not cause any hindrance to him at all. Therefore, White Light actually really cheated. It was just that the method of cheating and, body could perceive it. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was extremely hard to catch to begin with. Wanting to hide from the eyes and ears of everyone was truly too easy. Furthermore, he was not a magic treasure himself and was completely not afraid that the White Tiger clan could detect him. Indeed, the White Tiger clan even brought out a transcendent grade holy artifact, but did not find anything wrong on White Light's body. Seeing this scene, Rong Yin's expression became increasingly ugly. Replying head elder, White Light didn't carry any magic treasure on him. Along with this verdict coming out, everyone burst into an uproar again. Under the circumstances where he did not rely on any magic treasures, White Light actually said right through the heart-examining forest. This was simply too fantastical. Head elder, if everybody still feels that there's a problem, White Light is willing to walk through the heart-examining forest again. White Light clasped his hands and said, Before waiting for Rong Kuin to reply, White Light leaped and already entered the heart-examining forest. After several dozen breaths, White Light's figure rushed out of the heart-examining forest once more. This time, everyone all had nothing to say. Head elder, could White Light be of the legendary heart of a pure child? He suddenly said, Sup 1/Sup. Head elder's expression turned apprehensive. Looking towards White Light with eyes like he was staring at a monster, he slowly nodded his head and said, It appears that there is only this explanation. Truly didn't think that not only did White Light break through to sacred rank bloodline, He's actually even of the legendary heart of a pure child. Truly remarkable. Chapter 1000. Presumptuous Request. Chapter 1000. Presumptuous request heart of a pure child was not a heart realm boundary, but more like a type of spirit physique. This sort of spirit physique was inherently immune to illusions. One could maintain their true nature inside illusionary realms. It was extremely powerful. It was just that people possessing a heart of a pure child were too few and far between. It was hard for one to appear even in 10,000 years. White Light actually ignored the heart-examining forest and directly walked out. Only the heart of a pure child could explain it. Right then, Wu Mo was the second one to walk out of the heart-examining forest. When he saw White Light, his entire body involuntarily trembled. Originally, these 3 rounds, what he had the greatest hope of winning was this heart-examining forest round. But who knew that he actually stumbled in the first round? When he heard that White Light might be of the legendary heart of a pure child, even the expression of someone as composed as him was rather ugly too. It was just that White Light already walked through the heart-examining forest twice. Who won and who lost did not need to be judged at all. As for Rongning, he was more deplorable. He was even later than Wu Mo by a full 2 hours. The second round tested bloodline power. It was measured with a transcendent grade, holy artifact, Blood Soul Stone. Blood Soul Stone, testing bloodlines, was completely different from the pressure exhibited out. It was much more accurate. Furthermore, the Blood Soul Stone's test of bloodline was a comprehensive picture, and not purely the strength of bloodline, such as age, such as potential, such as strength, because these things tended to be included inside the blood. The first one up was Rongning. He looked like he did not have much pressure, as if he was also aware himself that he was just a supporting character who did not have any hope at all. Rongning dripped a drop of blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone. Very soon, intense undulations appeared on the Blood Soul Stone. Green-colored bloodline. Rongning is of the green-colored bloodline. This result is already very good. It's a pity that his opponents are Wu Mo and White Light. After the undulation, the Blood Soul Stone finally stopped on green color. Therefore, it was determined as a green-colored bloodline. This Blood Soul Stone's testing of the bloodline strength was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, 7 colors. Red was the lowest, while violet was the highest. Rongning finally stopped on the green-colored bloodline. It was already considered very strong. After Rongning, Wu Mo followed suit as well, dripping blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone. The Blood Soul Stone emitted an intense light. First was red color, followed by orange color, gradually becoming stronger. When the color rushed to green color and turned from green to blue, it actually became somewhat lacking in strength. Wu Mo's expression changed, his eyes staring unmovingly at the Blood Soul Stone. The joints of his fingers made cracking sounds. Went past. Really went past. Blue-colored bloodline. Blue-colored bloodline is already extremely rarely seen. Even if Rong Xian is here, it's also merely like this. For White Light to want to beat Wu Mo in bloodline, it probably won't be easy anymore. Current, the matter of White Light possessing sacred rank bloodline had not spread yet, while blue-colored bloodline was already an extremely rare bloodline magnitude. Hence, everyone was not too optimistic about White Light. However, when White Light dripped blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone, everyone was stunned. Red color, orange color, yellow color. It practically rushed past in an instant. It slowed down slightly when it was green color, but it still rushed past very quickly. Following that was blue color, indigo bloodline. The color is still darkening. White Light's bloodline strength wouldn't really charge to violet color, right? This is 2 freakies. H. Plus ever since Divine Tao dwindled with 0. There has yet to be anyone's bloodline who charged to violet color before. Just how strong is white light's bloodline magnitude? Quickly look, it really charged past. Violet-colored bloodline. Violet-colored bloodline stirred up surging waves in the crowd all at once. The shocked ones were not just the White Tiger Clan's members. There were also the other 3 clans that came to observe the ceremony. Violet-colored bloodline. This was the highest rank that the Blood Soul Stone was able to test. And in these 100,000 years, an body had reached violet color before. The best bloodline strength was also merely blue-colored bloodline. But today it actually gave birth to violet-colored bloodline. How could this not alarm them? When Rongkuin saw this scene, he stroked his beard and smiled. White Light's performance today made his face feel greatly honored. Quickly look, White Light's bloodline test hasn't ended yet. The Blood Soul Stone's color is still darkening. It's already almost turning black. At this time, someone suddenly cried out in shock. Rongkuin and several elders, including the other 3 clans' elders, all quickly stood up, being startled by the abnormal change on the Blood Soul Stone. Could it be that White Light's bloodline is going to reach the legendary black-colored bloodline? How is this possible? Yi said in astonishment. Black-colored bloodline was the White Tiger Clan's highest rank bloodline. The magnitude of its potential was simply unimaginable. Even in the Divine Tao era, there were extremely few people able to reach black-colored bloodline 2. This sort of bloodline was virtually a myth. But today, this myth was going to become a reality in a moment. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan just smiled faintly. This conclusion was within his expectations. The perfect white tiger physique was in existence, capable of reaching the sacred ancestor's rank. Making the Blood Soul Stone turn black, this was also something within reason. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Blood Soul Stone's color finally turned black. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, looking towards White Light with inconceivable gazes. Head Elder, in my view, this 3rd round doesn't need to be competed anymore. White Light's potential is simply not what the rest can contend with. Him being the young patriarch is fame following merit, Yi said. Rongkuin also sucked in a deep breath. Looking at the various elders, he said, Elders, are there any objections? None. White Light actually let the Blood Soul Stone reach the legendary black color. His future accomplishments are simply limitless. If he doesn't become the young patriarch, who will? No objections. All of the elders approved unanimously. White Light, this young patriarch, was already a shoo-in. If even black-colored bloodline could not become the young patriarch, then the White Tiger Clan would simply be a joke. Rongkuin said, since that's the case, the 3rd round of testing doesn't need to be carried out as well. The White Tiger Clan's new young patriarch is White Tiger Clan. All guests, please rest for a day at my White Tiger Clan. After this old man reports this matter to Patriarch, we'll hold the young patriarch's crowning ceremony tomorrow morning. When White Light heard this news, he heaved a long sigh in relief too. He also paid far too much for today's sake. Of course, he also matured a lot of in between. Finally, he still became the White Tiger Clan's young patriarch. But this was no longer White Light's goal. Ever since becoming aware of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and White Tiger Clan secret, his even greater goal was to consolidate the 2 clans and unite the White Tiger Clan. White Light could not help looking towards Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with gratitude. If not for Big Brother, his present situation would definitely be extremely arduous, let alone talk about becoming young patriarch. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Janba suddenly opened his mouth and said to Rongkuin, Brother Kuin, this AO has a presumptuous request. Rongkuin was rather surprised and said, Brother Jianbao, just say it, no worries. As long as you don't bring away Yi Yuan, everything can be discussed. Rongkuin knew that AO Janba suddenly speaking up was probably still for Yi Yuan. Ao Jamba said coolly. I'm very curious just how strong this human brat's bloodline is. Since the Blood Soul Stone is off the peg, can you let him give it a try? Chapter 1001. Exploded. Chapter 1001. Exploded this. Yi Yuan. Elder Ao wants to witness your bloodline power. What do you think? Rong Kuin naturally would not make the decision for Yi Yuan and could only seek his opinion. This sort of request was clearly somewhat unreasonable to Yi Yuan. If it was in accordance with his character, he definitely would not agree. But ever since he knew that he was of the atavism dragon soul, Yi Yuan was also very curious about his bloodline power. Fine then. Since you all are interested, no harm in testing it as well. Yi Yuan said coolly. The others were also preparing to leave, but seeing this situation that suddenly occurred, they also came to a standstill and planned to watch the show first before talking. Regarding Yi Yuan agreeing so straightforwardly, Ao Janba was very surprised too. He originally even wanted to use some coercive measures, did not think that he actually did not need to use them. Yi Yuan slowly came before the Blood Soul Stone. This action aroused everyone's curiosity as well. A human martial artist is actually bearing the Dragon Clan's king rank bloodline. Truly inconceivable. By my estimation, Yi Yuan's bloodline power is probably at least green too. Maybe it can even reach blue. There's still hope for green, but blue should be impossible. After all, he's a human martial artist. Even if it's king rank bloodline, his potential is also not as strong as the dragon races. King rank bloodline appeared on a human martial artist. This was something that had never happened before. These demon race powerhouses were all very curious just how powerful Yi Yuan's bloodline power was. But they did not think that Yi Yuan's bloodline strength was very strong. After all, for a human martial artist, being able to reach blue color was already very impressive. After all, the Blood Soul Stone leaned more towards the potential of the bloodline when testing bloodline strength. Under normal circumstances, the deeper the color on the Blood Soul Stone, the greater the martial artist's accomplishments in the future. Yi Yuan dripped a drop of blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone. Everyone held their breaths, watching the Blood Soul Stone's reaction. In the end, 1 breath pa-s said, 2 breaths pa-s said. The Blood Soul Stone still had no reaction. What's going on? Could it be that something went wrong with the Blood Soul Stone? Rong Kuin said rather surprisedly. Ha! Just a human race brat. The Blood Soul Stone probably don't acknowledge his bloodline power at all, right? Long Jinhao said with a cold laugh. Right at this time, the Blood Soul Stone suddenly lit up and emitted an extremely strong red light. This red light was very intense until it even made people feel somewhat uncomfortable to the eye. Furthermore, the time this red light persisted was very long and not like the others. Pa-s. Sing very quickly. What's going on here? The Blood Soul Stone tests bloodline strength with a method of burning blood essence. The longer low-ranking bloodlines burn, the lower the bloodline strength. Seems like even though Yi Yuan reached king rank bloodline, his development S.P.A.C. is very limited. Rong Kuin said. Ao Janba said with a cold snort. Indeed, not out of my expectations. This boy is probably Old Freak Way's experimental product. Therefore, his potential is long exhausted. Following this trend, it's already the limit for him to be able to reach yellow-colored bloodline. It's just, I didn't expect that Old Freak Way is actually able to increase bloodline power to king rank bloodline already. But Rong Kuin shook his head when he heard that and said, Old Freak Way can transplant bloodline, but he's unable to transplant cultivation method, right? Don't you forget, Yi Yuan's dragon wave is cultivated to spirit rank already. Ao Janba could not help choking up when he heard that. He snorted coldly but did not say any more. While talking, the color of the Blood Soul Stone already became orange color. The time the orange color lasted was similarly very long. Following that was yellow-green. The Blood Soul Stone's colors kept on becoming darker steadily and did not become feeble like everyone expected. After green, the Blood Soul Stone became blue color without the slightest accident. With this, everyone was stunned. Blue-colored bloodline could already rival Wu Mo's bloodline. Who was Wu Mo? He was the White Tiger clan's young patriarch candidate. His bloodline strength ranked among the highest in the clan. If not counting White Light, Wu Mo could virtually represent the strongest bloodline of the young generation. However, a human bloodline martial artist's bloodline strength could actually compete with the four symbols family clan's young patriarch candidate. What kind of concept was this? Long Jinhao's expression was incomparably ugly. If he underwent bloodline testing, he was at most blue color too. A human martial artist was actually more or less the same as him in terms of bloodline strength. What was even more damnable was that Yi Yuan's bloodline strength was still increasing. The color of the Blood Soul Stone was still turning darker. Became indigo color. It really became indigo color. Yi Yuan's bloodline strength is actually even more powerful than the four symbols family clan successors. This is simply too bizarre. That Blood Soul Stone wouldn't really have spoiled, right? Someone cried out in shock. It's definitely that the Blood Soul Stone spoiled. Otherwise, how can a human bloodline martial artist's potential be even greater than the four symbols family clans? Looking at it like this, there's probably something wrong with that White Light's bloodline strength too. Although human bloodline martial artists fused with demon race bloodlines, they were unable to unleash the true power of demon race bloodlines at all. No matter how powerful the blood essence they fused with, the strength that was truly unleashed was greatly discounted too. Therefore, when they tested bloodline, they generally would not even reach orange color. Yi Yuan's bloodline performance completely said common sense. This left them no choice but to doubt. Furthermore, those present were all the four symbols, family clans, divine, beast bloodlines. They were unable to accept the fact that a human's bloodline was even stronger than theirs from the bottom of their hearts. Hence, when they saw Yi Yuan's bloodline break through to indigo color bloodline, cries of questioning joined together very quickly. However, the bloodline stone could not hear their questioning voices. Its color was still becoming darker, and broke through to violet color very quickly. Following the Blood Soul Stone turning violet color, those questioning voices also gradually ceased. The originally noisy venue became very quiet. The Blood Soul Stone's color was still becoming darker, gradually turning from violet to black. Everyone held their breaths. Within a day, 2 black-colored bloodline of the legends actually appeared. This was too bizarre. Ao Janba was stunned too. Brother Kuin, your White Tiger clan's Blood Soul Stone wouldn't really have a problem, right? Ao Janba said. Roan Kuin's gaze was filled with shock. Hearing that, he shook his head and said, Impossible. For the sake of the young patriarch trial today, our White Tiger clan prepared for a period of several years. How can we possibly make this sort of low-level blunder? But how can a human bloodline martial artist possibly make the Blood Soul Stone turn black? Ao Janba said in astonishment. This. Just as Roan Kuin was hesitating, the expression on his face suddenly changed. The Blood Soul Stone suddenly started vibrating fiercely, while its color also became increasingly blacker. In the end, it actually glowed from the blackness. The Blood Soul Stone's trembling became more and more intense. Roan Kuin's expression suddenly changed greatly. He yelled out, Quickly get out of the way. The Blood Soul Stone is going to explode. Roan Kuin's voice had yet to fade, only to hear a boom. The Blood Soul Stone directly exploded into clouds of dust. Yi Yuan moved the Heavenly King Bell aside and said helplessly, This thing doesn't seem to be STURDY enough. It actually can't withstand my bloodline. Chapter 1002, Long Teng's True Strength. Chapter 1002, Long Teng's True Strength. The moment these words were uttered, everyone immediately fainted. Long Jinhao had a look of livid rage as he said, Impossible. Either you're cheating, or the Blood Soul Stone has problems. You, a human martial artist, how can the Blood Soul Stone possibly be unable to withstand your bloodline? Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "You're also thinking too highly of yourself. Do you think that me testing my bloodline is for you to see? Whether you believe it or not is your problem. What has it got to do with me? Or whether my bloodline is strong or not? What does it concern you?" You. Long Jinhao could not help choking up and actually could not find words to refute. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to prove to Long Jinhao whether or not the Blood Soul Stone had problems. Him testing bloodline was just a moment of curiosity himself. Right now, this result, he was still fairly satisfied. Looks like the White Tiger's sacred ancestor did not fabricate nonsense. This whatever atavism dragon's soul seemed to really be very powerful. It was actually even more powerful than White Light's perfect White Tiger physique. It was just that Yi Yuan did not mind, but Long Jinhao was unable to accept this fact. Long Jinhao was young and spirited in the end. A human bloodline martial artist's potential was actually 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times stronger than his. He really became jealous. Ao Janba did not speak the entire time, but at this time he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Brother Kuin, looks like this old man will have to go back on my words today. The bloodline that this boy is bearing might concern an earth-shaking secret of my Azure Dragon clan. This old man must bring him back to the clan." Rong Kuin heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, "Like this old man won't look on with folded arms either. Brother Janba, not that I'm not giving you face, but Yi Yuan and White Light are as close as brothers. White Light's talent, you've seen it too. If Yi Yuan is taken away by you, my White Tiger clan's young patriarch probably won't be willing to let things go." After witnessing Yi Yuan's bloodline strength, Rong Kuin knew that this matter could not be settled anymore. If Rong Kuin gave White Light a perfect score of 10 out of 10 before testing bloodline, then right now he would definitely give White Light 100 points. The ATTI, 2'd from before and after could not be mentioned in the same sentence at all. White Light was like so. Now, an even more monstrous Yi Yuan appeared. How could Ao Janba possibly remain composed? If Yi Yuan's parentage was of the Dragon clan, Ao Janba would definitely beg on all fours to invite Yi Yuan back to the clan. But the problem was, Yi Yuan was a human. Such a heaven-defying bloodline appeared on a human. If they did not figure out the situation, the Azure Dragon clan could not be the Azure Dragon clan. Rong Kuin's intestines were already green with regret now. If he knew long ago, he would not let Yi Yuan test his bloodline even if he were to fall out with Ao Janba. Ao Janba's expression turned cold, but he said, "Brother Kuin, other matters I must give you face, but the severity of this matter you're aware too. Unless you make this old man stay behind today, otherwise my Azure Dragon clan might have to utterly break out into war with the White Tiger clan. Does Brother Kuin really wish to see such an outcome?" Rong Kuin knew that Ao Janba was not threatening him, but was stating a fact. If it were him and he knew that there was such a terrifying White Tiger bloodline wandering about in Destination I, toot outside, he would definitely bring him back at all costs too. Even though Rong Kuin had experienced many grand occasions before, he could not quite make a decision at this time too. He could only say to Yi Yuan with difficulty, "This, Yi Yuan, why not? You run first. However far you can escape counts. This matter, this old man really can't help you anymore." Making war with the Azure Dragon clan, this outcome was not what the White Tiger clan could bear. But Ao Janba sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "A mere phaseless realm brat. If this old man let him escape, wouldn't I become the entire divine realm's laughingstock?" Rong Kuin gave him a glance but did not say anything. If he divulged Yi Yuan's trump card at this time, Yi Yuan would definitely hate the White Tiger clan to death. In Rong Kuin's view, Yi Yuan's best way out right now was to catch Ao Janba off guard and use merging into heaven and earth and escape. At that time, he would help Yi Yuan delay a bit. Presumably, the Azure Dragon Clan should not vent their anger on the White Tiger Clan because of this. Except, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of escaping, but looked at Ao Janba and said with a faint smile, "Old man Ao, somebody wants to have a word with you." A black-robed man suddenly appeared and opened his mouth to say, "Who is Ao Xinghan to you?" Ao Janba's expression changed, and his voice immediately went deep as he said coldly, "Who are you? To actually know ancestor's name?" This black-robed person was naturally long-tongued. "Ha! I knew that you were Ao Xinghan, that worthless child's descendant. Yi Yuan's dragon race cultivation methods were all taught by me. Stop having designs on him. Go back and tell your patriarch Yi Yuan will be the Dragon Clan's next patriarch. Before long, I'll bring Yi Yuan and return to the Azure Dragon Clan." Long Teng's words immediately caused a mighty uproar in the crowd. The Azure Dragon Clan's patriarch, the status was incomparably venerated, and also the entire divine realm's pinnacle-most existence. This black-robed man who appeared out of who knows where wanted Yi Yuan to be the patriarch the moment he opened his mouth. This was simply a joke. A human, even if his bloodline was any stronger, how could he be the Azure Dragon Clan's patriarch? Not just them. Even Yi Yuan himself was also stunned when he heard that. He had not thought of becoming some Dragon Clan patriarch before. Long Tongue's words were too sudden, catching him somewhat by surprise. Ao Janba's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "What high-sounding sentiments your esteemed self has! Putting aside concealing the truth of the matter, you want to claim my Azure Dragon Clan's patriarch with just a word. It's a little too arrogant, don't you think?" Long Ting said coolly, "Arrogant, is it? You're Ao Xinghan's descendant. Your forte should be the proud heavenly dragon art, right? Attack with your full strength and give it a shot. I want to take a look at how much of his ability you inherited." Ao Janba's expression could not help changing when he heard that. The other party actually stated his strongest martial technique readily. Seems like this black-robed person knew about the Dragon Clan's matters like the palm of his hand. But Ao Janba was also a top-notch expert in the demon region. How could he possibly be scared into retreat by a sentence from Longtongue? "Humph. I want to see if you really have the capital to be C-O-C-K-Y. Ao Janba snorted coldly. A powerful dragon pressure abruptly erupted, only to see his palms come together. A terrifying undulation instantly emanated. Roar! A shocking dragon roar transmitted out. A surge of intangible and terrifying demonic essence instantly coalesced. At this time, the two people already flew very far away, but separated by such a great distance, the others felt their hearts palpitate endlessly too. This was the strength of a first-rate divine king. Too terrifying. Ao Janba is indeed well deserving of being a genius of the Azure Dragon Clan. Several dozen years of not seeing, his strength became more and more unfathomable. That black-robed person doesn't have a very powerful undulation on him at all. Is he truly so confident in being able to defeat Ao Janba? Rong Kuen said rather worriedly. Right then, Ao Janba's divine king domain was released fully. He shouted coldly, "Proud heavenly dragon art, showing disdain on all under the heavens." There was no flashy essence energy undulation. What there was just a destructive force powerful until it made people feel asphyxiated. Long Tongue just stood with his hands behind his back, facing a first-rate divine king's attack. He just lightly extended a palm out. Pooh work! In an instant, the divine king domain shattered. The proud heavenly dragon art directly turned into nothingness. It actually did not cause a hint of damage. Compared to Ao Xinghan, you're too weak. The Azure Dragon Clan is indeed getting more abysmal with each generation. Long Tongue let out a long sigh. Chapter 1003 Universal Void Slaughter Geode Slaying Formation. Chapter 1003 Universal Void Slaughter D Slaying Formation. Ao Janba's expression was incomparably ugly. His full power blow was actually broken by Long Teng so effortlessly. Facing Long Teng's mockery, he could only suffer it obediently. Who in the world is your excellency? Why do you grasp my dragon race's martial techniques so familiarly like the palm of your hands? Ao Janba said in a solemn voice. Ao Janba knew that he did not lose in strength, but lost in understanding of the dragon race's martial techniques. Long Teng's understanding of the proud heavenly dragon art was D knows how many times more profound than him, this dragon clan's elder. How could he have a reason to not be defeated? Ha! Ao Xinghan's proud heavenly dragon art was taught by me. Who do you think I am? Long Teng said coolly. Ao Janba's expression changed, and he said in surprise, You're my dragon clan senior? I wonder what senior's name is. 50,000 years had already said since Long Teng's era until now. Many things had long been forgotten already. Who taught Ao Xinghan, apart from Ao Qian, someone of that era, and, Body knew long ago. Who am I? You don't need to care. Remember, Yi Yuan will go to the Azure Dragon Clan, but when he goes is up to him to decide and not you. Rest assured, Yi Yuan is more suitable to be the next patriarch than any one of your clansmen. Now, scram as far as you can for me. Long Teng said in a solemn voice. Ao Janba's expression was incomparably ugly. This black-robed man who suddenly appeared countered him too much. In front of this person, the strength he could unleash was less than 10%. How to fight? Although extremely unwilling, Ao Janba still bowed and said, Yes, senior. These words, Janba will bring them to patriarch. Witnessing Long Teng's strength, everyone was incredibly shocked and used fearful gazes to look at Yi Yuan. No wonder Yi Yuan could cultivate dragon wave to spirit rank. Turns out that he had a dragon race expert giving guidance behind him. But they all knew that for Yi Yuan to be able to cultivate dragon wave to spirit rank at this age, he was absolutely a genius among geniuses. Don't look at how Long Jinhao seemed young. He was actually several hundred years old already. He had spent several hundred years to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank. But Yi Yuan's age was placed right here. Cultivating to spirit rank was simply too monstrous. Long Teng came back. Yi Yuan was overjoyed as he said, Senior, you've already fully recovered. Long Teng said with a smile, Hoo, isn't this still all thanks to you? This period of time, Long Teng had been in a state of close seclusion the entire time. Leaving seclusion this time, he borrowed the power of the Skanda Divine Stone, and finally recovered completely. Yi Yuan said smilingly, What senior still being courteous with me for? It's just that you said to make me be the Dragon Clan's patriarch. It isn't a joke, right? Long Teng said, Of course it wasn't a joke. Seems like me meeting you was long foreordained by the heavens. Really didn't think that in this old man's remaining years, I was actually able to encounter a bloodline power like yours. Long Teng said it veiledly. Yi Yuan knew that he was referring to the matter of his atavism dragon soul. All the esteemed guests, the White Tiger Clan has already prepared guest rooms for everybody. Everyone had best return and take a rest first. Rong Kuin saw that the scene was awkward and came out to smooth things over at the right moment. Ao Janba gave a cold snort and said, Apologies, Brother Kuin. This matter is of utmost importance. This old man must hurry back to the clan. Tomorrow's coronation ceremony. I'm afraid I can't attend any more. I'll take my leave here. Rong Kuin knew that Ao Janba could not sit still and did not ask him to stay either. He just clasped his hands and said, Since that's the case, Brother Janba, take care. Ao Janba also returned a greeting and brought Long Jinhao and the rest, and was going to leave. The group of people was just about to leave when all of a sudden an abnormal change occurred. Above the entire White Tiger clan's sky suddenly became a stretch of blood color, as if the entire stretch of the sky was being burned by flames. Rumble. The sky suddenly erupted with a massive burst of blood light, emitting a series of intense explosion sounds. The Ao Janba, who had just flown not far away, suddenly suffered a blow and actually directly dropped down. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically and were completely unaware of what happened. Blood light shot up into the skies, as if it was a huge cover enveloping the entire White Tiger clan's totem territory all at once. The blood light cover arrived very suddenly. Everyone was caught completely off guard. But the undulations coming off of that huge shroud made the first-rate divine kings, including Rong Kuin, all feel their hearts palpitate. Someone as powerful as Ao Janba, being struck by this bloodlight, his life and death was actually unknown too. Who is it to actually lay down such a terrifying grand array at our White Tiger clan? And we actually had not the slightest clue. Rong Kuin's expression was grim until it was almost dripping water. This was the White Tiger clan's headquarters. Outsiders infiltrated here and laid down such a terrifying grand array without being noticed. He, this head elder, actually did not have a clue at all. This sort of situation, just thinking about it, made people feel terrified. Furthermore, they completely did not know who the other party was and what goals they had. This is the universal Void Slaughter G. Oh, D-slaying formation, a divine Tao array formation. Once this formation has a deity realm powerhouse presiding over it, exterminating deity realm powerhouses is no object. Although this array formation doesn't reach divine rank at the moment, dealing with divine king realm experts is plenty. Yi Yuan recognized the grand array and said in a grim voice. Yi Yuan's words made everyone suck in a mouthful of cold air. Divine Tao array formation. This was a term that made people terrified at the sight of it. Right at this time, one silhouette after another faintly appeared above the grand array. Hoo-hoo, everyone's present. The four symbols family clans gathered at the White Tiger clan, it really strikes a fresh note. Our hall master has heard so much about the four symbols family clan's fame and wants to invite the various elders over to have a chat. I wonder if everyone is submitting without putting up a fight, or making us use this universal Void Slaughter G. Oh, D-slaying formation to cripple everybody before bringing you back. An expert dressed in light blue clothing slowly walked out, using a mocking tone to look down on the foul symbols family clans' powerhouses. The aura on this person was extremely powerful. He was actually a first-rate divine king too. Rong Kuin snorted coldly and said, "Who on earth is your esteemed self?" Showing your tail but hiding your face. What capability does it count as? Who I am. Head Elder Rong Kuin don't need to know. My hall master wants to do something big and needs all of the elders' cooperation. Just nice. Everybody gathered together today. Saved us the trouble of going to invite one by one. That blue-clothed divine king said with a faint smile. Rong Kuin's expression was very grim as he said with a cold snort, "This old man just wants to know, how did your esteemed self sneak into the totem territory and lay down such a large formation?" The blue-clothed divine realm smiled and said, "No harm in telling head elder either. Either way, after today, the White Tiger clan is going to have its name taken off the list from the divine realm. Be careful." Rumble. Just as the blue-clothed divine king was talking, a terrifying explosion sound echoed out. Where the Crimson Flame clan was located was practically leveled to flat ground. Many Crimson Flame clan members were actually directly obliterated by this attack. Everyone was caught unawares by this change, which came unexpectedly, looking at the only clan member still standing in the Crimson Flame clan in disbelief. That was Rong Ning. 10,000 feet away, Rong Yin's expression was incomparably ugly. His body was long drenched in sweat already. "Wai Yi Yuan, thank you for saving me." Rong-yin said dryly. Yi Yuan ignored him, his gaze staring fixedly at the blue-clothed divine king in the sky. Chapter 1004, Ji Kanglin. Chapter 1004, Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan's action similarly aroused the blue-clothed divine king's attention. It's actually Heaven-Man unity. Didn't expect that I could actually still run into such a genius on this trip. Boy, this seat will give you a way out. Join us, how about that? The blue-clothed divine king said very interestedly. Yi Yuan did not answer the blue-clothed divine king and still had his eyes glued onto him. His entire body actually started trembling. While over here, all of the White Tiger clan members were all abnormally shocked and furious. Rong-ning, what are you doing? Rong-yin saw that Yi Yuan ignored him and glared at Rong-ning instead, questioning him. Rong-ning smiled faintly and said, Doing what? Did you saw it all? Didn't Head Elder ask how they infiltrated into the totem territory? I'm telling you guys the answer. Although Rong-yin was the patriarch of a clan, his mind still had not wrapped itself around things until now. The unforeseen event, which arrived unexpectedly, caught everyone by surprise. What do you mean? Rong-yin felt like it was seemingly his first day getting to know Rong-ning. Although Rong-ning could not compare to Rong-Xan, he was also groomed by him single-handedly. What other meaning can there be? He's telling you that he sold off the entire White Tiger clan. This guy is a traitor. Rong-ning, my White Tiger clan has treated you well. How can you do this sort of thing that betray your master and forefathers? Bai Ju said in a solemn voice. Rong-ning laughed and said, Treated me well? Starting from birth, I've been living under Rong-Xan's shadow all along. With him and Wu Emo around, it's forever impossible for me to become the White Tiger clan's patriarch. What right do they have to be a notch above others, right from birth? Based on what that this position of young patriarch only they can be? In the White Tiger clan, I, Rong-ning, will never come a day to hold my head up. You look at me now. I possess powerful strength. As long as I'm willing, I can even kill Rong-yin. All these can the White Tiger clan give it to me? Rong-9 laughed, wildly wantonly, laughing until everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone was extremely shocked. All along, Rong-ning actually concealed his strength for the sake of today. The strength he erupted with just now absolutely reached the Divine King realm. With Rong-ning's cooperation, that was how these mysterious people were able to sneak into the White Tiger clan silently and rounding them up in one fell swoop. Rong-ning's state was as if he went mad, roaring with laughter as he said, Now, whatever white light appeared again. Wouldn't I, Rong-ning, have even less of a chance? Do you think that based on Rong-zhe and Bai Su, those two fools, they can get in contact with Ling Nine Hills? Originally, I was planning on waiting for White Light to have his qualifications revoked, then find an opportunity to expose those two fools. Didn't expect that an outsider brat actually ferreted it out first and utterly messed up my original plan. If not for Yi Yuan, my plan would be able to be carried out smoothly. I can also become young patriarch, right, and properly. Want to blame, you all just blame him. Rong-ning's words made the White Tiger clan's members all S-H-I plus ver without being cold. They did not think that this Rong-ning's scheming was actually so deep, borrowing Rong-zhe and Bai Su's hands to eliminate White Light first, then blowing up this matter and finesse. H-I plussing off Rong-Xan. One could imagine that he definitely still had other ways to deal with Wu Emo at the back. This guy actually set up such a shocking chess game in the White Tiger clan, while he hid behind the scene and manipulated everyone. If not for Yi Yuan's sudden appearance, he would probably have already become the young patriarch as a matter of course, then led the White Tiger clan towards the abyss, right? A minor character whose name was unknown actually planned to finish off all of the successors in front, then become young patriarch himself. The depths of this guy's scheming, just thinking about it, made people feel afraid. If not for him saying it out himself, they would likely be kept in the dark all the way. He sold everyone, and they were still helping Rongning count the money. Boy, have you thought clearly? This seat's patience has a limit. The blue-clothed divine king was not interested in the White Tiger clan's matters. Yi Yuan was clearly able to arouse his interest more. Big brother Yuan, what's wrong? Could it be that you know these people? Lear already arrived beside him at who knows when, lightly holding his hand, and asked. Lear was very sensitive towards Yi Yuan's emotions. She had never seen Yi Yuan with this expression before. This was absolutely not because he was afraid. Then the greatest possibility was that he knew these people. Feeling the temperature of Lear's palm, Yi Yuan felt his ice-cold heart gradually melt away. He drew a deep breath and said to Lear with a light smile, I'm fine. Today's matter probably can't be settled already. In a while, you hide inside the vast heaven pag. Oda, without my permission, you absolutely mustn't come out. Although Yi Yuan said it lightly, Lear still sensed the heaviness and concern. These bunch of people was probably not that simple. Although Lear's strength was decent, facing all divine king powerhouses of the same suit, she was still too weak. Staying outside would only add more to the disarray. Hence, she nodded her head obediently and said, Lear will listen to Big Brother Yuan. Done instructing Lear, Yi Yuan's gaze recovered its composure once more. He leaped up into the skies and faced the blue-clothed divine king from a distance. Ji Bingyin, when did you become so furtive too? Want to solicit me? You don't have this qualification yet. Yi Yuan looked at the blue-clothed divine king and said coolly. The blue-clothed divine king originally had a composed look, but Yi Yuan's one sentence finally made his expression change. Boy, you actually know this seat? Ji Bingyin said solemnly. In the past, the Medicine King Hall looked down arrogantly upon the world and roamed the 9 heavens and 10 lands unhindered. There was never any shady business when doing things. Didn't think that 20 years past said, you all actually became a bunch of cowardly rats. Ji Bingyin, you've already become an out-and-out lackey. Yi Yuan said very meaningfully, these group of people originated from none other than precisely the divine realm's super-holy land, the Medicine King Hall. Although these people put on disguises, Yi Yuan was too familiar with them, especially Ji Bingyin, who was one of Ji Xingyang's 9 great foster sons. His strength was unfathomable. Even if he turned to ashes, Yi Yuan would recognize him too. From the moment he laid eyes on Ji Bingyin, he recognized him. It had been 20 years. This was Yi Yuan's first time getting so close to the Medicine King Hall's people. How could he not be agitated? These 20 years, Yi Yuan had fantasized about the scene of meeting the Medicine King Hall's people before countless times. But he completely did not think that they would actually meet in such a way. Ji Bingyun's face fell, and he said, Who the Hell are you? Yi Yuan said with a relaxed look, Who I am, you don't need to care. Where's Ji Kanglin? Such a huge lineup today. There's no way he didn't come, right? The moment these words were said, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed greatly. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared and instantly enveloped his entire person inside. At this instant, it was as if Yi Yuan had his throat clutched by someone. He could not even breathe. This aura was too powerful, making people unable to give rise to a shred of desire to resist at all. A black silhouette slowly appeared in the air. He was clearly standing there, but it was like he did not exist at all. Seeing this figure, Yi Yuan's entire body involuntarily shuddered. His gaze could no longer move away. Little junior brother, long time no see. That black figure seemed like an old friend, greeting Yi Yuan. Chapter 1005, Void Mystic Realm. Chapter 1005, Void Mystic Realm. Little junior brother? Ji Bingyin was muddled up by this form of address and looked towards Yi Yuan in disbelief. To be able to be addressed by Ji Kanglin like this, there was only one person. This person was Ji Qingyin. Ji Bingyin sized Yi Yuan up for a long time and completely could not find any trace of Ji Qingyin on him. Hang on. That monstrous hatred in Yi Yuan's eyes right now was already sufficient to explain everything. No wonder, even with his disguise, Yi Yuan recognized him at a glance. Ji, Tsang, Lan. These 3 words. Yi Yuan practically squeezed it out from the gaps between his teeth. Yu Mingli's entire body trembled. She finally knew why Yi Yuan would lose composure like so. This person before her eyes was actually Yi Yuan's former elder senior brother, the Medicine King Hall's present master, Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan's blood feud originated from precisely this man. All of his hards, H.I. plus PS in this life was all in order to beat down this man in front of them. However, the present Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet. How could the phaseless realm Yi Yuan possibly be this person's match? Yu Mingli's anxiety was at its height inwardly. She had never felt that she was so useless before, and also never felt so helpless before. A friendly face, a faint smile hanging on the face. He looked just like the boy next door. And, Body would have thought that this man would do something like murdering his master and killing his younger brother. But he did it. This matter had once caused quite a stir in the divine realm for some time. Yeah, really didn't think after a time interval of 20 years, our little junior brother actually came back. It's a pity that you're still so weak. A smile still hung on Ji Kanglin's face, but his disdain towards Yi Yuan was exhibited in its entirety. Ji Kanglin's smile deeply wounded Yu Mingli and White Light. They wished that they could rush up and dice Ji Kanglin up into pieces. But Ji Kanglin's might, even if they had not made a move yet, they knew that they were absolutely not a match. Ji Kanglin was able to become the master of a super holy land. His strength was unfathomable. Rather, it was Yi Yuan he actually suddenly calmed down under Ji Kanglin's contempt. 20 years later, Ji Kanglin's strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath. The current Ji Kanglin gave Yi Yuan a feeling of deep as the seas. Looks like him reaching Void Mystic Realm was not a groundless rumor. The so-called Void Mystic Realm referred to the 10 great Divine Kings, level of boundary in particular. Divine King Realm scope was Ordinary Divine King, First-Rate Divine King, as well as Peak Divine King. This differentiation in realm was done according to the supreme, true intent level that a martial artist grasped. 100,000 years had said since divine Tao dwindled to 0. People were unable to break through to the deity realm from start to end. As the saying went, poverty gave rise to the desire for change. Martial artists placed even more energy onto comprehending heavenly Tao. A myriad great Taoists, even deity realm powerhouses, did not dare say that they grasped the laws of great Tao too. Divine kings were unable to break through to deity realm, but it did not hinder them from comprehending heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao they comprehended reached a certain degree, it would go from a quantitative transformation to qualitative transformation and reach a mysterious and hard-to-fathom realm. People called it Void Mystic Realm. The realm of Void Mystic was still the Divine King Realm, yet also Serpa. Said the Divine King Realm. This realm was very mysterious. It was hard to sum it up in a word. But Void Mystic Realm powerhouses were sufficient to easily kill peak Divine King powerhouses. This was the reason why powerhouses at the 10 great Divine Kings level were so scary in the Divine Realm. Back then, when the Medicine King Hall had a drastic upheaval, Ji Kanglin was already a peak Divine King. Now, going a step further and stepping into the realm of Void Mystic was also not something so hard to understand. Yi Yuan knew that Ji Kanglin's talent in martial arts was indeed incomparably shocking. Yes, I came back. I've already waited 20 years for this day, Yi Yuan said coolly. Regarding Yi Yuan's transformation, Ji Kanglin was slightly surprised. In his impression, Yi Yuan's temperament was never so steady. but facing such a huge debt of blood. Yi Yuan actually controlled his fury in an instant. But it was also just a little bit surprised, that was all. Ji Kanglin had absolute confidence in his strength, a phaseless realm little junior brother. How large a wave could he stir up? Hoo-hoo! 20 years of not meeting, little junior brother's transformation is really huge. But we know each other too well, isn't that so? Even if you changed a body, I recognized you in an instant too. Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile as if he was engaging in small talk. But the two people's conversation caused Ma's sieve waves to surge below. Ji Kanglin's little junior brother? Isn't that peak alchemy emperor Ji Qingyan? He actually didn't die. That is the Qingyan Zi who was the last hope to achieve alchemy God. He actually seized possession to revive and return to the divine realm. This Yi Yuan strength is rather terrifying. Even Long Jinhao isn't a match. If you give him time, he might really be a strong adversary for Ji Kanglin. It's a shame that Qingyan Zi's fame was too resounding in the divine realm. Even in the demon region, it was virtually known to all as well. The Medicine King Hall's accident was not some secret. The divine realm's powerhouses were all aware. It was just that they never would have thought that the Qingyun Zi in the past actually became Yi Yuan and staged a comeback. You showing up here today, even you didn't recognize me. A battle between us is unavoidable too. Yi Yuan also said coolly. In other people's view, Yi Yuan was desperately upholding his face. But to Yi Yuan, in front of Ji Kanglin, he had no reason whatsoever to shrink back. Ji Kanglin chortled with laughter and said, "Little junior brother's temper, I'm naturally aware. However, the present you don't have the qualifications to exchange blows with me. Since you appeared here, that old man should have imparted the medicine God's soul canon to you, right? Back then, I expended such a tremendous effort. It was for the medicine God's soul canon. Didn't think that that old fellow would rather die than be willing to give it to me. Never thought that 20 years past said heaven actually delivered you in front of me a second time. You really never know what would happen. How about it, little junior brother, not returning to the Medicine King Hall for 20 years? I think you miss it very much as well, right? Take a trip back with me?" Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin with a smile that was not a smile and said, "The Medicine King Hall, I naturally have to go back. But before this, I have to clean up the household first." Ji Kanglin shook his head and said with a sigh, "Looks like little junior brother is refusing a toast, only to drink to a forfeit? Forget it, Bing Yin, since little junior brother came back, invite him back home." Ji Bing Yin's expression changed, and he actually hesitated for a moment and did not make a move. Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile, "Bing Yin, could it be that you wish to talk about the old days with little junior brother too?" Ji Bing Yin shuddered and hurriedly said, "Yes, eldest senior brother." Done talking, Ji Bing Yin expanded his divine sense, instantly locking Yi Yuan down, and tapped towards Yi Yuan with a finger. The present Ji Bing Yin was a peak divine king. Unleash. Plussing an attack, the momentum was extremely shocking. While Yi Yuan was merely a 5th-level phaseless realm, that was all. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura billowed to the skies from inside the White Tiger territory and slammed right towards Ji Bingyan. Rumble. A streak of blood light flashed past and collided together with this attack. But this attack was too fierce and blasted Ji Bingyan flying. Chapter 1006. Heaven Imprisoning Spirit Locking Flask. Chapter 1006. Heaven Imprisoning Spirit Locking Flask. Regarding this attack, Ji Kanglin was not the least bit surprised. Instead, he turned his gaze towards inside the White Tiger territory. Patriarch Rong Shao, finally willing to come out. Ji Kanglin said calmly. There was a ripple in the SPAC. An elderly person dressed in white clothing appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this white-clothed old man, the White Tiger clan members were all excited. Patriarch Rong Shao. This person was precisely the White Tiger clan's current patriarch, Rong Shao. A sudden major calamity, but neither joy nor sorrow could be seen on Rong Zhao's face. He just looked at Ji Kanglin and said coolly, "My White Tiger clan doesn't encroach upon the Medicine King Hall's affairs. What is your esteemed self's action today for?" Ji Kanglin said with a smile, "A man's wealth is his own ruin by incurring others' greed." This Ji naturally doesn't wish to become enemies with a powerhouse such as Patriarch Rong Shao too. Too bad that this Ji has to do an important thing and can only invite everyone back for a visit. Is Patriarch Rong Shao leaving on your own? Or do you want to make this Ji take action? Rong Shao said coolly, "Universal Void Slaughter Ji. Oh, D-Slaying Formation. Your esteemed self really played such a big hand. But for my White Tiger clan to be able to stand erect in the divine realm for as long as hundreds of millions of years, how can we be so easy to need?" Following Rong Zhao's voice fading, inside the White Tiger territory suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. 7 light pillars towered to the sky, emitting a shocking power. On the summit of the light pillars, 7 dots condensed and formed one after another, forming a Ma-S formation diagram. Roar! Above the formation diagram, a white tiger phantom gradually appeared. One roar actually made the universal void slaughter Ji. Oh! D-Slaying formation quake unceasingly. 2 mighty divine rank array formations colliding. A situation where they stood up to each other as equals actually appeared. The clan members below all had looks of excitement. The White Tiger clan's foundation was not what some minor faction could compare to. But seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin was not alarmed at all. He said with a faint smile, "White Tiger 7 constellation, spirit guarding grand array. Hoo-hoo! This Ji has admired this formation for a long time. Seeing it today, it indeed lives up to its reputation. Even the universal void slaughtered Ji. Oh, D-Slaying formation can't do anything to it as well." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out, "Quickly withdraw the array formation! He's baiting you all to activate the White Tiger 7 constellation spirit guarding grand array. His true objective is the spirit of the White Tiger." Yi Yuan's voice had yet to face when the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. An enormous black hole actually appeared. The Ma-S vortex churned until heaven and earth changed colors because of it. With this, a change in countenance finally appeared on Rong Zhao's face. Divine artifact, heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask. Ji Kanglin, you're despicable. Rong Zhao's expression changed drastically, looking at the unforeseen change that suddenly occurred in disbelief, only to see that above the sky, an enormous flask-shaped divine artifact poked out from that black hole. Gee! That enormous flask suddenly emitted a streak of green-colored light beam. It actually directly covered the White Tiger spirit that was currently roaring incessantly. This White Tiger spirit was different from the sacred ancestor spirit Yi Yuan encountered before. The sacred ancestor spirit was summoned by the Tomb Guardian with a special bloodline power. It was something the sacred ancestor flowed in the blood of the White Tiger clan. Therefore it had intelligence. While this White Tiger spirit before their eyes was the White Tiger clan's totem spirit beast, guarding the White Tiger clan. It was where the faith of the White Tiger clan lied. Of course, in this present era, the power of the White Tiger spirit was already less than 1/10,000th of its prime. Once the spirit of the White Tiger was captured away, it was equivalent to severing the foundation and where the destiny of the White Tiger clan lied. Putting aside the White Tiger clan's member strength becoming greatly diminished. Even if Ji Kanglin did not deal with the White Tiger clan, they would decline sooner or later too, even go extinct. Ji Kanglin laying down this universal void slaughtered Ji. Oh, D slaying formation was completely in order to force out the white tiger 7 constellation spirit guarding Grand Array. Then capture this white tiger spirit with that heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask. The motive was truly sinister to the extreme. That white tiger spirit was enshrouded by the heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask's light beam and gave off shocking roaring sounds. Although it did not have intelligence, it instinctively wanted to resist that divine artifact's capture. Except that heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask was clearly not an ordinary divine artifact. No matter how the white tiger spirit struggled, it could not break free of its shackles either. Under everyone's gaze, the body of the white tiger spirit actually slowly rose into the air and flew towards the flask opening. Seeing the scene, everyone sucked in a cold breath, especially the White Tiger Clan's members. Each and every one of them was anxious until they were almost vomiting blood. A divine king realm elder finally could not endure it and shot to the sky, flying over towards that heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask. Want to capture my white tiger totem spirit? Absolutely no way. That elder roared and reached the sky in a blink of an eye. When Rong Xiao saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. But it was already too late to want to stop it. Wu Ning, quickly come back. Rong Xiao said sternly. Ji Kanglin's party did not have the intention of going to stop at all. They just looked at this scene calmly. Wu Ning did not have the intention of giving up at all. He used the most powerful attack in his lifetime and slammed it towards the heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask. Right then, a ghostly light emitted from within the heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask, directly extinguished. Plussing Wu Ning's attack. Its remaining momentum did not reduce and shone on Wu Ning. Wu Ning did not even get to give a tragic cry and disintegrated into ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone was endlessly shocked inwardly. This Wu Ning was a first-rate divine king powerhouse. Under the heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask, he was actually too weak to withstand even a single blow. This level of battle was already not what the average person could take part in. Rong Xiao gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds. He looked at Ji Kanglin and said coldly, "Looks like your esteemed self has schemed for a long time to eradicate my White Tiger clan. Today, we'll not rest until we're dead. Rong Kuin, gather all of the White Tiger clan's divine king powerhouses. Fight to win or die." Rong Kuin's expression changed, and he said, "Yes, Patriarch." Receiving the order, Rong Kuin immediately summoned all of the White Tiger clan's divine king powerhouses and charged over towards the sky. The White Tiger clan and Medicine King Hall, these two super factions, actually fell into a great war so abruptly. As for the Vermilion Bird clan and the Black Tortoise clan's powerhouses, they naturally joined the fight too. If the lips are gone, the teeth would be cold. Once the White Tiger clan fell today, not one of them would be able to escape. Ji Kanglin still had that smile, which exasperated people to death without paying for it. He said calmly, "Patriarch Rong Xiao, don't you forget the White Tiger spirit's influence is continuously weakening, while the universal void slaughtered D-slaying formation's power is continuously strengthening. As long as the heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask fully absorbs the White Tiger spirit, your White Tiger clan's doomsday will also be arriving." Rong Xiao's expression was incomparably ugly as he said with a cold snort, "As long as kill you before this, it will do." Ji Kanglin smiled but did not speak, as if he paid no attention to Rong Xiao's strength at all. Right then, Yi Yuan's figure moved and also arrived not far from Rong Xiao. Ji Kanglin could not help being stunned when he saw the situation and said with a faint smile, "Why? Little junior brother wants to join in the fun too? But with your strength, even if you lend Patriarch Rong Xiao a hand, it's also adding more to the disarray, right?" When Rong Xiao saw the situation, he also said, "Young friend Yuan, I know that between the two of you is a deep enmity like the sea. But you by the side really can't help this old man. a phaseless realm brat joining in the battle of void, mystic realm powerhouses. This was simply a joke.